Chapter 1147. Boss, Dan by Xian wants to be friends with you. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock of blood, sword, saint killing Qin Han's Han, however, these ear-piercing words woke everyone up. What little pill king wants to be friends with this person? There's no justice in this world. Although this person is strong, there's no need for little pill king to be friends with him. What an enviable guy. The onlookers all shouted. Hearing Little Mouse's words, Fang Qin was also a little surprised. He picked up Qin Hanshan's spatial ring and turned to look. He happened to see Dan by Xian's dumbfounded expression. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death. The woman behind Dan by Xian finally exploded and threatened. Boss, why are you in a daze? Come here quickly. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped to the ground and waved its little claws at Fang Qin. Fang Qin put away Qin Hanshan's spatial ring and walked in front of Little Mouse. Kid, it's all because of your spirit pet, the woman behind Dan by Xian reminded. At the same time, she stopped Fang Qin from moving forward. How could the little Pill King, the goddess of Pillview Hall, casually befriend an ordinary man? Fang Qin spread his hands helplessly. Then he slapped Little Mouse's head. You bastard, leave. Dan by Xian was the saintess of Pillview Hall. He, Sanguinati, would not shamelessly befriend her. From the beginning to the end, Dan by Xian had been observing Sanguinati. Just as Sanguinati was about to leave, Dan by Xian made an unexpected move. Dan by Xian walked lightly to Fang Qin's side. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance entered Fang Qin's nose. In an instant, Fang Qin was a little dazed, as if he had entered a dream. Fang Qin shook his head to keep himself awake, and then looked at Dan by Xian. The latter stretched out her small white hand and nodded slightly, her red lips parting slightly as she said, Let's get to know each other. I am Dan by Xian. Hearing this, Fang Qin was a little stunned. Dan by Xian gave him a strong feeling. She was definitely a femme fatale. And yet, she took the initiative to talk to him. Fang Qin, who was in a daze, was hit by the little mouse's paw. Boss, you're too useless. After being slapped by the little mouse, Fang Qin regained his composure. Stretching out his hand, he held Dan by Xian's little hand. My name is Sanguinati. After saying that, Sanguinati withdrew his hand. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. Oh my God, what I saw wasn't real. Tell me this is an illusion. My goddess, why would she take a fancy to this brat? Which part of me is inferior to this brat? I'll change, okay? For a time, curses rose and fell one after another. Dan by Xian looked somewhat apologetically at Fang Qin. The latter spread his hands. He was already used to this kind of abuse. Seeing this, Dan by Xian nodded lightly at Sanguinati, then walked lightly, leading the people of Pillview Hall into the mountains. The little mouse's little paw waved in front of Fang Qin's eyes. What are you doing? Fang Qin was stunned, then asked. Boss, she left long ago. Little mouse, Noah said. Fang Qin held back his gaze at the little mouse, then walked into the mountains. You idiots, why are you glaring at me? Do you want to be taught a lesson by my boss? Little Mouse stood on Fang Qin's shoulder, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at the onlookers. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly lowered their heads. They were afraid of angering Sanguinati. Most of these sects were small sects. Even the strongest person in the sect was not as strong as Qin Han's Han. Sanguinati was an expert who could kill Qin Han's Han with his own hands. They could not afford to offend him. After entering the mountains, the little mouse said, Boss, are you still thinking about Dan by Xian? But I have to say, this Dan by Xian's every move is so beautiful. If I were a human, I would pursue her. Little Mouse said to itself, Can't you transform into a human? Fang Qin was speechless. After chatting with his boss for a while, Little Mouse returned to normal, its expression becoming serious. Boss, did you feel it? Little Mouse asked in a low voice. Fang Qin nodded heavily. Dan Baixian is very scary. She hides very deeply. Perhaps she is the dark horse of this hunting war, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen was silent, recalling the scene of him talking to Dan Baixian. I just felt that Dan Baixian was very scary, so I purposely went to talk to her. I wanted Boss to befriend her. The Little Mouse continued. In the conversation with Dan Baixian, Little Mouse felt even more that it could not see through Dan Baixian. If it was someone else who was ridiculed like this, they would definitely be furious. But Dan Baixian actually stopped the Piljing Hall's martial artists from acting rashly, as expected of the little Pill King. Everyone thought that Dan Baixian's alchemy skills were earth-shattering, but her cultivation was not enough to reach the top. But after seeing Dan Baixian, Little Mouse realized how laughable the world was. Fang Qin also felt that Dan Baixian was extraordinary. But I am very curious, why did she take the initiative to befriend me? Fang Qin was a little puzzled. With Dan Baixian's status, there was no need for her to befriend him, even if he killed Qing Han's Han with his Heaven Dipper Realm 5th stage. But it was not to this extent. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen could not figure it out, so he did not think about it anymore. He hurried to the depths of the mountain range. At this moment, there were countless martial artists from the sect gathered in the depths of the mountain range. At a glance, most of them were martial artists from small sects, other than the Piljing Temple. The 3 palaces, 2 sects, and the royal family were almost all absent. It seemed that they were all not in this area. Just as Fang Qin looked around, he saw a person at the front. The second genius of the Qingling sect, Qing Yuanyu. The genius who followed Qing Kong rode back to the Qingling sect. He was a martial artist from the second echelon and had taken the second step. Fang Qin did not expect him to be here. Could it be that he had already come to the mountain range? Sure enough, after seeing Fang Qin, Qing Yuanyu walked over from the crowd. So you're the Blood Sword Saint, Qing Yuanyu said with a smile. There was no trace of anger on his face. Fang Qin nodded. Qing Han's Han was killed by you, right? Qing Yuanyu said. Fang Chen was silent, staring at Qing Yuanyu vigilantly. Qing Han's Han was killed by you. She was too weak. Qing Yuanyu said. Fang Chen was a little confused. What was Qing Yuanyu up to? However, please return Qing Hanshan's space ring. Qing Yuanyu said. This space ring was given by the sect. If she dies, the sect will take it back. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly moved. Qing Yuanyu did not say that he wanted to avenge Qing Han's Han, but he actually said that he wanted to take back Qing Hanshan's space ring. Was there something hidden in this? Sorry, the space ring is my trophy. Fang Chen declined tactfully. A space ring in exchange for your head. How can you refuse such a deal? Qing Yuanyu said. There was a hint of threat in his words. Sure enough, Fang Chen was more certain of his guess. In this case, he could not give the space ring to Qing Yuanyu. Sorry. Fang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Qing Yuanyu's face became completely gloomy. So you're going to give me the head? Qing Yuanyu asked. In the open space, deep in the mountain range, everyone looked over. Dan Bixuan also looked at Sanguinati with interest. She wanted to see how he would resolve this crisis. What a troublemaker, the woman behind Dan Bixuan said in a low voice. It's not a wise choice to provoke Qing Yuanyu, someone in the crowd said. Sorry, I can't give you the space ring. And I can't give you the head, Fang Chen said. Bang! Qing Yuanyu clenched his fist, and the surrounding air suddenly crackled. Hey, are you threatening my boss? Little Mouse suddenly said. So what if I'm threatening you? Qing Yuanyu said in a low voice. You're just a second-step martial artist. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I won't destroy you in minutes? Little Mouse said in a strong voice. Being scolded by a spirit pet like this made Qing Yuanyu's anger erupt like a tide. Roasted rat meat is my favorite. Qing Yuanyu took a step forward, his aura oppressive. You're going too far. I'm going to destroy you. Little Mouse's body was covered in a purple halo. It was angry. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm going to destroy you, Little Mouse said. Boss, move aside. Seeing that Little Mouse was angry, Fong Qin glanced at Qing Yuanyu and shook his head. Scram! Chapter 1148. Qing Yuanyu made his move. His fist contained a powerful force. He punched at Little Mouse, and the surrounding air dissipated. However, Little Mouse was fearless. It was unwilling to appear in human form because of its pride as a godly rat of heaven devouring. But that didn't mean it couldn't transform into human form. Little Mouse didn't even move in the face of Qing Yuanyu's powerful punch. Its eyes were full of disdain, as if it was looking at an idiot. It crossed its paws and stood there quietly. Boom! Qing Yuanyu's fist landed hard on the Little Mouse's body. Suddenly, a powerful force came, and Qing Yuanyu felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Little Mouse was perfectly fine and was surrounded by a purple halo. I'd like to see how you're going to barbecue me. Little Mouse's face darkened as it said coldly. Everyone in the open space was shocked. Some of them had watched the battle between Qing Hanshan and Sanguinati and knew about Little Mouse. They thought Little Mouse was joking and didn't pay much attention to it. But now, it seemed that Little Mouse was most likely telling the truth. Could it really be a level 12 demonic beast? If so, even Qing Konglu, the top genius of the Qingling sect, couldn't do anything. A level 12 demonic beast was comparable to a human warrior who had reached the third step. But its strength was far superior to a human of the same realm. How could Qing Yuanyu be a match for a level 12 demonic beast? Everyone from Pillview Hall was shocked when they saw how angry the Little Mouse was. The woman behind Dan by Xian had a look of surprise on her face. Sister Xian, is it really a level 12 demonic beast? Dan Bishuan's eyes flickered as she watched all this with a smile. Die. Qing Yuanyu attacked again. The raindrops in the sky suddenly swooped down, gathered together, and blasted toward Little Mouse. Every raindrop contained a great amount of power. If one was hit by these raindrops, even a powerhouse in the second step would be seriously injured. However, Little Mouse used its innate ability. Devour. Roar! A furious roar came from the Little Mouse's mouth. The purple halo around his body instantly condensed into the shadow of a purple rat that was several feet tall behind him. The latter opened its bloody mouth and unleashed a terrifying suction force. Around the open space, a gust of wind suddenly blew, messing up everyone's clothes. What a terrifying attraction! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Dan Bishuan of Pillview Hall was also slightly surprised by the scene. Clearly, she did not expect the Little Mouse's innate ability to be so powerful. After devouring the pseudo-progenitor stone, the Little Mouse's innate divine ability had increased significantly, and the energy required to execute it had decreased significantly. It was enough to support Little Mouse's continuous casting. Damn it! Qing Yuanyu roared as he performed a hand seal. Rays of finger light shot out in an instant. Green spirit, heaven, shocking finger. Seeing Qing Yuanyu's finger technique, the surrounding people were shocked. The green spirit, heaven shocking finger was one of the unique skills of the green spirit sect. It was extremely powerful. Qing Yuanyu had reached the level of a true disciple, and his green spirit, heaven shocking finger had reached the pinnacle. Swoosh! The aura around him was turbulent, and it was extremely terrifying. He stretched out his hands and urgently needed power. After a while, the power in his palms had accumulated to a certain extent. Then he pointed out a finger. At the same time, the terrifying finger pointed out and the sky darkened. A ray of green finger light shot out from his fingertip, carrying an unparalleled power, and shot toward the Little Mouse. Seeing this, the latter sneered. Extreme piercing. The little mouse executed its second innate divine ability. The purple spear blasted toward the green finger light. Dong! The two collided. The purple spear penetrated the green finger light with its sharp penetrating power, and then shot toward Qing Yuanyu. Bang! Qing Yuanyu could not dodge in time, and the purple spear pierced his arm. Blood flowed from the wound, and Qing Yuanyu kept retreating. At this time, he had to pay attention to this annoying palm-sized guy in front of him. Is it really a level 12 demonic beast? Qing Yuanyu's eyes kept flickering, and for a moment he did not dare to make a move. How dare you roast me? Go to hell! The little mouse roared, opened its small mouth, and rushed toward Qing Yuanyu. Others did not know, but Fang Qin knew best. The little mouse's teeth were very hard. If Qing Yuanyu was bitten by the little mouse, he would be seriously injured, if not dead. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qing Yuanyu stopped attacking and began to dodge. I'll bite you to death. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. The second best prodigy of the Qingling sect was being chased and bitten by a palm-sized mouse. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it was real. At this moment, the onlookers were already dumbfounded. The people of the Pill View Hall were also shocked, especially the girl behind Dan Bixuan, whose mouth was wide open as she watched this scene in disbelief. She remembered that not long ago, she had mocked this little mouse. Now, the little mouse's combat power was almost on par with the first-tier prodigies. The little Pill King Dan Bixuan's pretty face was very calm, and no one could tell what she was thinking. However, there were some ripples in her heart. This spirit pet was really not simple. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at Sanguinati. The latter was looking at his spirit pet leisurely. What a mysterious guy, Dan Bixuan said in her heart. After a while, Qing Yuanyu's whole body was in a mess. The little mouse was still chasing him, biting him from time to time. There were teeth marks from the little mouse all over his body. His heart was full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, Dan Bixuan spoke. Sanguinati, can you give me some face? Dan Bixuan asked. The little Pill King Dan Bixuan's words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Hearing this, Fang Qin was also stunned. Dan Bixuan pleaded for Qing Yuanyu. While he was in a daze, the little mouse stopped chasing Qing Yuanyu and looked at Dan Bixuan. Beauty, with your relationship with my boss, if I don't give you face, it won't be right. After saying that, the little mouse really ignored Qing Yuanyu. The latter cupped his fists at Dan Bixuan and then glared at Sanguinati fiercely and left the place. He was the second genius of the Qingling sect, an expert who had reached the second step. He was almost tortured to the point of insanity by a spirit pet. If Dan Bixuan had not spoken up for him, he might have lost his life here. He had lost a lot of face this time. After Qing Yuanyu left, the little mouse returned to Fang Chen's shoulder. Hearing the little mouse's teasing, Dan Bixuan did not say anything and only smiled faintly. The crowd looked at Sanguinati curiously. He really was related to Dan Bixuan. Dan Bixuan turned and walked to the front of the open space. At this moment, Fang Qin also noticed the front of the open space. There were 4 stone statues here. The first stone statue had a fist print on it. When Fang Qin looked at the fist print, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and he felt dizzy. What's going on? Fang Qin hurriedly retracted his gaze and asked in confusion, was it an illusion? Fang Qin muttered to himself and looked at the fist print again. Although he was prepared, he still felt the same as last time, and the world was spinning, and he felt dizzy. At this moment, Fang Qin finally understood. The fist print was strange. Fang Qin looked at Dan Bixuan, who was standing in front of the third stone statue, and seemed to be comprehending something. Looking at the third stone statue, there was a fingerprint on it. Then Fang Qin looked at it one by one. There was a sword mark on the second stone statue. There was a blade mark on the fourth stone statue. Could it be that the expert deliberately left this mark for the latecomers to comprehend the Tao? Fang Chen thought, "Boss, the marks on these 4 stone statues seem to contain traces of the great Tao." The little mouse said, according to its inherited memories, the grand Tao was an existence that could be looked at but was unreachable and untouchable. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the 2nd stone statue. Immediately, he fell into the world of Sword Tao, an instant of eternity. Although it was only a short second, it felt like a million years. Whoosh! Fang Chen came out of the world of Sword Tao, and his forehead was full of sweat. The Sword Tao contained in this sword mark was too profound. Even a genius like him, who had great potential in Sword Tao, would fall into the illusion of the sword mark after seeing it. So scary! Fang Chen was shocked, and at the same time happy. If he could comprehend the Sword Tao in the sword mark, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Again, after trying several times, he could not concentrate on comprehending the sword mark. At this moment, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of the little pill king of the pill hall, he was really powerful. He was actually not affected by the illusion, and was comprehending the mystery of the fingerprint. Let's try activating the golden heart. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Streams of clear energy flowed into Fang Chen's eyes. Then he looked at the sword mark on the 2nd stone statue again. This time, Fang Chen did not fall into the illusion. Instead, he truly saw the inside of the sword mark. This sword mark was left behind by someone's sword. After the baptism of time, it still contained such powerful Sword Tao. The inside of the sword mark was very smooth. A fat person would definitely not be able to do this. Unknowingly, Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany. Many warriors in the open space also tried to comprehend the artistic conception in the stone statue. However, no one succeeded. However, even if they failed countless times, still, the crowd continued to advance. That was because this was an opportunity. On the path of martial Tao, they would not easily let go of any opportunity. The little mouse blinked its eyes and stood guard for its boss. Time passed. At a certain moment, in the mountain range, a warrior quietly arrived. If anyone saw this person, they would definitely exclaim. This person was Hua Yunshu, the genius independent cultivator who had risen to fame a while ago. Hua Yunshu had come alone, but his level 12 beast was nowhere to be seen. Hua Yunshu stood in the distance, and his deep gaze fell on Dan Bixuan. Chapter 1149. No one on Heaven Pass Island had heard of Hua Yunshu's name before. Hua Yunshu had been living in seclusion with his master. Many people were guessing which powerful cultivator Hua Yunshu's master was who was living in seclusion. However, they couldn't figure it out. However, this didn't affect Hua Yunshu's brilliance. Ever since his level 12 beast had been exposed, all the martial artists in the ancient hunting battlefield had acknowledged Hua Yunshu's abilities. Hua Yunshu himself had also reached the 2nd step. He was very strong. Before Hua Yunshu's arrival, the only first-tier genius in this mountain range had been Dan Bixuan, the Pill King of Pill Hull. Now, Hua Yunshu had been added to the list. Hua Yunshu's gaze landed on Dan Bixuan. Of everyone present, only Dan Bixuan was worthy of his attention. The others weren't enough. As for Sanguinati, who'd comprehended the sword mark on the 2nd stone statue, he wasn't enough either. Hua Yunshu didn't even know who Sanguinati was. Looking away from Dan Bixuan, Hua Yunshu glanced at the other 3 stone statues. He realized that only the 2nd stone statue had people comprehending it. No one could approach the other 2. It seems that this stone statue is a bit unusual, Hua Yunshu said. Suddenly, everyone's gazes converged on Hua Yunshu. It's Hua Yunshu. Oh my God, even Hua Yunshu is here. Hua Yunshu's arrival caused a huge commotion. All the martial artists looked at Hua Yunshu with heated eyes. Which stone statue will Hua Yunshu choose? Many people were guessing. However, no one expected this. Hua Yunshu stood there without moving. In the end, he closed his eyes. He seemed to be waiting. Many people were confused. Did Hua Yunshu look down on these 4 stone statues? Or did he also cultivate finger techniques and wanted to comprehend the fingerprint on the 3rd stone statue? While everyone was guessing, time gradually passed. Fang Chen, who was in front of the 2nd stone statue, activated the sword mark on the statue after activating the golden heart. There was something else inside the sword mark. Although it was a sword mark left behind by a sword, it was incomparably smooth. The more he comprehended the sword mark, the more shocked Fang Chen became. The world of Sword Dao is boundless. In an instant, Fang Chen seemed to have fallen into a sea of Sword Dao. The Sword Dao was like an ocean, and he was like a little fish that was drifting along with the waves in the ocean, and he might be in danger at any moment. In the vast sea of Sword Dao, Fang Chen's soul wildly absorbed the aura of Sword Dao. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly, helping Fang Chen comprehend the aura of the Sword Dao. Hiss, hiss, hiss as time passed. Fang Chen's king's sword qi rose to the extreme. It seemed like he could break through to become a ruler at any time. However, he always felt that he owed something. In Fang Chen's mind, the trajectory of the Sword Dao was being derived. A small golden man wielding a long sword was brandishing a messy sword technique. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock when he saw the golden man's swordsmanship. Isn't this the mysterious sky sealing technique that I've been cultivating? Where on earth did this little golden man come from? And why could he perform the mysterious sky sealing art? Is he teaching me? In his shock, Fang Chen realized that the mysterious sky sealing technique performed by the golden man in his mind was much more exquisite than his. It seems that my comprehension of the Sword Dao is still not deep enough. Fang Chen thought to himself. He stared at the golden man with a burning gaze. After a while, the golden man's mysterious sky sealing technique ended. Fang Chen's soul shook, and he came out of the vast sea of Sword Dao in an instant. Buzz! His sea of qi shook, and 5 thick vital essences spun at high speed. The terrifying power of vital essences kept rolling. Seeing Fang Chen's phenomenon, many onlookers widened their eyes in curiosity. Not far away, Hua Yunshu opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He could tell that this person had gained something and was breaking through. A Heaven Star Border Stage 5 guy can resist the stone statue's willpower. Not bad. Hua Yunshu rarely praised the younger generation, but when he saw Sanguinati, he could not help but praise him. Rumble, Fang Chen's breakthrough should be said to be a matter of course. The 6th vital essence condensed at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Then it intertwined with the other 5 vital essences. His sea of qi calmed down, and the 6 vital essences floated above it, suppressing the vast vital essence below. The vital essence in the air drilled into every corner of Fang Chen's body, tempering it. Buzz! At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that his entire body was filled with power. I didn't expect to break through the bottleneck by comprehending the sword mark. Fang Chen grinned. He thought that his king's sword qi would break through to the emperor realm, but he did not expect it to be his cultivation. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. It was only a matter of time before he entered the 3rd step of the advanced Sword Dao truth. Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Fang Chen left the 2nd stone statue. He had already comprehended it once, so there was no point in continuing. Moreover, he had just watched the little golden man use the heavenly sealing art, so he needed to comprehend it. After leaving the stone statue, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend the heavenly sealing art. Seeing this, Hua Yunshu nodded again. It was also at this time that Dan Bixuan opened her beautiful eyes. She was surrounded by a powerful aura. Judging from her expression, she must have gained a lot. As expected of the little pill king, Hua Yunqiu suddenly said, "Everyone thinks that you mainly cultivate alchemy and have average talent in martial arts. Even so, most martial artists feel despair." Hua Yunqiu's words attracted Dan Bixuan's attention. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and then she said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the recently risen Hua Yunqiu, right?" "That's right. I'm Hua Yunqiu," Hua Yunqiu said. In fact, Hua Yunqiu was very cold. He was only like this to Dan Bixuan. Dan Bixuan wanted to see through Hua Yunqiu, but she discovered that his body was like a black hole, swallowing all the souls near him. While Dan Bixuan was still slightly surprised, Hua Yunqiu walked to the third stone statue. Then he entered a state of comprehension. Hua Yunqiu also focuses on finger techniques. Dan Bixuan asked. Many onlookers were still trying, but they all failed. Damn it, why are these stone statues making things difficult for us? Curses could be heard coming from the crowd. The inheritance was right in front of them, but they couldn't get it. It was too infuriating. Dan Bixuan looked at Hua Yunqiu thoughtfully, then left with the Pil Jinghal people. 2 hours later, Hua Yunqiu opened his eyes. This time, his comprehension of the Azura heavenly finger was of great help to him. Hua Yunqiu glanced at Sanguinati, who was sitting cross-legged, and left as well. The little mouse protected Fang Qin, not letting anyone near. This went on for 3 days and 3 nights before Fang Qin woke up from his meditation. After waking up, he quickly performed the first level of the heavenly sealing technique. Boom! Silent as a virgin, moving as a cunning rabbit, Fang Chen's swordsmanship became even fiercer and more domineering. Only now did he truly comprehend the true essence of the heavenly sealing technique. The power of the first level of the heavenly sealing technique was also at its strongest. Too powerful. This is the true essence of the heavenly sealing technique. Fang Chen thought. Boss, how is it? The little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily, his face filled with joy. If he used all his power now, he could easily fight against a second-step cultivator. However, it would be more difficult to kill them. There was a huge difference between defeating and killing a cultivator. The latter was often more difficult than the former. However, Fang Chen was satisfied. The ancient hunting battlefield had only been open for a month. His gains were so great. In the coming days, if his cultivation could increase, he could even fight for the top 3, or even the first place, let alone the top 10. Let's go! The stone sculptures here were no longer attractive to Fang Chen. He left with the little mouse. Strolling on the wasteland, Fang Chen suddenly moved slightly. Then a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing Fang Chen's face filled with joy, the little mouse asked curiously. The big guy conquered another level, 11 beasts in his area. The 2 of them joined forces and are wantonly killing level, 10 beasts in other areas, Fang Chen said. Not bad. The demon armor bug also controlled 10 level, 11 beasts. If the first piece of information had only made the little mouse chuckle, then the second piece of information had made him ecstatic. This is too powerful. The little mouse jumped up and down excitedly. In such a short time, the demon armor bug controlled 10 level, 11 beasts. In this way, there were a total of 12 level, 11 beasts asking Fang Chen for demon cores. Moreover, there would be an endless stream of level, 11 beasts joining the battle. Although it could not be compared to the first-tier geniuses who controlled level 12 beasts, it was enough to be proud. Boss, what should we do next? The little mouse asked. Of course. Halfway through, Fang Chen's face changed slightly. Immediately, he looked into the distance. The people from the Qingling sect had arrived. The leader was the top prodigy of the Qingling sect, Qingkong Road, who had reached the 3rd step. Qing Yuanyu, This despicable person, I spared his life, but he brought Ching Kong Road to seek revenge. The little mouse was furious. Fang Chin frowned, his heart filled with anger. However, his rationality told him that he could not fight them head-on. Run. As soon as Fang Chin finished speaking, he took the little mouse, used the space-time true meaning, and quickly disappeared. In the distance, Ching Kong Road and the others rushed over. Senior brother, they escaped, Qin Yuanyu hurriedly said. Ching Kong Road stopped in his tracks, narrowed his eyes, and said confidently, "Don't worry, they can't escape." Was it possible to escape right under the nose of Ching Kong Road? Chapter 1150. After killing Qing Han's Han, he lured Qing Yuanyu out. Ba Ba Shu. After defeating Qing Yuanyu, he lured Ching Kong Road out. He was really going against the Green Spirit sect. Was he going to fight to the death? With Fang Chen's current strength, he was no match for Ching Kong Road at all. The true meaning of time and space had reached the 5th grade realm, and its speed was very fast. Fang Chen's figure shuttled through time and space quickly. Behind him, the people of the Green Spirit sect were chasing him rapidly. However, after a while, most of the disciples of the Green Spirit sect had been left behind by Fang Chen. Only Qing Yuanyu and Ching Kong Road could keep up. Senior brother, this guy's body movement is a bit strange, Qing Yuanyu said while chasing. He should have the true meaning of space. Ching Kong Road narrowed his eyes and said slightly. After another 3 minutes, Qing Yuanyu had also been left behind, and only Ching Kong Road was left. Looking back at Ching Kong Road, who was chasing closely behind him, Fang Chin could not help but sigh. He is indeed a heavenly talent who has reached the 3rd step. This speed is too fast. After the true meaning of time and space had reached the 5th grade, Fang Chen had not fully unleashed his fastest speed. So far, he still had some reservations. However, even so, Ching Kong Road was still chasing him closely, which was enough to show how fast Ching Kong Road was. Boy, you can't escape. Ching Kong Road's heavy voice came from behind. Fang Chen did not look back and continued shuttling through the void. Let's talk about it when you catch up with me. Hearing this, Ching Kong Road's face became completely gloomy. It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge my speed. As soon as Ching Kong Road finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared. Then, Ching Kong Road's speed suddenly soared by 30%. Almost in the blink of an eye, Ching Kong Road caught up with Fang Chen. The sudden change surprised Fang Chen. However, he recovered his composure in an instant. Go to hell. Ching Kong Road clenched his fists and was accumulating power, ready to give Fang Chen the fiercest blow. However, Fang Chen only responded to Ching Kong with a sneer. Ching Kong Lu's fist suddenly blasted out and was about to hit Fang Chen's back. However, right at that moment, a miracle occurred. Boom! Fang Chen's speed soared again. The space-time aura gathered at his feet. The true meaning of space-time of the 5th grade was completely activated by Fang Chen. This was the first time Fang Chen had pushed his speed to its limit after his true meaning of time and space had reached the 5th grade. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spatial cleavage only took an instant. This, Ching Kong Lu was a bit dumbfounded. A little guy in the Heavenly Dipper realm. The speed can actually be fast to this extent. Could it be a high-grade true meaning? Ching Kang's eyes were incomparably gloomy. They were geniuses who possessed a high-grade true meaning, or even a transcendent grade true meaning. You can't escape. Ching Kong Road was instantly left far behind. However, a green spear appeared in his hand. The spear contained a terrifying amount of power. Level 4 divine weapon. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to run wildly. Boss, this guy is still chasing, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen's face was solemn. The true meaning of time and space had reached its peak. If it really didn't work, then he could only use his trump card. However, he wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. Whoosh! A terrifying sound resounded through the sky. Qin Kong Lu threw out the green spear in his hand and pierced Fang Chen's back. Crack! Wherever the green spear passed, the space was torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Fang Chen's back. The latter felt the terrifying power of the green spear and didn't fight it head-on. The perfect sword body wrapped around his body, and his body moved horizontally by 1 meter. Boom! The terrifying power of the green spear instantly exploded where he was just now. It caused a huge vortex to appear in the space. It was very terrifying. Crash! Being dodged by Fang Chen was out of Qin Kong Lu's expectations. With a thought, the green spear returned to his hand again, and he continued to accumulate power to attack. At this moment, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Qin Kong Lu was a little surprised, but he was still accumulating power. Do you have to kill me? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Aren't you going to escape? Qin Kong Lu's eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at Sanguinati. Fang Chen was silent. You dare to kill the people of the Green Spirit Sect. Only death awaits you, Qin Kong Lu said domineeringly. You can't kill me, Fang Chen said, shaking his head slightly. You. Qin Kong Lu's eyes were full of disdain. In his eyes, Sanguinati was not worth mentioning at all. If it weren't for Qin Yuanyu, Qin Kong Lu wouldn't have lowered his status to deal with such a weak martial artist. The #1 genius of the Green Spirit Sect actually attacked my boss. How shameful. If my boss was in the same realm as you, he would kill you in a second, Little Mouse said. Qin Kong Lu agreed with this point. During the chase just now, he had already felt Sanguinati's terrifying potential. Therefore, this person couldn't be left alive. A level 12 demonic beast? Qin Kong Lu only noticed Little Mouse now. He had heard Qin Yuanyu mention Little Mouse. A demonic beast like you should choose a strong one to follow. Hearing this, Little Mouse sneered and looked at Qin Kong Lu as if looking at an idiot. This guy was not good at poaching, but it doesn't matter. When I kill your master, you will be under my control. Qin Kong Lu's strength was enough to deal with a level 12 demonic beast. Therefore, he was not afraid of Little Mouse at all. His eyes fell on Fang Chen again. Strolling in the void, he walked towards Fang Chen step by step. In his hand, the cyan spear had finished accumulating power. As long as he waved his hand, he would be able to kill the other party. I didn't want to do this, but you are aggressive. Fang Chen sighed. With a move of his mind, the star murder arrow appeared in his palm. Instantly, a murderous aura filled the place. What is this? Feeling this murderous aura, Qin Kong Lu instantly stopped and stared at the star murder arrow. He could feel that this black arrow actually contained a power that made his heart palpitate. As the #1 genius of the Green Spirit Sect, you should have heard of the star murder arrow, right? Fang Chen asked. Star murder arrow. Qin Kong Lu cried out involuntarily. How did this person have the star murder arrow? His heart was full of stormy waves. At the same time, he stared at Sanguinati vigilantly and involuntarily took a few steps back. The star murder arrow was an arrow that even heavenly body tier elites were afraid of. He, Qin Kong Lu, was not arrogant enough to resist the star murder arrow. No wonder you are so confident. After a slight shock, Qin Kong Lu said coldly. From his words, it could be heard that he had given up on this robbery. If I'm not wrong, this star murder arrow is your trump card, and you won't use it easily. Qin Kong Lu quickly made a decision. Let's end today's matter here. How about it? Qin Kong Lu was asking for peace. However, his attitude was still very tough. If Sanguinati did not agree, he would also kill him when Sanguinati activated the star murder arrow. In the end, both sides would suffer. Okay, Fang Chen said. What kind of joke was this? This was the star murder arrow. How could he use his life-saving trump card easily? Voila! Qin Kong Lu put away the green spear tore through the void, and prepared to leave. "Wait," Fong Qin called out. Qin Kong Lu turned his head, frowning, and said somewhat unhappily, "Why do you want to fight to the death with me?" "Can you tell me who wants to kill me?" Fong Qin asked. Hearing this, Qin Kong Lu was stunned and was silent for a while. Immediately he raised his head and said, "You saw through it?" Fong Qin did not speak, waiting for Qin Kong Lu's answer. Since it had already come to this point, Qin Kong Lu did not hide anymore. Red beard. After saying that, Qin Kong Lu disappeared in front of Fong Qin. Elder Red Beard. Fong Qin muttered these words, clenching his fists and burning with anger in his heart. Qin Kong Lu quickly returned and met Qin Yuanyu on the way. The latter was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, did you kill Sanguinati? What about that level 12 demon beast? Is it under your control?" After asking 3 questions in a row, Qin Yuanyu was very excited. However, Qin Kong Lu frowned slightly. "Don't provoke Sanguinati in the future," Qin Kong Lu said in a deep voice. "Yes, Sanguinati is still alive. He escaped from senior brother," Qin Yuanyu shouted in disbelief. Qin Kong Lu ignored Qin Yuanyu and walked forward alone. Qin Yuanyu chased after him and asked, "But what about Elder Red Beard? He gave us a lot of benefits." "I don't have the ability to kill Sanguinati," Qin Kong Lu said. "How is that possible?" Qin Yuanyu was very puzzled. Was Sanguinati that strong? "He has the star-killing arrow." Hearing this, Qin Yuanyu was dumbfounded. Immediately his body trembled, and he felt a lingering fear. His forehead was full of sweat. Star-killing arrow. His voice was trembling slightly. Sanguinati had the star-killing arrow and forced senior brother to retreat. Thinking about it, he felt a lingering fear. If Sanguinati had used the star-killing arrow on him in the mountain range back then, would he still be standing here? Thinking of this, Qin Yuanyu shuddered and immediately shook his head. He swore that he would definitely take a detour when he saw Sanguinati in the future. The star-killing arrow was really too powerful. With the star-killing arrow, one would be invincible in the ancient hunting battlefield. In the wasteland, Fong Qin stood quietly as a strong wind blew past him. Fong Qin was deep in thought. There was only one star-killing arrow, but there were so many elites in the ancient hunting battlefield. One day, he would use up all his star-killing arrows. By then, what would he use to compete with the geniuses in the first echelon? "Boss, with your potential, it won't take long for you to rise to the first echelon," Little Mouse comforted him, as if it had understood his boss's thoughts. After a long time, Fong Qin raised his head with a smile on his face. "I'm fine." Fong Qin said, "Compared to them, my cultivation time is the shortest. If I were born at the same time as them, I would definitely be miles ahead of them." Seeing his boss like this, Little Mouse also smiled. "Boss, you're the real genius. You're destined to rule the world in the future. Let's go and collect the demon cores." Chapter 1151. Fong Qin and Little Mouse left the place after asking for the demon armor insect and the big guy's address through soul telepathy. On a strange plain somewhere, there were 3 level 11 demonic beasts fighting. One of them was the big guy controlled by Fong Qin. There was a golden lion beside the big guy. It was a level 11 beast that the big guy had subdued. Now they had met a strong opponent. The level 11 beast opposite them was the boss of this area. They wanted to work together to subdue it, but they realized that the beast was too strong. It was comparable to a level 12 beast. There was no way to defeat it. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Hydra beast roared angrily. Its 9 heads stared at the golden lion and the big guy. "In your dreams." The big guy roared and immediately launched a fierce attack. At the same time, the golden lion also started a massacre. Seeing this, the Hydra beast's 9 heads faced the 2 beasts and instantly breathed out a black breath. The 3 level 11 demonic beasts instantly engaged in battle. At this moment, Fong Chen and Little Mouse were watching this scene from high up in the sky. "Boss, do you want to help?" Little Mouse asked. Fong Chen shook his head. He had no intention to help for the time being. "Let them fight for a while," Fong Chen said. The Hydra beast was a snake species left behind from the ancient times. It was very domineering. Its body was full of poison. It was said that the poison on its body could kill a Heaven Star realm warrior. After a while, the battle below was coming to an end. The strength of the 9-headed demonic beast was too strong. Although it was 1 against 2, it had displayed an extremely powerful strength, completely suppressing the Golden Lion and the big guy. Roar! At the critical moment, the Golden Lion roared. Immediately, a golden color appeared around its body. A vast power emerged from its claws and attacked one of the Hydra beast's heads. Damn it! The big guy was a little regretful. If he knew that the Hydra beast was so strong, he would not have provoked it. Now, it was too late to regret. He could only hope that his master would come soon. Once his master came, it would be the end of the Hydra beast. It clearly knew how terrifying Grandpa Rat was. As long as Lord Rat made a move, even the powerful 9-headed Hydra would have to crawl on the ground. Bang the Golden Lion's strongest attack was broken through by the 9-headed snake. Then the 9 heads gathered together and blasted the Golden Lion away. Then the Hydra continued to attack the big guy. An earthy yellow aura appeared around the big guy's body. Its defense was raised to the highest level. However, Hydra was not afraid at all. Hiss, hiss! Hiss! The 9 heads spat out their tongues, and their attack power was extremely strong. Seeing this, Fong Chen and the Little Mouse in the sky could no longer sit still. Swoosh! The 1st level of the heavenly sealing technique was unleashed. A sword radiance that was a few feet in size slashed down from the sky and blocked the attack of the 9-headed snake. Who is it? The sudden change infuriated the 9-headed snake. It raised its 9 heads and stared at Fong Chen and the Little Mouse in the sky as it spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, no one was happier than the big guy. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on until Boss arrived. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment Boss would come? He was indeed his master. "Boss!" The big guy shouted at Fong Chen. Hearing this, the 9-headed snake spat out its tongue and sneered. Humph! A dignified level 11 monster actually recognizes such a weak martial artist as its master. How shameful! Although Fong Chen's heavenly sealing technique had surprised the 9-headed snake a little. However, the 9-headed snake sensed the aura on Fong Chen's body. This aura did not belong to a strong martial artist. "This is your master." Even the Golden Lion was a little surprised. This human seemed to be a little weak. Could he suppress the 9-headed snake? "Boss, you're here. Everything will be solved." Seeing that the big guy was so respectful to this human martial artist, the Golden Lion was very puzzled. "It's been a long time since I tasted fresh blood. I've already forgotten what it tastes like." The 9-headed snake's words were filled with murderous intent. It was ready to attack Fong Chen. However, at this moment, the Little Mouse spoke. "How dare you challenge my boss? We'll talk about it after you defeat me." The Little Mouse rushed in front of the 9-headed snake with a swoosh. The battle was about to start. Although the Little Mouse was small in size, its strength was unusually strong. Originally, the 9-headed snake monster snorted at the Little Mouse. However, after fighting for about 3 minutes, its 9 heads became very vigilant. This little guy is a level 11 monster. The 9-headed snake did not dare to imagine that the Little Mouse was a level 12 monster. This was because level 11 monsters were the kings in this area. Level 12 monsters were rarely seen. Roar! The Little Mouse consecutively displayed 2 of its supernatural powers. Immediately, the 9-headed snake was suppressed. No, the 9-headed snake's heart was filled with horror. It never dreamed that this petite guy actually had the terrifying combat power of a level 12 monster. I admit defeat. I'm willing to submit. The nine-headed snake said quickly. The little mouse suppressed the nine-headed snake and looked up at Fang Qin as if asking. The latter shook his head directly. The expression on his face said everything. Snakes were very cunning monsters. Obviously, Fang Qin did not want to keep the nine-headed snake alive. Kill! After the little mouse received the order, it went all out and suppressed the nine-headed snake until it could not resist at all. In a short while, the powerful nine-headed snake died in the hands of the little mouse. The little mouse's sharp claws cut open the nine-headed snake's chest, took out the level 11 monster core, and handed it to Fang Qin. Throughout the whole process, the golden lion's face was wooden and his heart was filled with shock. The big guy at the side was not surprised. Everything was expected. You're indeed Master Mouse. The big guy came to the little mouse's side with a smile and flattered. You can't even deal with such a piece of trash. You're a disgrace to your boss. The little mouse curled its lips. The big guy laughed and stretched out his paw to push the golden lion, who was in a daze. Boss, this is my partner, the golden lion. The big guy introduced. Boss. Hearing the big guy's voice, the golden lion woke up from the shock and immediately called out. Seeing this, the little mouse also grinned. Fang Qin nodded with satisfaction, looked at the big guy, and asked, How many monster cores did you get during this time? Crash! The big guy's body moved slightly, and suddenly a hill-like monster core appeared in front of Fang Qin. That's a lot. Seeing this, Fang Qin was also a little stunned. He did not expect the big guy to get so many monster cores. Boss, 10,000 level, 9 monster cores, and 7,000 level, 10 monster cores. The big guy said, the level 9 monster core was the minimum standard. Although it was nothing to Fang Qin, it was better than nothing. This hunting battle was ranked according to the points. A level 9 monster core was worth 1 point, a level 10 monster core was worth 100 points, and a level 11 monster core was worth 10,000 points. As for level 12 monster cores, one was worth 1 million points. 10,000 monster cores were equivalent to 100 level 10 monster cores, which was 10,000 points. Adding the monster cores that Fang Qin got during this time, the final total was 11,000 level, 9 monster cores, 7,100 level, 10 monster cores, and 1 level, 11 monster core. In this way, Fang Qin's total points were 733,000 points. Overall, this result could be considered satisfactory. However, Fang Qin was not proud because of this. The hunting battle involved all the younger generation of the entire Tongtian Island. There must be many prodigies who had much higher points than him. I still need to work harder, Fang Qin said to himself. Little Mouse nodded and said, Boss, let's directly hunt level 11 monsters next. Hearing this, the golden lion and the big guy shrank their necks. With Little Mouse's strength, killing them was just a matter of minutes. You two continue to hunt for level 9 and level 10 monster cores for me, Fang Qin said. Oh right, tell me where there are more level 11 monsters. Hearing this, the golden lion and the big guy were relieved. They thought for a moment and said, Boss, the Kanglin district is the area of level 11 monsters. Fang Qin was a little unfamiliar with the Kanglin district. However, after the golden lion and the big guy explained, he understood. The ancient hunting battlefield was very big. Therefore, it was divided into 5 zones. The eastern zone was called the Dongxian zone. The western zone was called the Shihe zone. The southern zone was called the Kanglin zone. The northern zone was called the Heaven Battling zone. The central zone, which was the core zone of the ancient hunting battlefield, was called the Prodigy zone. As the name suggested, it was the zone where the prodigies gathered. Every time the ancient hunting battlefield opened, all the top prodigies would hunt for monster cores in the other 4 zones. They would only go to the Prodigy zone in the end. The top prodigies fought for the title of number 1. The Kanglan district is quite far from here, Fong Qin said. They were in the north of the Shihe zone. The Kanglan district was in the south of the Shihe zone. If we travel at full speed, we can reach the Kanglan district in a month, the Golden Lion said. Fong Qin nodded and said goodbye to the Golden Lion and the big guy. A few days later, Fong Qin found the demon armor bug. At this moment, the demon armor bug was leading its army of level 11 monsters to hunt down the weaker monsters. As expected of the demon armor bug, it can control so many level 11 monsters in such a short time. Fong Qin grinned. In the Shihe zone, the monsters were not strong. Level 11 monsters were the strongest. The demon armor bug was almost the uncrowned king in the Shihe zone. Boom! Soon, the demon armor bug army swept through the battlefield. Then, the demon armor bug found Fong Qin. Hiss! The demon armor bug made a strange sound as if it was greeting Fong Qin. At the same time, many level 11 monsters looked over. "I'm here to take the monster cores," Fong Qin said softly. Crash! The demon armor bug's petite body shook lightly. Suddenly, a small mountain of monster cores piled up on the ground. Chapter 1152. The demon armor insect's body was very small, but it had dropped so many demon cores. Fong Qin was dumbfounded. The little mouse was very calm. Clearly, it knew more about the demon armor insect. "Boss, don't judge the demon armor insect by its small size. It has a space inside its body that can store many things," the little mouse said. Fong Qin's face twitched. The demon armor insect's body had a universe inside. This opened Fong Qin's eyes. After a moment of surprise, Fong Qin's gaze fell on the demon cores. He did not need to count to know that these demon cores were definitely more than what he got from the big guy. Level 9 demon cores, 300,000. Level 10 demon cores, 80,000. Level 11 demon cores, 30, the demon armor insect said telepathically. Even though Fong Qin was prepared, he was still shocked by this number. As expected, the demon armor insect was more efficient. He knew from the demon armor insect that these 30 level 11 demon cores were basically from level 11 beasts that were unwilling to submit. However, level 11 beasts were rare in the entire Shihe district. It was difficult to find level 11 beasts. If this pile of demon cores was exchanged for points, it would be worth a total of 6 million points. Fong Qin's heart was filled with excitement. The big guy had been with the Golden Lion for such a long time, but he had only obtained 733,000 demon cores, and the demon armor insect had handed over so many. Fong Qin gave the demon armor insect a thumbs up. Then he shook his wrist and kept all the demon cores into his spatial ring. With this, Fong Qin's points became 31 million. Close to 10 million points was enough for Fong Qin to enter the top 10. However, this was temporary. No one could be sure that they could enter the top 10 until the very end. Close to 10 million points was a huge number for an ordinary warrior. But to the geniuses in the first tier, this was nothing. Some prodigies' points had probably exceeded 100 million. The Golden Age had arrived, and countless prodigies had appeared. The competition in this hunting war was unprecedentedly fierce. So far, Fong Qin had not met a martial artist who had reached the third step. Even martial artists who had stepped into the second step were rarely seen. The demon core that the demon armor insect gave Fong Qin made him even more determined to go to the Kanglan district. Fong Qin asked the demon armor insect if it wanted to go, but the latter shook its head and refused. Level 11 beasts were everywhere in the Kanglan district. There were even some level 11 demonic beasts that were stronger than it. Right now, it was severely injured and had just escaped from danger. It needed to recuperate, so it couldn't risk its life. This Shihe district was the best place to recuperate. Killing demonic beasts while hunting for demonic cores would also allow him to recuperate, not to mention Due. In the end, Fong Qin resolutely left the Shihe district and headed for the Kanglan district. 1 month later, Fong Qin and the little mouse arrived at Kanglan district. During the month when Fong Qin was traveling at full speed, a lot of things happened in the Kanglan district. The Green Spirit sect and the Daoless Palace fought fiercely in the Kanglan district and lost. The disciples of the two sect fought fiercely, and the most eye-catching battle was between Qingkong Road and Lu Kuang. They thought that Qingkong Road could easily crush Lu Kuang. However, it turned out that cultivation didn't mean that one was strong. In the battle between Lu Kuang and Qingkong Road, Lu Kuang displayed earth-shattering power. After a fierce battle, Lu Kuang defeated Qingkong Road with one move. The latter led the battered and exhausted Green Spirit sect out of the Kanglan district. At this point, the Kanglan district became the territory of the Daoless Palace. The disciples of the Daoless Palace were hunting demonic beasts in the Kanglan district. Because no one fought with the Daoless Palace for demonic beasts, almost all the demonic beasts in the Kanglan district were prey for the Daoless Palace. As soon as Fong Qin entered the Kanglan district, he was discovered by the Daoless Palace. "This is the territory of the Daoless Palace. Leave quickly," a warrior from the Daoless Palace said in a low voice. Fong Qin frowned slightly when he heard that. When did the Kanglan district become the territory of the Daoless Palace? Fong Qin asked. "If you take another step forward, I'll kill you," the warrior from the Daoless Palace said coldly. Fong Qin sneered and continued forward. Seeing this, the warrior from the Daoless Palace attacked Fong Qin. However, he was killed by Fong Qin with one move. "The Daoless Palace is too domineering," Fong Qin said. His original intention was to hunt for demonic cores. If the Daoless Palace provoked him, he wouldn't be a pushover either. After killing this person, Fong Qin and Little Mouse entered the depths of the Kanglan district. The Kanglan district was indeed the habitat of level 11 demonic beasts. They would encounter level 11 demonic beasts almost every once in a while. Some of the level 11 demonic beasts even formed groups. This caused great trouble for Fong Qin and Little Mouse. However, Fong Qin's heart was filled with excitement. The more level 11 demonic beasts there were, the happier he was. Fighting on the edge of life and death every day, his strength improved quickly. In the middle of the Kanglan district, Lu Kuang just came out of a ruin. A disciple quickly rushed over. "What's the matter?" Lu Kuang asked. "Senior brother Lu, recently someone broke into the Kanglan district and is hunting level 11 demonic beasts," the disciple whispered. "Let Bien Dao handle it." Lu Kuang didn't care at all. These small matters could be solved by Bien Dao. Bien Dao was the second prodigy of the Daoless Palace and had taken the second step. As soon as he received the news, Bien Dao rushed to the northwest of the Kanglan district at the fastest speed. This was the area where Fong Qin and Little Mouse hunted level 11 demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month in the Kanglan district. During this period, Fong Qin had been hunting demonic beasts. His cultivation had unknowingly reached the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Fong Qin felt that it wouldn't be long before he could reach Heaven Star Border Stage 7. At that time, even if he met a martial artist who had taken the second step, he could easily suppress them. However, on a certain day, Fong Qin and Little Mouse had just killed a level 11 demonic beast when Bien Dao arrived. Whoosh! Bien Dao landed on the wasteland and stared at Fong Qin. Black Sky Sect disciple. Bien Dao didn't know Sanguinati, so he asked. "The second prodigy of the Daoless Palace, Bien Dao," Fong Qin said. "Since you know me, then get lost." Bien Dao said, "The Kanglan district is the Daoless Palace's territory." What's so great about taking the second step? Not long ago in the Shihe district, if it wasn't for Dan Bishuan's plea, Qin Yuanyu would have died. Little Mouse said disdainfully, "It wasn't afraid of a martial artist who had taken the second step, unless it was a martial artist who had taken the third step." "You're courting death." Bien Dao's face darkened when he heard that, and he immediately attacked. The Daoless Palace's cultivation technique was a combination of offense and defense. This point was vividly displayed by Bien Dao. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, Bien Dao had many flaws. Bien Dao threw a punch at Fang Chen, who easily dodged with the true meaning of time and space. Bien Dao was slightly surprised when his attack missed. Immediately, 3 special vital essences spun rapidly in his sea of qi. He grabbed with his hand, and a terrifying amount of vital essence gathered. Then Bien Dao threw a punch. The void was torn apart, and the terrifying fist light blasted toward Fang Chen. Black Sky Sealing Technique. The sword light flashed with infinite power. Fang Chen's Black Sky Sealing Technique blocked Bien Dao's attack. Interesting. He was careless at the beginning, but now he was serious. You are qualified for me to use my full strength. In the next moment, Bien Dao attacked with all his might. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't suppress Sanguinati. However, Sanguinati couldn't suppress Bien Dao either. Damn it! The more they fought, the angrier Bien Dao became. At a certain moment, Bien Dao found an opportunity to give Sanguinati a fatal blow. Go to hell! Bien Dao shouted and threw out both his fists. Bang! Both fists hit the opponent, and Bien Dao instantly felt dizzy as if he had hit the body of a heavenly body tier elite. At the same time, Bien Dao's body flew out. When Bien Dao stabilized his body, he suddenly realized that the little mouse was standing in the void, looking at him wretchedly. How is this possible? A little spiritual pet can actually resist my killing punch. Bien Dao couldn't believe it. However, he didn't act rashly. The number 2 prodigy of the Daoless Palace is only SO. Fang Chen sneered. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Bien Dao's face darkened, but he still held it in. Sanguinati, I will remember you. After saying that, Bien Dao left. He knew that, with his strength, he couldn't kill Sanguinati. In the central region of the Kanglin district, Sanguinati is at the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, and his strength is on par with yours. After hearing Bien Dao's description, Lu Kuang was shocked. If what Bien Dao said was true, then this Sanguinati's potential was too monstrous. Sanguinati, you've successfully piqued my curiosity, Lu Kuang said in a low voice. Lu Kuang decided to go to the northwest of Kanglin district personally to fight Sanguinati. However, at the north of Kanglin district, gradually the atmosphere became lively, because other than Fang Chen, there were others who entered Kanglin district. The siblings Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing had also arrived at the Kanglin district. Brother, there are all level 11 beasts here, Ouyang Qing said softly. After leaving Kanglin district, you will enter the prodigy area, Ouyang Hong said. As they spoke, they saw Fang Chen. It's you. Ouyang Hong was very happy to meet Sanguinati in the hunting battlefield. Fang Chen was also happy, but of course he was also a little surprised. I should have guessed it earlier. Fang Chen smiled when he saw Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that he and his sister had been talking about the same person all this time. Where are you guys going? Fang Chen asked. We have obtained an inheritance in Kanglin district and benefited a lot. We just came out and are going to the prodigy area, Ouyang Hong said. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed the siblings' cultivation. When he looked at it, he was dumbfounded. If Fang Chen's memory served him right. When he met the two of them, Ouyang Hong was at the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and Ouyang Qing was at the 5th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Now, Ouyang Hong had reached the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. Chapter 1153. In just 3 or 4 months, he had made such a huge leap. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Ouyang Hong smiled. Brother Shui, you have great potential as well. I have a feeling that you will become a dark horse in this hunting war. Kid, don't be sad. My brother and I have been taught by our grandfather since we were young. It's embarrassing that we've only reached this level now. Ouyang Qing smiled. In the vine forest forbidden land, Fong Qin had heard Ouyang Qing mention her grandfather many times. She had also said how strong her grandfather was. He was very curious about who the grandfather of the two siblings was. Brother Shua, if this hunting war ends, I'll introduce you to my grandfather. Ouyang Hong's face was full of pride when he mentioned his grandfather. Fong Qin grinned. After chatting for a while, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing learned that the Wudao Palace had occupied the Kanglin district. They were a bit angry. Humph! What right does the Wudao Palace have to occupy the Kanglin district? Ouyang Qing said angrily. Fong Chen's mind flashed, and he immediately said, I have a way to quickly obtain demon cores. I don't know if you two want to try it. What way? The two siblings had been looking for inheritances to cultivate, so the number of demon cores was very small. Ouyang Qing's eyes lit up when she heard Fong Chen's words. She was very excited. The number one genius of the Wudao Palace is called Lu Kuang. Although he is a second-step martial artist, his combat strength is comparable to a third-step martial artist. He is undoubtedly a top genius. You mean, Ouyang Hong instantly understood what Fong Chen meant. Rob the Wudao Palace of their demon cores. All the martial artists of the Wudao Palace had gathered in the Kanglin district. During this period of time, they had obtained countless demon cores. If they could get them, it would be enough for the three of them to divide equally. Do you want to do it or not? Asked Fong Chen. Robbing the Wudao Palace of their demon cores was a very dangerous thing. Although they were not afraid of Lu Kuang now. Once the hunting war ended and they left the ancient battlefield, they would face the wrath of the entire Wudao Palace. Fong Qin had made it clear. As for whether they would do it or not, it was up to the siblings. The Dallas Hall is nothing. Let's do it, Ouyang Hong said with a smile. The three of them reached an agreement to plunder the Dallas Temple's demon cores together. While the three of them were plotting, Lu Kuang personally came to the northwest area of the Frisia district. Where is Sanguinati? Get the hell out here. Lu Kuang's voice contained a powerful vital spirit that spread throughout the entire northwest region. This Lu Kuang is really arrogant. Ouyang Hong said, I just don't know if he has the right to be arrogant. Ouyang Qing said, the siblings weren't afraid of trouble, and Fong Qin wasn't afraid of trouble either. The three of them hit it off immediately, just as he was about to look for Lu Kuang. He didn't expect the latter to come by himself. That's perfect. Fong Qin grinned. When we see Lu Kuang later, let's attack together and capture him, Fong Qin instructed. Don't worry, keep him alive. Ouyang Hong nodded. After stepping into the Heaven Star Border Stage 9, Ouyang Hong's combat power had soared. Among the third-step prodigies, there were few who could match him. Lu Kuang was nothing. Not to mention, he had his sister Ouyang Qing, Sanguinati, and a spiritual pet that was comparable to a level 12 demonic beast. With such a lineup, even the Xia clan would have to avoid facing it head-on. Let's do it. The three of them and one mouse followed Lu Kuang's voice and came to a barren plain. Lu Kuang stood there quietly as the wind blew around him. His face was filled with arrogance and dominance. When he saw Sanguinati, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Sanguinati, get the hell out of here. Lu Kuang said, How arrogant. Fong Qin shook his head slightly. Lu Kuang still didn't know his situation. How sad. Trash like you dares to challenge the Dallas Temple? I'll kill you without mercy, Lu Kuang continued. Lu Kuang, believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes. Little Mouse shouted. A mouse that hasn't even grown hair dares to speak so rudely. Lu Kuang frowned. What are you waiting for? Come on. Little Mouse put its paws on its waist and shouted. Immediately, 3 terrifying auras spread across the place. They surrounded Lu Kuang from 3 directions. The arrogant Lu Kuang. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. Hidden prodigies. Lu Kuang cried out involuntarily. Among the three auras, two of them made his heart palpitate. Damn it! Lu Kuang shouted and waved his saber. Bang taking the lead. Ouyang Hong broke through Lu Kuang's attack and started fighting with him. Ouyang Qing took the opportunity to appear behind Lu Kuang and sneak attack him. Bunga Big Bump appeared on Lu Kuang's forehead. He roared angrily. However, what happened next made everyone speechless. Fang Qin used the true meaning of time and space to appear behind Lu Kuang. He gathered vital essence on his foot and kicked Lu Kuang's lower body. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the sky. In an instant, Lu Kuang felt his whole body tremble. Seeing this, Ouyang Hong forcibly suppressed Lu Kuang. I can't accept this. Lu Kuang roared. He didn't expect to be plotted against by these three. He couldn't accept it. After sealing Lu Kuang's cultivation, Ouyang Hong let go of Lu Kuang and let him struggle. Lu Kuang hugged his lower body in pain. Fang Chen's kick was solid. Your kick is really ruthless. Ouyang Hong gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Ouyang Qing's expression changed slightly. She was a little shy. Can we talk now? Ouyang Hong walked up to Lu Kuang and said softly. Lu Kuang's face twitched. The pain from his lower body made him burn with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was a genius of the Taoist Palace. He had actually fallen to such a state. Lu Kuang glared fiercely at Fang Qin, wishing he could kill Sanguinati with his gaze. I know my limits with this kick. That thing of yours can still be used, Fang Qin said. Lu Kuang had an impulse to kill. Aren't you afraid of my Taoist Palace's anger? Lu Kuang suppressed his anger. Even as a prisoner, he was still arrogant. That was because he had one of the three palaces behind him, the Taoist Palace. Who on Heavenspan Island could withstand the wrath of a colossus like the Taoist Palace? The Taoist Palace is nothing, said Ouyang Qing disdainfully. Lu Kuang closed his eyes. It was useless to say anything now. As long as he had the chance to escape, he would personally kill these three. Don't think about those useless things. Hurry up and gather all the Taoist Palace's disciples, said Ouyang Hong. Impossible. Lu Kuang was very arrogant. Bang, bang, bang. After being beaten up by Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong, Lu Kuang finally calmed down. He felt that these three people were beasts who could do anything. In less than a day, all the Taoist Palace's disciples had gathered in the northwest region of the Kanglan district. All of you, hand over all your demon cores to me. Fang Qin and the others had already hidden themselves. This was Lu Kuang's request. If they didn't agree, he would rather die than submit. He cared about his face and didn't want others to know that he was a prisoner. The Taoist Palace's disciples looked at each other in confusion. Wasn't it not time to hand over their demon cores? Furthermore, they had an agreement that they only needed to hand over half of their demon cores. Why did Lu Kuang want them to hand over their demon cores? Senior Brother Lu, what happened? Asked Bien Dao. Scram. Lu Kuang was already in a bad mood, so he vented it on Bien Dao. A few hidden geniuses have sneaked into the Kanglan district. To ensure the safety of your demon cores, I'll keep them for you from now on, said Lu Kuang. After a while, everyone's demon cores were handed over to Lu Kuang. All right, you can leave now, said Lu Kuang. After everyone left, Fang Qin and the others appeared. Lu Kuang wanted to kill the three of them when he saw the despicable smiles on their faces. However, his cultivation was sealed. Here. Lu Kuang threw out his interspatial ring, which Ouyang Qing caught. Can you undo the seal now? Asked Lu Kuang expressionlessly. Whoosh whoosh. Ouyang Hong randomly poked Lu Kuang's body a few times. Immediately, Lu Kuang's seal was lifted. Ha ha ha, I've gained a lot. The three left in a wretched manner. Lu Kuang clenched his fists, his eyes scarlet. If I don't kill the three of you, I'm not human. After Fang Qin and the others left, the disciples of the Taoist Palace in the Kanglan district received an order. They were not allowed to obtain demon cores as quickly as possible at all costs. no matter what method they used. Although they were confused, they did not dare to ask Lu Kuang. At the same time, Lu Kuang disappeared without a trace after giving the order. At the edge of the Kanglin district, Fang Qin sat on a blue stone. "Look, how many demon cores are there?" asked Fang Qin. This was an ownerless interspatial ring, so it was easy to open it. Ouyang Qing's mind entered the ring, and her mouth immediately turned into an O shape. "How many are there?" asked Ouyang Hong curiously. "Many." Ouyang Qing took out the demon cores from the interspatial ring. "They're all level 11 demon cores." The two of them glanced at it and were shocked. After a long time, the three looked at each other and smiled. Almost all of the demon cores in the Kanglin district were level 11. All of the demon cores here were level 11 demon cores. "Count them quickly," said Little Mouse with a smile. The three counted with their souls and soon got the exact number. 5,000. A total of 5,000 level 11 demon cores. If converted into points, it would be a total of 50 million points. The three of them were very excited to get so many points at once. If it were not for the lack of top geniuses in the Dallas Palace, they might have even more demon cores. After all, they had occupied the Kanglin district for several months. They had used the power of the entire sect to get so many demon cores. But it was all in vain. If other people in the Dallas Palace knew about it, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Fang Chen and the others did not care about this. They began to distribute the demon cores. "You two siblings get 4,000. I'll get 1,000. Chapter 1154. There will definitely be an update today, but it will be very late. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, you will need to refresh the page to get the latest update." Chapter 1155. The three of them quickly distributed the 5,000 level 11 demonic beast cores. Fang Chen got 1,000, and Ouyang Hong and his sister got 2,000 each. 1,000 level 11 demonic beast cores were 10 million points, plus the 9 million points from before. Fang Chen now had more than 19 million points, close to 20 million. This number was already considered a lot in the early stages. However, in the later stages, this little bit of points would probably not be enough. Brother Blood, if the three of us join forces, we can even kill level 12 demonic beasts. There's no point in staying in the Free Sky District. Why don't we go to the Prodigy District together? In the Prodigy District level, 12 demonic beasts were the most common. It was even rumored that there were some heavenly body tier demonic beasts. A level 12 demonic beast core could be exchanged for 1,000,000 points. Compared to killing level 11 demonic beasts, the points were much more. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then said, "That's true." If Fang Chen was alone, he definitely wouldn't dare to go to the Prodigy District alone. However, with Ouyang Hong and his sister, the three of them, and the little mouse, their battle prowess could completely crush level 12 demonic beasts. Okay, it's settled. After the three of them made a decision, they quickly left the Free Sky District and went to the Prodigy District. In the outside world, the 6 supergiants once again gathered on the plain where the ancient hunting battlefield was located. "Emperor Xia, why did you call us here?" Ancestor Green Spirit asked. The gazes of the others turned towards Emperor Xia as well. Emperor Xia smiled and said, "It's been almost half a year. It's time to activate the Score Monument." Hearing Emperor Xia's words, Sect Leader Black Sky and the others' expressions changed drastically. "It's only been half a year, and we're going to activate the Score Monument." Sect Leader Black Sky asked. He knew very well what activating the Score Monument meant. On a towering mountain in the Prodigy District of the ancient hunting battlefield, there was a stone monument hidden under the ground. This stone tablet would not appear under normal circumstances. Only the controller of the ancient hunting battlefield could activate it with special means. Once activated, the Score Monument would break out of the ground. At that time, The names of all martial artists who entered the ancient hunting battlefield would be listed on the monument. In this way, there would be a ranking on the monument. The ancient hunting war would become extremely cruel. Clear Sky Island's willpower, the Xia Emperor said softly. The expressions of the other 5 changed slightly, but they immediately nodded heavily. Since this was the will of Clear Sky Island, there was nothing they could do to resist. All right, then let's activate the score monument, the Flamewing Palace Master said. Emperor Xia nodded before leaping into the air. Then he continued to wave his palms, and a strange aura instantly filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the Xia Emperor had returned to the plains. The 6 supreme giants exchanged glances with each other and then quickly disappeared from the place. Ancient hunting battlefield, prodigy area. Level 12 demonic beasts were everywhere, and there were even heavenly body tier demonic beasts roaming about. On a vast plain, there was no end in sight. Looking down from the sky, the entire plain was filled with the bodies of demonic beasts. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the demonic beasts here were almost all level 12 demonic beasts. They seemed to live here all the time, lying on the ground and lazily enjoying the sunlight. However, at a certain moment, suddenly in the center of the plain on a towering mountain peak, there was a rumbling sound. Then the level 12 demonic beasts on the plain all stood up and roared at the sky. Then, at the peak of the mountain, a stone monument that was several meters tall broke out of the ground and stood there. Roar! The demonic beasts roared at the sky as if they were releasing something. After a long while, the demonic beasts all left the plain. Kill all the humans! A demonic beast roared from the crowd. Every time the score monument appeared, it meant that human martial artists had entered the ancient hunting battlefield. They could then leave the plain and kill those stupid human martial artists. The appearance of the score monument affected the entire ancient hunting battlefield. At the same time, every martial artist in every corner of the ancient hunting battlefield felt something strange. A strange aura appeared on their identity badges. Then a message drilled into their minds. Yes, the score monument has appeared. Everyone instantly knew of the monument's existence and how to put their names on it. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong were hurrying to the genius area. Suddenly, the 3 of them sensed the abnormality of the identity token. Immediately, they stopped in their tracks. After a long while, the 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of seriousness. The score monument has appeared, Ouyang Hong said in a low voice. A fierce battle is about to begin, Fang Chen said. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, who can beat us? Ouyang Qing said confidently. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong shook their heads. The appearance of the score monument also meant the appearance of the ranking. The geniuses in the first group would definitely hunt for demonic cores like crazy. In order to get first place, they would do whatever it took. Therefore, the other martial artists would be in danger. Let's take a look at our ranking first, Fang Chen suggested. He just learned from his identity token that as long as he gathered the aura of the demonic cores he obtained and injected it into his identity token, the score monument would sense it and be ranked on the monument. Whoosh! Fang Chen gathered all the aura of the demonic cores and injected it into his identity token. Soon, he obtained the information on the score monument, more than 19 million points, ranked 35th temporarily. How much? Ouyang Hong asked. 35, Fang Chen said. Immediately, Ouyang Hong also checked his ranking. 20 million points, ranked 33th temporarily. Ouyang Qing was ranked 34th temporarily. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect their rankings to be so close. Looks like we have to work hard, Ouyang Hong said. Then, the 3 of them went deep into the genius area and began hunting level 12 demonic beasts. At the same time, all the martial artists in the ancient hunting battlefield sensed their rankings. ranked first. In a certain area, Dan Bishwan, the little pill king of the pill hall, smiled. Other than Dan Bishwan, the other geniuses in the first group were also checking their rankings. The atmosphere in the ancient hunting battlefield was very solemn. All the martial artists were racking their brains to obtain demonic cores. In a secluded place, Xia Ao was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly opened his eyes. Not in the top 50. Xia Ao looked at his ranking and said softly, the current ranking didn't mean anything at all. Only the final ranking could tell everything. Therefore, Xia Ao wasn't anxious at all. With his strength, he could rank first at any time. The appearance of the score monument means that there's only half a year left. Xia Ao said. As a genius of the Xia clan, he knew more about the ancient hunting battlefield than the others. Usually, the ancient hunting battlefield would close half a year after the appearance of the score monument. On the third day after the appearance of the score monument, Fang Chen and the other two killed the first level 12 demonic beast. This level 12 demonic beast wasn't strong, but it was very good at escaping. If it weren't for Fang Chen's true meaning of time and space and Little Mouse's innate ability, Ouyang Hong and his sister wouldn't have been able to stop this demonic beast. Therefore, after killing this level 12 demonic beast, Ouyang Hong and his sister decided to give this level 12 demonic core to Fang Chen. Brother Blood, you contributed the most in this battle. The demonic core should be yours, Ouyang Hong said with a smile. Even though it was only a level 12 demonic core, he could still restrain it. Fang Chen thought for a moment and didn't refuse. If that's the case, then I'll accept it. But when we kill the next level 12 demonic beast, you too can have the demonic core. Hearing this, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing nodded. However, at this moment, they met people from the Flaming Palace. Senior Brother Convulsive Fire, look ahead. There seems to be someone. A martial art practitioner from the Flaming Palace said to Convulsive Fire. Convulsive Fire was the prodigy of the younger generation of the Flaming Palace, second only to Fire Mania. He was also a martial art practitioner who had reached the second step. His combat ability was comparable to a martial art practitioner who had reached the third step. Therefore, after entering the ancient hunting battlefield, he hadn't encountered any danger. He had even killed quite a few level 12 demonic beasts. Of course, Convulsive Fire often relied on his superior strength to rob the demonic cores of other sect disciples. This caused his demonic core count to skyrocket. Currently, Convulsive Fire had 80 million points on the score tablet and was ranked 13th. This time, Convulsive Fire was leading people from the Flaming Palace to hunt a level 12 demonic beast. However, he discovered Fang Chen's group. Sensing the aura of Fang Chen's group, Convulsive Fire's eyes revealed a trace of cunning. Then he led the people from the Flamewing Hall and quickly arrived beside Fang Chen and the others. They surrounded the three of them. So it's the disciples of the Black Heaven sect. Convulsive Fire grinned when he saw Fang Chen's clothes. As the leader of the 3 palaces and 2 sects, the Flamewing Palace naturally had a strong foundation. The Flamewing Palace had always looked down on the Black Heaven sect and the Green Spirit sect. Now that they had encountered the disciples of the Black Heaven sect, they naturally had to rob them. Convulsive Fire, Fang Chen said in a low voice, "Since you know me, then it's easy. Hand over your demonic cores, or I'll kill you without mercy." Convulsive Fire grinned. His words were full of threats. Hearing his words, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing were instantly enraged. "Who do you think you are? How dare you rob us of our demonic cores?" Ouyang Qing cursed. "Little girl, although you're pretty, you'll bring death to yourself if you spout such arrogant words." Convulsive Fire narrowed his eyes and stared at Ouyang Qing. "I should be the one saying that to you. Although you're from the Flamewing Palace, you should be careful of your actions. You'll bring death to yourself." Ouyang Hong said calmly, Convulsive Fire's gaze swept across the trio and found that they were very stubborn and refused to hand over their demonic cores. Then his face darkened. If that's the case, then I'll send you to hell. Chapter 1156. Convulsive Fire had reached the second step and was considered one of the best in the second echelon. He believed that with his strength, as long as he didn't meet a top genius who had reached the third step, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Fortunately, Convulsive Fire hadn't met any of these top experts in the past few days. He kept robbing the demon cores of young martial artists from various sects, causing his demon cores to increase dramatically. If not, how could he have obtained so many demon cores with his own strength? It was precisely because of the aura of Fang Qin and the other two that Convulsive Fire didn't have any scruples. Moreover, Ouyang Hong, Ouyang Qing, and Convulsive Fire didn't know each other at all and thought that they were just nobodies. Therefore, he decided to rob the three of them. You only have one choice, Convulsive Fire said. Seeing Convulsive Fire's confident expression, Fang Qin shook his head slightly. Qing Yuanyu of the Green Spirit sect should be as strong as you. If it wasn't for Dan Bishuan's pleading, he would have died at my hands, Fang Qin said. Convulsive Fire frowned. Then he snorted disdainfully. He thought that Sanguinati was lying. Even if he wasn't, what could it prove? Don't compare me with trash like Qing Yuanyu, Convulsive Fire said disdainfully. A clown like you can only bully the weak, Ouyang Qing said disdainfully. Not long ago in the Kanglin district, the three of us suppressed Lu Kuang and stole all the demon cores of the Dallas Palace. Now I have an idea. If you hand over all your demon cores, maybe I can spare your life. In Ouyang Hong's opinion, Convulsive Fire wasn't on the same level as him. There was no need to kill this kind of person. It was fine as long as he got the demon cores. Since you can steal my demon cores, why can't I steal yours? No matter what you say, you won't be able to escape from the grasp of Convulsive Fire today, Convulsive Fire said coldly. The three of them were clearly trying to intimidate him. They even said that they had suppressed Lu Kuang and robbed all the demon cores in the Dallas Hall. How could that be possible? The foundation of the Dallas Palace was very deep. Lu Kuang had taken the second step, but in terms of actual combat power, even he was no match for him. Lu Kuang was already in the first tier. In fact, if it was someone else, they might really be able to recognize the Ouyang Hong siblings. This was because, not long ago, the Ouyang Hong siblings could be considered as a new force to be reckoned with, directly catching up to the first echelon. However, Convulsive Fire had been looting demon cores in the Prodigy area all this time and did not pay attention to the news at all. Therefore, he was destined to be unlucky today. Looks like you guys don't want to hand over your demon cores. Convulsive Fire didn't want to waste any more time and said in a sinister tone. Fang Qin glanced at Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing, preparing to make a move. However, he was stopped by Ouyang Hong. Brother Blood, let me do it. Ouyang Hong took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Convulsive Fire. Then his Heaven Star Border Stage 9 cultivation instantly erupted. Suddenly, Convulsive Fire's face changed drastically. Bang, 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 the two of them fought together, and the scene was very spectacular. Since the battle at Beheading Cliff, this was the first time Fang Qin saw Ouyang Hong in action. So powerful. Seeing Ouyang Hong's attack, Fang Qin's heart was filled with amazement. At the same time, he was even more curious about Ouyang Hong's grandfather. Which almighty of Clear Sky Island was he? The current Ouyang Hong's attack power was comparable to a martial artist who had stepped into the third step. In the blink of an eye, he had the upper hand and completely suppressed Convulsive Fire. How is this possible? The more they fought, the more terrified Convulsive Fire was. Who the hell are you? Convulsive Fire threw a punch at Ouyang Hong and quickly retreated, roaring loudly. Ouyang Hong. Hearing the three words Ouyang Hong, Convulsive Fire's heart was filled with shock. You're Ouyang Hong. At this moment, Convulsive Fire's heart was filled with regret. Why didn't I find out more before coming to rob him? Now, This Ouyang Hong's strength was too abnormal. His cultivation was only at Heaven's Star Border Stage 9, but his combat power could completely suppress him. Damn it! Convulsive fire roared loudly. At the same time, he used the Flamewing Palace's secret technique, wanting to force Ouyang Hong to retreat. But he was wrong. Ouyang Hong had been following his grandfather since young. His methods were not something convulsive fire could imagine. As expected, after a few minutes of fighting, convulsive fire was defeated. Ouyang Hong suddenly threw a punch. This punch contained an extremely soft yin energy. That seemingly weak punch landed on convulsive fire's body, heavily injuring convulsive fire. What about now? Ouyang Hong looked at convulsive fire with a smile that was not a smile. The Flamewing Palace's disciples all ran over to convulsive fire's side. Convulsive fire's expression was gloomy as he stared at Ouyang Hong. Ouyang Hong, give my Flamewing Palace some face. You can't represent the Flamewing Palace, Ouyang Qing said. Hearing this, Hu Jing fell into silence. If Fire Mania was here, perhaps the outcome would be different. Are you sure you want to become enemies with the Flamewing Palace? Asked Convulsive Fire. That'll be after we leave the ancient hunting battlefield, said Ouyang Hong indifferently. As for the ancient hunting battlefield, the Flamewing Palace's higher-ups were unable to interfere. Once they left the ancient hunting battlefield, it was hard to say who would suppress who. Aren't you afraid of Fire Mania's revenge? Convulsive Fire used Fire Mania to threaten the three of them. Fire Mania was the Flamewing Palace's #1 genius, and he had already taken the third step. He had a fiery temper, and he would attack at the slightest disagreement. Furthermore, Fire Mania was very protective of his disciples. As long as a disciple of the Flamewing Palace was bullied, regardless of whether or not they were in the wrong, he would take action for them. Using Fire Mania to bully us? Do you really think we're pushovers? Said Ouyang Qing. Bang! Ouyang Hong punched Convulsive Fire in the face. His face immediately turned purple. Convulsive Fire was infuriated. He wanted to fight back, but there was nothing he could do. You'll regret this, said Convulsive Fire. Convulsive Fire only had himself to blame for falling to this state. Hand over the demon cores, said Ouyang Hong. He didn't have the patience to wait. After weighing the pros and cons, Convulsive Fire handed over the demon cores. If he didn't hand over the demon cores, he would definitely be killed by the three of them. Compared to his life, demon cores were clearly more important. As long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he was alive, he could continue to obtain demon cores. But once he died, everything would be for naught. Crash! Hu Jing flicked his wrist and opened the spatial ring on his finger. A pile of demon cores immediately fell to the ground. Is that all? Ouyang Hong stared at Convulsive Fire. That's all, said Convulsive Fire. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring. I'll personally inspect it, said Ouyang Hong. Don't go too far, said Convulsive Fire. Hearing Convulsive Fire's words, Ouyang Hong knew that there were definitely more demon cores in his spatial ring. You don't have a choice, said Fong Qin. After being tormented by the three of them, Convulsive Fire finally couldn't take it any longer and removed the ownership of the spatial ring. Crash! Ouyang Hong opened the spatial ring and was instantly shocked by the demon cores inside. This! Ouyang Hong didn't know how to react for a moment. Everyone from the Flamewing Hall, including Convulsive Fire, felt their hearts bleed. This was their harvest during this time, but now it had been snatched away by someone else. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Ouyang Hong turned to Convulsive Fire and the others. Convulsive Fire stood up, his scarlet eyes sweeping over the three of them. You'll regret this. After saying that, the Flamewing Hall's people left. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Ouyang Qing jumped up in excitement. She hadn't expected Convulsive Fire to have so many demon cores. It really was hard to imagine. Fong Qin also grinned. After their wild joy, they began to count the demon cores. About a quarter of an hour later, the three of them finally finished counting. Their faces were filled with smiles. 80 million points. Ouyang Hong clapped his hands. If these demon cores were converted to points, they would be worth 80 million. Convulsive Fire's heart would definitely ache. 80 million points. You two take 30, and I take 20, said Fong Qin. No. Last time we robbed the Dallas Hall, you got less than us. This time, you'll take 30, said Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Hong also insisted. In the end, Fong Qin compromised. Fine. In any case, the three of them would have plenty of chances in the future. In the end, Fong Qin got 30 million, Ouyang Hong got 30, and Ouyang Qing got 20. Just like that, Ouyang Hong got 50 million points, Ouyang Qing got 40 million, and Fong Qin got close to 50 million. When they checked their tokens again, they were shocked. Ouyang Hong had already reached 20th, Sanguinati was 21st, and Ouyang Qing was 23rd. On the other hand, Convulsive Fire had dropped out of the point steal. Several days later, Convulsive Fire used the Flamewing Hall's special methods to find Fire Mania. Rumble Huquang was cultivating in a cave. His surroundings were filled with wild flames. Standing in front of the flaming cave, Convulsive Fire shouted, "Senior brother, Convulsive Fire requests an audience." When Convulsive Fire's voice reached the cave, the surrounding flames instantly disappeared. "Come in." A rough voice came out. Convulsive Fire entered the cave. Fire Mania's aura was very strong. He was surrounded by flames. "Congratulations, Senior Brother Fire Mania. You've mastered the divine art." Convulsive Fire hurriedly shouted. "I was just lucky," Fire Mania said. Fire Mania was usually very arrogant, but he was very low-key in this matter, because he also knew that it was really a coincidence that he could master the divine art. "Senior Brother Fire Mania, not long ago I met 3 people," Convulsive Fire said. "They stole the 80 million points worth of demon cores that I was going to give to Senior Brother Fire Mania." Hearing this, Fire Mania's eyes shot out 2 beams of fire. Bang! Sparks flew from the cave's walls. "Who is it?" Fire Mania said coldly. Although he knew what Convulsive Fire was thinking, Fire Mania was very protective of his own people. They even dared to rob a disciple of the Flamewing Hall. They were courting death. One of them is Sanguinati, a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. The other 2 are Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing. Convulsive Fire was secretly delighted. "They stole your 80 million points worth of demon cores." Fire Mania turned to look at Convulsive Fire. Chapter 1157. Fire Mania had always been hot-tempered. After learning that Convulsive Fire's demon core had been stolen, he was furious. He immediately expressed that he would definitely suppress the 3 of them and teach them a lesson. Fire Mania directly ordered that anyone who found the 3 of them in the Prodigy area should report to him immediately. Convulsive Fire was overjoyed. Fire Mania's strength was more than enough to deal with the 3 of them. On a hill in the Prodigy area, Fong Qin and the other 2 were resting on a green rock. "Little Mouse has been out for 3 days. Why hasn't he returned?" Fong Qin's face was filled with doubt, while his heart was filled with worry. After all, this was the Prodigy area. The Shiha area and Kanglin area could not be compared. Here, the weakest beast was a level 12 beast. Little Mouse was strong, but if it encountered a group of level 12 beasts, it would be difficult for it to escape. Seeing Fong Qin's anxiety, Ouyang Qing comforted him softly. "Sanguinati, don't worry. Your pet is very strong. Under normal circumstances, level 12 beasts can't do anything to it." "Yes, Brother Blood. Don't worry," Ouyang Hong also said. However, how could Fong Qin not worry? He had signed a pet contract with Little Mouse. As long as they were within a certain distance, he could sense the other party's presence. But now, he could not sense the Little Mouse's presence. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that the Little Mouse had entered some ruins or some paradise that was isolated from the rest of the world. Fong Chen carefully sensed and found that he could sense the big guy and the demon armor bug, but not the little mouse. 3 days had passed, and Fong Chen was even more anxious. Although the little mouse was his spiritual pet, it had always been the little mouse that had accompanied him for such a long time. Unknowingly, Fong Chen had already regarded Little Mouse as his brother. He was very anxious. "Perhaps your spiritual pet entered some relics," Ouyang Hong said slightly. "Why don't we go and search again?" Ouyang Qing's beautiful eyes flickered. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded heavily. The three of them got up and quickly went to the place where they had separated from the little mouse to look for clues. Back then, the little mouse had said that it wanted to go out alone to see if it could find some heaven and earth treasures. Who would have thought that he would disappear without a trace? Fong Chen and the other two searched quickly. At the same time, the disciples of the Flaming Palace were also searching for the three of them. Unknowingly, another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Fong Chen and the other two had killed several level 12 monsters, but there was still no trace of the little mouse. Fong Chen's face was filled with pain. Ouyang Qing took a step forward and placed her white hand on Fong Chen's shoulder. She gently patted Fong Chen to comfort him. As for Ouyang Hong, he just stood there calmly, his expression grave. It was unknown what he was thinking about. However, just as Fong Chen was feeling extremely anxious, an unexpected voice entered his soul. "Boss." It was Little Mouse's spiritual message. Fong Chen instantly jumped up. He was too excited. "Where did you go? Why can't I sense your location with my spiritual sense?" asked Fong Chen hastily. "I'm sorry, boss. I made you worry." The little mouse also sensed Fong Chen's emotional fluctuations and said softly, "As long as you're fine." Fong Chen did his best to suppress his wild joy. "Boss, I was originally looking for heaven and earth treasures, but I accidentally entered some ancient ruins. These ancient ruins are separated from the rest of the world. Even I was unable to send you a spiritual message," said Little Mouse. "What ancient ruins?" Fong Chen was puzzled. "Boss, these ancient ruins are extraordinary." "Come and take a look," said Little Mouse. Little Mouse then told Fong Chen its location. "How is it?" Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong hastily asked when they saw Fong Chen's excited smile. "The little mouse has appeared. Let's go over right now." The three of them hurriedly walked over. Fong Chen explained Little Mouse's situation to the two of them. "If that's the case, then this ancient ruin is truly extraordinary." Ouyang Qing's red lips parted slightly as she softly said, "Correct. It's extremely likely to be the ancient ruins of a supreme existence," said Ouyang Hong. Several days later, Fong Chen's group of three met up with Little Mouse. Little Mouse was standing at the foot of a mountain, gazing into the distance. When it saw Fong Chen arrive, it jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. "Boss, you're here," said Little Mouse. "Tell me the details," said Fong Chen. "Boss, these ancient ruins are within this mountain. I accidentally activated a mechanism and entered. It wasn't easy for me to come out," said Little Mouse. "What's inside?" asked Ouyang Hong. "I just entered and didn't go too deep. There's a very strange aura inside," said Little Mouse. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" asked Ouyang Qing. The ancient hunting battlefield was an ancient, broken continent. There were countless ancient ruins here. If they could obtain one of the inheritances, their strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. "Let's go in and take a look." The three of them reached a unanimous decision. Following Little Mouse's lead, they entered the ancient ruins. Rumble, it was like tearing space apart. After Fong Chen and the other two temporarily lost their vision, they appeared in a pitch-black space. Dong, the three of them, had just steadied themselves when they sensed a dangerous aura approaching. "Not good," shouted Fong Chen. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body, and a boundless king's sword chi surged out. The first level of the heavenly ceiling art was unleashed. At the same time, the Ouyang siblings also attacked with all their strength. Little Mouse even used its innate ability. The three of them and one mouse worked together, their attack power extremely high. Crack! Immediately, the sound of bones breaking came from the black figure's body, and it was sent flying by the three of them. With a thought, Fang Chen's black flame appeared on his fingertip, illuminating the entire dark space. What is this place? Fang Chen was puzzled. This seems to be an immortal cave, said Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Hong looked around. When he saw the buildings within the immortal cave, his expression changed. Look at the construction of this immortal cave. It's very special, Ouyang Hong said in a low voice. Fang Chen and Ouyang Qing hurriedly looked around. In the center of the immortal cave, there was a small round hole in the sky. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover the use of this small round hole. Ouyang Hong seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was extremely serious. Brother, did you discover something? Ouyang Qing asked. Brother Ouyang, what's wrong? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Ouyang Hong walked to the center of the immortal cave, looked up at the small round hole in the sky, and finally spoke. Perhaps this immortal cave is the immortal cave of a creation realm elite. What creation realm elite? Ouyang Qing cried out involuntarily. Even Fang Chen's heart was in a state of shock. Was this immortal cave really the immortal cave of a creation realm elite? The creation realm was the realm above the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier elites absorbed the power of the stars in heaven and earth to temper themselves, and the creation realm could seize the fortune of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. Elites of the heavenly body tier were already capable of dominating an entire island. That manifestation realm expert could only be seen on the legendary archipelago. Moreover, reaching the creation realm was one step closer to the legendary transcendence of life and death. Fang Chen also didn't expect that the ancient ruin that Little Mouse accidentally discovered was actually the immortal cave of a creation realm elite. The construction of this immortal cave is very strange. If I didn't hear grandfather say it, I wouldn't know either, Ouyang Hong explained. Ouyang Qing nodded. Since young, brother liked to explore the unknown, and grandfather also taught brother alone before. Thinking about it, brother shouldn't be wrong. This really could be the immortal cave of a creation realm elite. Look carefully and see what's inside this immortal cave, Ouyang Hong said. The three of them were overjoyed and immediately split up to search. At this time, Fang Chen noticed that the beast that the three of them had just killed was actually a level 12 demonic beast. Be careful, Fang Chen warned. The immortal cave of a creation realm elite was no small matter. As expected, the three of them didn't walk much before encountering danger. Kiki, it's been a long time since a human martial artist entered this place. Suddenly, a sinister voice was heard by the trio. In an instant, the three of them discovered that there was a short old man at the front of the immortal cave. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. Then he shook his head vigorously. Is it an illusion? Fang Chen didn't dare to be sure. The immortal cave of a creation realm elite had existed for who knew how many years. So how could there be someone here? Who are you? Ouyang Hong asked in a low voice. I'm the housekeeper of this immortal cave, the old man said with a smile. Housekeeper. Hearing this, the three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the owner of this immortal cave was still alive? Upon having this thought, the trio's hearts were filled with astonishment. Seeing the expressions of the three of them, he knew what they were thinking. Although my master was very strong, he had already fallen in ancient times. Speaking of this, the housekeeper of the immortal cave was a little dejected. However, he immediately recovered his mood and then looked at the three of them. Actually, the me you see has already died long ago, and now I'm just living in the form of a spirit body. This is my master's doing. He hopes that I can find a suitable successor for him. A suitable successor? Fang Chen and the other two looked at each other. It's been a long time since a martial artist entered here, so long that I've already forgotten the time. The housekeeper said softly, "It's not easy to wait for the three of you. I hope you can work hard and pass the test left behind by my master." Although he was in the form of a spirit body, the housekeeper felt rather helpless. It was very difficult to find a suitable successor for his master, now that the three of them had finally entered. He naturally had to test them properly. Chapter 1158. How bad could the legacy left behind by a manifestation realm practitioner be? Hearing the housekeeper's words, Fong Chen and the other two looked at each other at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. There was still half a year before the hunting war would end. This hunting war was of great importance. If they could obtain the legacy of a manifestation realm practitioner, their strength would increase exponentially, and they might even be able to fight for first place. "Senior housekeeper, what is the test?" Fong Chen asked. His intuition told him that the test left behind by a manifestation realm practitioner would not be simple. Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing also looked at the housekeeper with burning eyes. The housekeeper smiled and waved his hand. Immediately a violent aura enveloped the three of them, and they disappeared from the cave abode. Crash! When the three of them opened their eyes again, they were shocked to find that they were no longer in the cave abode. "We are still in the cave abode. This is only a part of the cave abode." The housekeeper seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said directly, "Housekeeper, is the test here?" Ouyang Hong asked. Fong Chen and the other two were now at a mountain peak. At a glance, there were endless mountain peaks, and this was only one of them. "Do you see that on the opposite mountain peak there is a large bell? If the three of you can communicate with the bell within a set time, you will pass the first test." The housekeeper pointed at the opposite mountain peak. Fong Chen and the other two looked over and immediately saw the large bell on the opposite mountain peak. "How do we communicate with the large bell?" Fong Chen asked. "You will know when the time comes." The housekeeper waved his hand and sent Fong Chen and the other two to the opposite mountain peak. Fong Chen and the other two looked at each other, and then each found a place to sit cross-legged in front of the large bell. Seeing Fong Chen and the other two trying to communicate with the large bell, the housekeeper's mind was filled with thoughts. It was as if he had returned to that era. As he thought about it, a teardrop fell from the corner of his eye. He had lived as a spirit until now in order to find a suitable successor for his master. Once the successor appeared, he would completely disappear. At that time, he would be able to meet his master. "I hope the three of you won't disappoint me," the butler said. The mountain where the bell was located was surrounded by a gray aura. Fong Chen could see that there was a natural array around the bell. This natural formation was extremely powerful. It could gather the vital essence of heaven and earth and pour it into the bell endlessly. Why is it astral essence? As Fong Chen comprehended, he was somewhat puzzled. Why did this natural array absorb the energy of vital essence and not the energy of stars? At this moment, Fong Chen had a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that the inheritor of the creation realm powerhouse was looking for was in the Heaven Gang realm area? Otherwise, how could he explain it? After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen stopped thinking about it. Then he immersed his entire body and mind into the bell. His late-stage blue class, soul, quietly emerged and poured into the big bell. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt boundless martial Tao enlightenment, as expected of a blessed realm elite. Fong Chen's heart trembled. Just the comprehension of the martial way in this large bell had already surpassed his many years of cultivation. Dong! The golden heart was beating rapidly. Fong Chen entered a state of enlightenment. Compared to Fong Chen, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing were more relaxed. This was because their grandfather, the Black Een sect elder, was a blessed realm elite. Although he had just entered the blessed realm, he was considered a top elite on Tongtian Island. Even Emperor Xia had to be very respectful when he saw him. The two often spent time with their grandfather, who was in the blessed realm. They were very familiar with the aura of the blessed realm. Therefore, when communicating with the Big Bell, the two of them had an innate advantage. The butler had set a time limit of 30 minutes. If they couldn't communicate with the Big Bell within 30 minutes, they would fail. What the butler didn't expect was that Ouyang Qing had communicated with the Big Bell in just a minute. Dong! The sound of the bell reverberated through the endless mountain range. The sound of the bell reverberated through the mountain range. The butler, who was about to rest, suddenly heard the sound of the bell. His face instantly changed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the mountain peak and stared at the big bell. The bell is ringing from that woman's position. The butler confirmed that Ouyang Qing had communicated with the big bell. His face was full of smiles. Not bad. To be able to communicate with the big bell in such a short time was enough to show the girl's talent on the martial Dao. You passed the first test. The butler waved his hand and sent Ouyang Qing to his side. What's your name? The butler asked. Only those who passed the first test were qualified for him to ask for their names. This also proved that Ouyang Qing was very important in the butler's heart. Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said happily. The butler nodded in satisfaction. You have great potential. Among the three of you, you are the most likely to get master's inheritance. Work hard. The time Ouyang Hong used was a little longer than expected. When half of the incense had burned, Ouyang Hong communicated with the big bell. He also came to the butler's side. You two are brother and sister. When the butler knew that they were brother and sister, he sighed in his heart. The brother and sister's talent was too great. This time it was really possible to find a suitable inheritor. The time was not up yet. Fang Chen was still comprehending, so they could only wait. Time passed bit by bit. The incense was about to burn out, but Fang Chen still did not communicate with the big bell. The butler shook his head, slightly looking unhappy. He seemed to be sure that Fang Chen could not communicate with the big bell. Looks like this kid's talent is not good. The butler thought to himself. Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing were very surprised. Sanguinati's talent was definitely greater than theirs. But why was he still unable to communicate with the big bell? The butler had already given up on Sanguinati. He was just waiting for the incense to burn out. On the mountain peak where the big bell was, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. At this time, he did not try to communicate with the big bell. Instead, he was comprehending the martial Dao insights left behind by the manifestation realm expert. What a strong martial Dao insight! The time it took for an incense to burn was not short. Fang Chen used this time to comprehend the martial Dao insights. As time passed, Fang Chen gained a lot in terms of martial Dao insights. Rumble. In Fang Chen's mind, the king's sword qi instantly exploded. In the end, it directly turned into the king's sword qi. The third step of the Sword Truth Advanced Scroll, the Sword Emperor Realm. Under normal circumstances, only heavenly body tier elites had the opportunity to take this step. Fang Chen took this step with the cultivation of the 6th level of the Heaven Dipper tier. After reaching the Sword Emperor Realm, the king's sword qi in his body all turned into the king's sword qi, as expected of the king's sword qi. The king's sword qi was many times stronger than the king's sword qi. Moreover, after reaching the Sword Emperor Realm, Fang Chen's comprehension of the Sword Dao was even more heaven-defying. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had become a peerless genius of the Sword Dao. On another mountain peak, the butler saw the changes in Fang Chen's body and was also surprised. Sword Emperor Realm. What kind of person was the butler? He had followed a creation tier elite when he was alive, so he was very knowledgeable. With a glance, he saw the king's sword qi on Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, a trace of imperceptible admiration flashed in his eyes. Using the comprehension of the martial Dao in the bell to increase his strength, the butler faintly said, "This kid is not as stupid as I thought." Just as the butler's voice fell, The incense stick had just finished burning. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong shook their heads slightly, feeling a little disappointed. They felt sad for Sanguinati. However, at this moment, the sound of the bell suddenly rang out. It's connected. Ouyang Hong heard the sound of the bell, and his face was filled with surprise. Then he turned to look at the burning incense stick. The timing was just right. It had finished burning. Ha ha ha! I told you that Brother Shui would definitely pass the first test. Ouyang Hong laughed loudly. Ouyang Qing also had a gentle smile on her face, happy for Sanguinati. The butler nodded slightly and did not say anything. Crash! The butler waved his hand, and Fong Qin also returned to the mountain peak. The first stage tests one's comprehension of the martial way. If one's comprehension of the martial way is too poor, one will be directly eliminated. Thus, the three of you passed the test. As the housekeeper spoke, he deliberately glanced at Fong Qin. Senior butler, what is the second test? Fong Qin grinned and asked. Just the first test alone had yielded such a bountiful harvest. He couldn't wait to proceed to the next few tests. Master's tests are more difficult than the previous one. In the end, there is even the danger of death. You must be prepared. The butler said, We are already prepared. Ouyang Hong said, Good, then let's begin the second test. The butler nodded and said, Do you see that mountain peak? Beside the big bell, there was a very inconspicuous mountain peak. The second test will be on this mountain peak. It will test your combat strength. The housekeeper said, The three of you will enter different battlefields. Within the battlefields, there are countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts are 3 levels higher than your cultivation level. If you can defeat them, you will pass. It's that simple. Ouyang Qing grinned. The second test was too simple. She and her brother's cultivation were both Heaven Star Border Stage 9. In other words, as long as they defeated a level 12 demonic beast, they would pass. Don't be too proud. You will know once you enter. The butler said, Crash! The butler waved his hand, and the 3 of them entered the battlefields. Suddenly, 3 very strong arrays in the 3 battlefields were activated. The combat strength test is not as simple as you think. The butler looked at the 3 battlefields on the mountain peak and muttered to himself. Chapter 1159. On the mountain peak, there were 3 battlefields. Fong Qin was in the leftmost battlefield. At this moment, he was standing quietly in the middle of the battlefield. The empty battlefield was surrounded by a very strong spiritual array. This spiritual array is at least level 6 or above. Fong Qin could not help but sigh. A spiritual array above level 6 could only be set up by at least a 6-star divine array master. It could be seen that this creation realm expert cared a lot about his successor. Therefore, he set up many tests. Buzz! Just as Fong Qin was thinking, suddenly, 6 level 9 beasts appeared on the battlefield. Come on! Seeing these level 9 beasts, Fong Qin grinned and took a step forward. He came in front of the level 9 beasts and wanted to defeat them. Level 9 beasts are too weak. Fong Qin felt that this test was very advantageous for him. Facts proved that Fong Qin was wrong. His full strength punch was enough to push back a warrior who had taken the second step. However, such a punch was easily blocked by the 6 rank 9 monstrous beasts. In an instant, the 6 level 9 beasts surrounded Fong Qin. Around their bodies, a powerful aura soared into the sky and finally gathered together in the sky, enveloping Fong Qin. Combined attack array. Fong Qin was a little in disbelief. The beasts could set up a combined attack array. Moreover, not only did they trap him, but they also blocked his full strength punch. Damn it! Looking around, the 6 level 9 beasts roared to the sky, and the combined attack array quickly operated. The 6 level 9 beasts, who were originally very weak in Fong Qin's eyes, suddenly became very powerful. Heavenly Sealing Technique. Fong Qin performed the first level of the Heavenly Sealing Technique. Suddenly, A terrifying sword light pierced towards one of the beasts. However, at this moment, the other 5 beasts launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. They forced Fang Chen's sword light to change its trajectory, thus allowing the beast to escape danger. We can't continue like this. Fang Chen floated in the air, looking at the 6 demonic beasts around him as he pondered. When the 6 demonic beasts used a combined attack formation, their combat power was comparable to a 3rd-step martial artist. Most importantly, the combined attack formation could easily negate his attacks. This gave him a headache. What should we do? It was only then that Fang Chen remembered what the butler had said. It's really not as simple as you think, Fang Chen said. Just as Fang Chen was feeling helpless, the little mouse appeared. Boss, a spiritual pet is also a part of one's strength. It's time for me to make a move, the little mouse said. Fang Chen was stunned. Why didn't he think of that? Maybe the little mouse has a way to deal with the combined attack array. As expected, Little Mouse did not disappoint Fang Chen. It used its innate ability, Devour, and the combined attack array immediately shook. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, the little mouse used its 2nd innate ability, Extreme Piercing. Suddenly, an extremely powerful penetrating force shot at one of the rank 9 demonic beasts. Crack! The combined attack array instantly shattered. The rank 9 demonic beast immediately died. Seeing this, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and started a massacre. Under the powerful might of the mysterious sky sealing technique, none of the rank 9 demonic beasts were spared. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed by Fang Chen. Don't. After killing the rank 9 demonic beasts, the battlefield disappeared. He had passed the checkpoint. On a distant mountain peak, the butler was thinking when he suddenly saw Fang Chen's figure. This kid, the butler was also a bit surprised. Fang Chen's speed was too fast. Crash! After sending Fang Chen in front of him, the butler asked, "You know about formations?" "A little," Fang Chen said modestly. "A little? How did you pass the checkpoint in such a short time?" The butler didn't believe him. Senior Butler, Junior actually used a trick to pass this checkpoint, Fang Chen said honestly. "Oh." The butler looked at Fang Chen in confusion. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. "You're saying that you passed the checkpoint by relying on this spirit pet?" Fang Chen nodded. The butler's gaze fell on the little mouse, and his expression immediately changed. "This spirit pet of yours is not simple," said the butler. Then, the butler no longer paid attention to Fang Chen. His gaze fell on the other 2 battlefields. In the 2nd checkpoint, Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing had spent a long time. After Fang Chen came out, he waited for a full hour before Ouyang Hong succeeded. However, Ouyang Hong's body was battered and exhausted. When he saw Sanguinati, his eyes widened. "No way, Brother Blood, you came out so quickly." Ouyang Hong asked. "He's already been out for an hour," said the butler. Immediately, Ouyang Hong was like a frosted eggplant, listless. In terms of combat, Ouyang Hong was a bit stronger than his sister. Therefore, Ouyang Qing only came out after a quarter of an hour had passed. The fact that the 3 of them had all passed the 2nd checkpoint made the butler very happy. "Not bad, you all passed the 2nd checkpoint," laughed the butler. Fang Chen's group looked at the butler, waiting for him to announce the 3rd checkpoint. "The 3rd checkpoint requires you to grasp a high-level true meaning," said the butler. Hearing this, the 3 of them smiled at each other. The first to release a true meaning was Ouyang Hong. The true meaning he had comprehended was the true meaning of extreme Yin. It was one of the weaker high-level true meanings. True meaning of extreme Yin, a high-level true meaning. "Pass," said the butler. The second to release a true meaning was Ouyang Qing. When she released her true meaning, the surroundings immediately became cold. Seeing this, the butler's eyes flickered with joy. True meaning of extreme Yin and extreme Yin fiend physique. The butler was very excited and kept praising Ouyang Qing. Seeing this, Fang Chen was also stunned. Then he fell silent. It was indeed the extreme fiend physique. His wife, Star and Moon, was the owner of the extreme fiend physique. When he first met Ouyang-Qing, he felt that she had an aura very similar to his wife's. True meaning of extreme is one of the best among high-level true meanings. Coupled with an extremely powerful extreme fiend physique, your future achievements are limitless, said the butler. Ouyang-Hong was full of smiles, happy for his sister. Actually, what the butler said was something his grandfather, the Black Dao ancestor, had said a long time ago. What about your true meaning? The butler's gaze fell on Fong Chen. Buzz. Fong Chen released a rank 5 true meaning of space and time. Immediately, Ouyang-Hong and Ouyang-Qing felt the flow of time around them increase. What's going on? It feels strange, said Ouyang-Qing. The butler's eyes were fixed on Fong Chen's true meaning, his heart trembling. Why can't I see a true meaning of space? If even the butler couldn't see a true meaning, could it be a supreme true meaning? The butler was also unable to determine what Fong Chen's true meaning was. He only knew that it should be a true meaning of space, and it was definitely a supreme one. Thinking up to this point, the housekeeper looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of passion. You have passed the test, said the butler. Ouyang-Hong and Ouyang-Qing were somewhat puzzled. They asked, Senior Butler, what is Brother Blood's true meaning? The butler shook his head, not saying anything. Ouyang-Hong looked at Fong Chen with some astonishment. The latter had just put away his true meaning, seemingly unwilling to say. In the end, Ouyang-Hong didn't ask any more questions. Very good. The three of you have passed the third test. Even if you are unable to obtain Master's inheritance, you will still be able to become guests here and obtain many benefits, said the butler. The three of them had passed the third test. This scene was outside of the butler's expectations. There are still 2 more tests. As long as you pass them, you will succeed, said the butler. What is the 4th test? Asked Fong Chen. Just as the butler was about to speak, he suddenly swept his gaze over the 3 of them, finally landing on Fong Chen. The 4th test is 3 times harder for sword cultivators than for ordinary martial artists, said the butler. What 3 times? Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. Why was the 4th test 3 times harder for sword cultivators than for ordinary martial artists? After passing the first 3 tests, Fong Chen was well aware of the methods of manifestation realm experts, but he didn't understand why sword cultivators had to be 3 times harder. May I ask Senior Butler why sword cultivators have to be 3 times harder? Ouyang-Hong and Ouyang-Qing also looked curiously at the butler. The butler said, because Master's greatest enemy when he was alive was a sword principle expert. Master's death had a lot to do with this sword principle expert. Therefore, Master didn't want his inheritance to be obtained by sword cultivators. Therefore, from the 4th test onwards, the difficulty of sword cultivators will be 3 times harder, said the butler. Fong Chen's mood was very complicated. It was not easy to get here, but he was told that the difficulty of sword cultivators would be 3 times harder. Was this a joke? But what could he do? This was the rule set by the fallen manifestation realm expert. He was just a small Heaven Star realm martial artist. He couldn't resist at all. Since he couldn't resist, he could only accept it. What is the 4th test? Asked Fong Chen in a low voice. There is a wooden house on that mountain peak. The challenger has to enter the wooden house and accept the attack of the Master's shadow, said the butler. Although the manifestation realm expert suppressed his cultivation to the same realm as the challenger, his methods were all manifestation realm techniques. This test was very difficult. Even Ouyang-Hong and Ouyang-Qing frowned, not to mention Fong Chen. His difficulty increased by 3 times, which meant that the original manifestation realm expert's cultivation was suppressed to the 6th level of Heaven Star realm. But now it directly rose to the 9th level of Heaven Star realm. Heavenly Dipper realm 9th level shadow. With the creation realm martial Tao comprehension, the creation realm heaven reaching means. His battle prowess was definitely comparable to a heavenly body realm expert. How could Fong Chen pass such a test? Let me go first. Ouyang Hong patted Sanguinati's shoulder lightly and said, he came to the mountain peak where the wooden house was and entered the wooden house. Sanguinati, you don't have to do this. If you can't pass, just admit defeat. Even if you can't get the manifestation realm expert's inheritance, you can still get other benefits. Ouyang Qing's meaning was very clear. His life was important. Chapter 1160. Ouyang Qing didn't seem to be worried about her brother at all. In comparison, Ouyang Hong should have a trump card. Fong Chen thought to himself. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong kept talking about how powerful their grandfather was. Presumably, this elite would definitely give them a life-saving talisman. About 2 hours later, Ouyang Hong finally pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked out. At this time, Ouyang Hong was in a sorry state. There were even some bloodstains. However, there was a smile on his face. Although the opponent was powerful, he still managed to block it. Unfortunately, his final trump card had been used. Brother, are you all right? Ouyang Qing asked. The latter grinned and said, I'm fine. The butler nodded in satisfaction. Even if the master's cultivation was suppressed to the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, his strength was still extremely powerful. It was almost equivalent to the attack of an elite who had just entered the heavenly body tier. Under such a powerful attack, Ouyang Hong was still able to come out. It was enough to show that this person's battle power was really strong. Not bad. The butler laughed. The second to enter the wooden house was Ouyang Qing. The latter took a little more time than Ouyang Hong. He thought that Ouyang Qing would succeed. Who would have thought that Ouyang Qing would fail in the end? Her white skin was covered in blood. It was as if she was a bloody person. Fortunately, it was only a superficial wound. It was nothing serious. Brother. Ouyang Qing was a little disappointed. She failed in the 4th round. Ouyang Hong walked over and gently stroked Ouyang Qing's head to comfort the latter. It's your turn. The butler looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression. Fong Chen nodded and then entered the wooden house without hesitation. Just as he entered the wooden house, the sword qi in Fong Chen's body was released involuntarily. As if sensing that Fong Chen was a sword cultivator, the 6th level Heaven Dipper realm phantom that appeared in the wooden house instantly raised its cultivation to the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. So strong! Just the aura alone made Fong Chen feel shocked. Xiao! The phantom didn't say anything and directly attacked. Its method was very powerful. Are these the methods of a blessed realm expert? While Fong Chen was shocked, he also used the mysterious heaven sealing art. Crack without any room for resistance. The mysterious sky sealing technique was directly broken by the shadow. Too strong. Fong Chen thought to himself as he continued to retreat. At this moment, the little mouse appeared. He used his innate ability, Devour, to stop the shadow. Boss! Little Mouse shouted. As the little mouse's strength grew, its devouring divine power became even more powerful. A terrifying attractive force enveloped the illusory figure, imprisoning it for a short period of time. 5 Thunder's Tribulation Technique. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Chen used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Rumble above his head, the late-stage blue-grayed spirit soul instantly turned into streaks of thunder and lightning as it bombarded the shadow. Crack after all! The 5 Thunders Tribulation Technique was created by Tao, Lord 5 Thunders in the past. Its offensive power was extremely strong. Furthermore, it was targeted at soul attacks. After the shadow was hit by the thunder and lightning, its head exploded. However, it returned to its original state in an instant. Seeing this, Fong Chen was shocked. The shadow did not have a spirit. It was just a remnant thought, left behind by a creation realm expert. It was not afraid of the 5 Thunders Tribulation Technique. Am I going to fail? Fang Qin felt a little helpless. The little mouse's devouring divine power had been broken by the shadow. Now he used his second innate ability, extreme piercing. The terrifying purple spear carried an extremely strong penetrating power as it pierced the shadow's body. Crack! The extreme piercing pierced the shadow's body. The shadow's aura seemed to have weakened a little. Little Mouse did its best to create an opportunity for Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin unleashed his strongest attack with all his might. The mysterious sky sealing technique was used again. At this moment, the Golden Man appeared in Fang Qin's mind again. Somehow, the hidden star sword in his hand had unconsciously displayed the second level of the mysterious heavenly sealing technique. He actually succeeded in cultivating the second level of the mysterious sky sealing technique under such circumstances. Fang Qin did not have time to rejoice. He instantly activated the second level of the mysterious sky sealing technique to the extreme and stabbed the shadow with his sword. Crack! The shadow was entangled by Little Mouse and did not have time to block Fang Qin's attack. After being stabbed, the shadow shook even more. It was both real and illusory, as if it could collapse at any time. Boss, he's going to collapse. After suffering such heavy blows, the shadow was about to collapse. However, the shadow also began to counterattack. He used a technique that only a creation realm expert could use. His wrists shook as his palms danced in the air. Inside the wooden house, the shadow's palm was directly pressed down. Crack! Fang Qin's bones were cracking. His body was under too much pressure. With a bang, Fang Qin directly knelt on the ground. He tried his best to hold on. Hold on. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. A powerful force spread out. At the same time, the golden heart was also activated to the strongest state, beating rapidly. When Fang Qin resisted the shadow's heavy pressure, Little Mouse once again used the devouring superpower. The Little Mouse's eyes were filled with a purple luster. The terrifying devouring power wrapped around the shadow. Crash! The shadow was actually pulled over. The three people outside could completely imagine the fierce battle in the wooden house. I wonder how Brother Shuet is doing. Ouyang Hong squinted and said, He has a spiritual pet. Maybe he can resist. Ouyang Qing said. The housekeeper shook his head. Even if he had a spiritual pet, he was afraid that he could not resist. The creation realm's technique was not something a heaven dipper realm martial artist could imagine. At this time, 2 hours had passed since Fang Qin entered the wooden house. Time was still passing. From the outside, nothing could be seen. This wooden house was built with special means. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Fang Qin still did not come out. Will Sanguinati be okay? Ouyang Qing turned to look at the housekeeper worriedly. The housekeeper shook his head. If Sanguinati died in the wooden house, he would be able to sense it. But now he could not sense anything. There was only one explanation. Sanguinati was still fighting to the death. Ouyang Qing's white hands tightly held the hem of her skirt. She was very worried. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. What's going on? Why hasn't he come out after 3 days? Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing were puzzled. Even the housekeeper was a little surprised. Was there a problem with the wooden house? Unfortunately, even with his means, he could not force the wooden house open if it was operating normally, unless the battle in the wooden house stopped. Inside the wooden house, from the initial despair, he was filled with hope later on. All of this was because of Little Mouse. He used the devouring superpower to consume the shadow's power. As a result, the shadow's power became weaker and weaker. 3 days had passed. Fang Qin was able to fight with the shadow. Without the help of Little Mouse, Fang Qin could withstand hundreds of moves from the shadow. This was an improvement. Whenever Fang Qin was exhausted, Little Mouse would use its own strength to shake the shadow to buy some time for the boss. As time passed, Fang Qin began to treat the trial as a form of training. The more I fight with the shadow, the more I feel the vibration in my chi si. Maybe I can break through to Heaven Dipper, realm level 7. Fong Qin secretly thought. Although the shadow's power was being consumed, its means were the means of the creation realm. Some of the means Fong Qin had never seen before. Fighting with the shadow, Fong Qin was also improving rapidly. In this way, Fong Qin continued to fight in the wooden house for a month. Outside the wooden house, the butler's face was gloomy. What was going on? Why couldn't he sense Sanguinati in the wooden house? Was this person still persisting? If he didn't come out, it meant that Sanguinati didn't defeat the shadow, and he couldn't sense it, which meant that Sanguinati didn't die. In other words, Sanguinati had been fighting with the shadow for a whole month. It was ridiculous to think about it. Is there really something wrong with the wooden house? The butler was a little uncertain. Ouyang Hong and his sister were also a little impatient. If the butler didn't stop them, they would have attacked the wooden house. Blood brother, what's wrong? Ouyang Hong anxiously asked. Senior butler, are you sure Sanguinati is okay? Ouyang Qing asked anxiously. The butler shook his head. It was the first time he encountered this kind of thing. It was really strange. The butler squinted and stared at the wooden house. Another day passed. In the wooden house, Fong Qin made a carefree smile. After a month of fighting, he finally broke through to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. Fong Qin stabbed the phantom with his sword, causing it to dissipate instantly. Fong Qin's face was overjoyed. After a month of fighting without sleep, his cultivation base finally stepped into Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. At the same time, he also saw the means of the creation realm. It was really incredible. If the owner of the cave house personally took action, he would die without a doubt. At the same time, Fong Qin also touched Little Mouse's head. This comrade of his had helped him many times. Always at the most critical moment, he stood up. Thank you. Fong Qin said. Boss, what are you doing? Little Mouse laughed. Fong Qin chuckled. Good brothers don't need to say some words. The wooden house opened, and Fong Qin walked out with Little Mouse. They're out. On the distant mountain, the butler was the first to discover. Then he shouted loudly, Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the butler came to Fong Qin's side and carefully observed Fong Qin as if he was looking at a monster. Blood brother, you finally came out. Ouyang Hong and his sister came one after another. Seeing Fong Qin intact, they were very happy. After looking at Fong Qin for a while, the butler couldn't help but give Fong Qin a thumbs up. You kid, you're really amazing. You let the wooden house shadow be your sparring partner. The butler said. Ouyang Hong and his sister heard this and were surprised. Chapter 1161. He broke through. Ouyang Hong and his sister's eyes lit up. The longer they interacted with Sanguinati, the more they felt his incredible potential. Under 3 times the difficulty, he actually went against the heavens. Not only did he pass the test, but he also broke through to Heaven Star Border Stage 7. Amazing! Ouyang Hong praised. After passing the 4th test, the housekeeper looked at Fong Qin in a new light. Although Fong Qin was a sword cultivator, his potential was too strong. To be able to pass the test with 3 times the difficulty, such potential was unprecedented. Unbelievable. The housekeeper said. After going through untold hardships, they finally passed the 4th test. Now, there was only 1 test left. What's the 5th test? Ouyang Hong asked. Ouyang Qing was eliminated in the 4th test, so she couldn't participate in the 5th test. You have been eliminated. I will send you back to the cave and give you the corresponding benefits. After that, you can no longer stay in the cave. The housekeeper said. Then he waved his hand and sent Ouyang Qing away. Only Ouyang Hong and Fong Qin were left. Follow me, the housekeeper said. After a while, the housekeeper brought the 2 of them to a place where snow was falling. It seemed to be another space. What is this place? Fong Qin asked. This is the place where Master used to cultivate. It's called the Snow White Space. The housekeeper explained. There are countless snow beasts hidden in this snow white space. These snow beasts have different strengths. What you have to do is to find 10 snow beasts within 3 months. Of course, as a sword cultivator, you have to find 30 snow beasts. Remember, you are not allowed to hurt the snow beasts, the housekeeper reminded. When Fong Chen and Oh Yanghong heard this, they exchanged glances and fell helpless. The snow beasts would definitely not follow them obediently. A huge battle was unavoidable, but the housekeeper said that they were not allowed to hurt the snow beasts. This put the two of them in a difficult position, but since they were already here, they couldn't back down. Can we work together? Fong Chen asked. Of course not. The housekeeper smiled. Even if you want to work together, I'm afraid you won't be able to find each other. The butler was very confident that this snow-white space was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. All right, let the 5th stage begin, the butler said. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chen and Ouyang Hong disappeared from his sight. Around Fong Chen, there were snowflakes everywhere. It was a pure white expanse. What's so profound about this snow-white space? Fong Chen was puzzled. With the little mouse in tow, he quickly traversed the snow-white space in search of snow beasts. However, what surprised Fong Chen was that, after walking for 3 whole days, they still hadn't seen a single snow beast. Boss, if it's a demonic beast, then it's definitely emitting an aura. Why can't we find it? The little mouse was very confused. For this reason, he had even dug a hole and dived for thousands of meters, but to no avail. I don't know. Fong Chen didn't know either. He had no choice but to continue searching. Not only Fong Chen, but Ouyang Hong also encountered the same problem. In the vast snow-white space, there was not a single demon beast, let alone a snow beast. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fong Chen and Ouyang Hong still hadn't found anything. At this time, the two of them finally understood how difficult the 5th stage was. What's going on? It can't be that there aren't any snow beasts here, but we have to find them. Fong Chen thought to himself. He stopped walking and sat down cross-legged, racking his brain. Outside, the butler could clearly see everything in the snow-white space. Naturally, he could also see Fong Chen and Ouyang Hong. During this month, the butler had shook his head countless times. At this rate, we'll still fail, the butler muttered to himself. The 5th stage tested one's intelligence. In the eyes of ordinary people, intelligence might not be important. However, the butler knew very well that before his master had died, he had repeatedly emphasized intelligence. The disciple he wanted had to have monstrous intelligence. They had to be able to easily deal with any unexpected situation. Moreover, they had to be able to see through all of the enemy's schemes. Only such a person was qualified to be his disciple. However, it was obvious that Fong Chen and Ouyang Hong were wrong. They thought that the snow beasts must be hiding in the snow-white space. There were still 3 months before the end of the hunting war. During this time, many things had happened. Xia Ao had finished his closed-door training and successfully claimed the 1st place on the score tablet with an absolute advantage. No one could shake Xia Ao's 1st place. Xia Ningqin followed closely behind, occupying the 2nd place on the score tablet. The first 2 places were taken by the younger generation of the Xia clan, which caused a huge uproar in the ancient hunting battlefield. As for the original 1st place, Dan Baixian, the little pill king of the Piljing Hall, had fallen to the 3rd place. It was really surprising that a girl who had reached the 2nd step could have such a ranking. The top 10 places were almost all taken by the geniuses of the 1st tier. Fire Mania of the Fleshly Palace, Yang Cheng of the Black Sky Sect, and Qin Kong Lu of the Green Spirit Sect were all geniuses of the 1st tier. It was expected that they would enter the top 10. The only thing that surprised everyone was that Lu Kuang of the Daoless Palace couldn't even enter the top 30. The 2nd genius, Bian Dao, couldn't even enter the top 100. This was beyond everyone's expectations. As for the loose cultivators, Han Feng had successfully reached the third step and entered the top 10. Moreover, his background was dug out. Han Feng was Ice Maniac's disciple. When this news spread, it shook the entire ancient hunting battlefield. Speaking of Ice Madman, he was one of the top powerhouses on Skypiercer Island. There weren't many experts on Clear Sky Island who could make the 6 supergiants wary. Ice Maniac was one of them. As for Han Feng, he was Ice Maniac's disciple. No wonder he was so powerful in both Ice Path and Illusion Path. Of course, other than Han Feng, there was another expert with a great background. Hua Yunqiu had also reached the third step. His master was as famous as Han Feng's master, Ice Maniac. He was known as Idle Cloud Star Monarch and was also one of the top experts on Clear Sky Island. The people mentioned above were all from the first tier. As for the second tier, something big happened. Convulsive Fire and Fan Fei met and had a fierce battle. In the end, Fire Mania made an appearance and severely injured Fan Fei. This battle had made the Flamewing Palace and the Black Sky sect mortal enemies. Yang Cheng declared that the Black Heaven sect and the Flamewing Palace would fight to the death. However, Yang Cheng still hadn't found Fire Mania. It seemed that Fire Mania was deliberately avoiding Yang Cheng's search. He thought that now wasn't the time to fight with Yang Cheng. He would fight to his heart's content in the final battle. The closer they got to the end, the more shocking the points on the score monument became. It had only been a few months, but Fong Qin and the other two's rankings were pushed beyond the 50th place. 2 months after Fong Qin and Ouyang Hong entered the snow-white space. One day, not long after Ouyang Qing came out of the Creation Realm Experts cave residence, she met Lu Kuang. Ever since Lu Kuang lost his demon core to the 3, he went into closed-door cultivation. Fortunately, Lu Kuang had succeeded not long ago. He took the third step, and his aura was very powerful. He led the Flamewing Palace into the Prodigy area, wanting to break through the score monument. Unexpectedly, he met Ouyang Qing. "It's you." When enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. Lu Kuang was even more furious when he thought of the humiliation. Without saying a word, he directly attacked Ouyang Qing. Bien Dao and the others also joined the battle, besieging Ouyang Qing. After taking the third step, Lu Kuang's strength was even more powerful. Soon, Lu Kuang completely gained the upper hand. Go to hell! Lu Kuang's body was surrounded by a vast aura. He used his killer move, and his body was full of murderous intent. Not good. Ouyang Qing was no match for Lu Kuang and wanted to escape. Trying to escape? Lu Kuang hit Ouyang Qing with his full strength. Ouyang Qing spat out blood, and her pretty face was extremely pale. It was obvious that she was injured. "You can't keep me here," Ouyang Qing said in a deep voice. Unknowingly, a talisman appeared in her hand. The talisman contained a terrifying aura. It was a life-saving talisman that her grandfather left for her. She could only use it when her life was in danger. But now, she felt that she was in danger. "I, Lu Kuang, once swore that if I don't kill the 3 of you, I'm not human." Lu Kuang ignored Ouyang Qing and attacked with all his strength. Seeing this, Ouyang Qing activated the talisman. Rumble! A powerful aura rushed out of the talisman. Lu Kuang felt the aura of a heavenly body tier elite. His expression changed drastically, and his figure flashed continuously. How is this possible? Lu Kuang felt scared. How could this woman have such a precious treasure in her hands? Lu Kuang's heart was beating, full of fear. As long as he was hit by this powerful attack, he would definitely die. In the panic, Lu Kuang saw Bien Dao behind him, then grabbed Bien Dao and threw him in front of the terrifying power. Kacha! Bien Dao didn't even have time to speak before his body was blown apart by the terrifying power. He didn't even have time to scream before he died, instantly. Seeing this scene, the people of the Dallas Palace were terrified and retreated. Although the terrifying attack in the sky weakened a lot, there was still a portion that bombarded over. Go! Lu Kuang ignored everything and grabbed the ordinary disciples of the Dallas Palace and threw them in front of the terrifying power. In a short while, 15 disciples of the Dallas Palace had died. The power in the talisman was only exhausted when the 16th person died. The remaining disciples of the Dallas Palace directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The murderous aura on Lu Kuang's body was very strong. He looked around, but there was no trace of Ouyang-Qing. No matter where you escape to, I will kill you, Lu Kuang roared. Fang Qin, who was in the snow-white space, didn't know anything about the outside world. He was racking his brain. It had been 2 months, and he had no clue at all, making him very impatient. The little mouse at the side was very bored and used its little paws to play in the snow. In an instant, Fang Qin had a flash of inspiration. His mind shook, and he was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 1162. It had been more than 2 months. Fang Qin had been looking for snow beasts, but he had not made any progress. Little Mouse, on the other hand, was very bored and depressed. Today, its small body was rolling around in the snow, its little claws constantly playing with the snowflakes on the ground. From time to time, it would build a snowman, having a lot of fun. However, Fang Qin saw this scene and had a flash of inspiration. He had a bold idea in his mind. Could this be a snow beast? Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat, and his face was filled with excitement. To be exact, Little Mouse was not building a snowman, but a snowflake-type monster. If it was as Fang Qin guessed, then things would be much simpler. But I clearly remember the housekeeper saying that snow beasts are very well hidden. If we encounter them, we must not harm them. Fang Qin was a little uncertain. If the housekeeper said so, then the snow beast must be a living creature. Then, his guess could not be established. Fang Qin racked his brains. On the other hand, Ouyang was still looking for snow beasts everywhere. There was only 1 month left. If they could not find any snow beasts, they would fail the 5th checkpoint. This meant that their efforts over the past few months would be in vain. Ouyang was not willing to give up. He was desperately searching. After about 3 days, Fang Qin finally stopped struggling in his heart. Instead of searching aimlessly for snow beasts, he might as well experiment according to his inner thoughts. What if he succeeded? Thinking of this, Fang Qin called Little Mouse and told it his inner thoughts. Little Mouse also felt that it was a little unbelievable, but it still tried its best to help its boss build snow beasts. When it was snowing on Earth, Fang Qin often built snowmen. Now he was building snow beasts with ease. He just changed the appearance of the snowman to that of a monster. In a short while, a snow beast was built. Fang Qin looked at the snow beast. It was so lifelike, as if it was real. At this moment, a trembling voice sounded in his mind. Collect 1 snow beast. Hearing this, Fang Qin's heart trembled and his face was filled with ecstasy. Is that really the case? At this moment, Fang Qin could finally confirm that the 5th level was actually a test of intelligence. I can't believe this blessed realm expert actually came up with such a plan. Fang Qin could not help but shake his head. Any martial artist who entered the snow-white space would think of how dangerous it would be. Who would have thought that the so-called snow beast did not exist at all? Even if they searched the entire snow-white space, they would not be able to find it. Fang Qin felt like laughing when he thought of what the butler had told him. Come to think of it, the butler had deliberately misled him. Now that he had confirmed that his train of thought was correct, he decided to go with the flow. In that case, he would continue to accumulate snow beasts. After half a day, the 30 snow beasts were piled up. Dong within the snow-white space, there was a tremor. Following it, several ancient voices echoed in the rift. In an instant, the snowflakes on the ground disappeared. The snow-white space instantly changed. Ouyang, who was searching for snow beasts, felt his heart sink. He immediately said, "Did Brother Shui complete the task?" Just as Ouyang was deep in thought, he felt a strong pulling force. Then he left the snow-white space uncontrollably. Dong the snow-white space closed. Fong Chen and Ouyang appeared beside the butler. The butler looked at Fong Chen with a smile. After waiting for so many years, he finally found a suitable successor. He was very happy. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to find his master. Sanguinati, congratulations on completing the 5th level. The butler could not contain his excitement. Ouyang was also very happy for Sanguinati, even though he did not complete the task. Fong Chen scratched his head and chuckled. He was really lucky to pass the 5th level. Ouyang was a little curious. How did Sanguinati find snow beasts? For 2 whole months, he did not find any snow beasts. Butler, why didn't I find any snow beasts? Ouyang voiced his doubts. The butler chuckled and immediately explained, "Actually, the 5th level is a test of intelligence. It has nothing to do with anything else. There are no snow beasts in the snow-white space. The so-called test is to let you imagine." The butler continued, "Sanguinati not only has great potential, but his intelligence is also monstrous. He thought of using the snowflakes in the snow-white space to gather snow beasts, and thus completed the task. It's that simple." After hearing the butler's words, Ouyang asked in shock. "It's that simple," the butler replied with certainty. Ouyang could not even lie. He was full of helplessness. He actually did not think of such a simple thing. He looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of respect. "Brother Shui, good job." Ouyang did not care that he did not receive the inheritance of a creation realm expert. After congratulating Sanguinati, he was sent back to the cave residence by the butler. Even if he did not complete the task, he could still receive other benefits. In the end, only Fong Chen and the butler were left. "From now on, you are my master's 29th disciple," the butler said in a deep voice. Fong Chen nodded and did not speak. "Master's first 28 disciples have all died. I hope you can live well." The butler continued, "Master is very powerful and has great skills. He specializes in the wind and thunder Dao and is also a powerful array master." Specializes in the wind and thunder Dao. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this creation realm expert to be array master. It seemed that the arrays that he encountered when he passed the level were the work of this person. "Let's go. I will take you to receive the inheritance," the butler said. Then, the butler brought Fong Chen to a mountain peak. There was a statue at the top of the mountain. This was the statue of the creation realm expert. Even though he had fallen a long time ago, the creation realm expert was still alive. Although he had died a long time ago, the statue still contained a powerful power. "Kneel down and kowtow," the butler said. Fong Chen knelt down in front of the statue and kowtowed 3 times. Suddenly, the statue shone with light and a shocking aura shot into the sky. In the next moment, the statue opened its eyes. The left hand of the statue opened and a book slowly fell in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen stretched out his hand and took the book. Then, the light around the statue dissipated. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the statue. "This is my master's inheritance. Cultivate well. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me." The butler seemed to be a little weak and disappeared after speaking. Fong Chen sat cross-legged and opened the book in his hand to read. This creation realm expert was called the Wind and Thunder Dao Ancestor. He had great achievements in the Wind and Thunder Dao. In a short while, Fong Chen finished reading the book. This book recorded the Wind and Thunder Dao Ancestor's understanding of the Wind and Thunder Dao, as well as his lifelong skills. Of course, the second half of the book recorded the Array Dao. Chapter 1163. The Dao of Array Formations was incomparably vast. Want to have some accomplishments? One must improve through continuously setting up array formations. Fortunately, Fang Chen's foundation was not weak. Before coming to the outer realm, he already preliminarily reached the realm of Divine Master. And now, after looking at Tao Ancestor Wind, Thunder's inheritance, he was immediately enlightened. In just 3 days' time, Fang Chen was able to casually set up a rank 1 spirit array. This kind of improvement, if it was known by outsiders, they would probably be extremely shocked. In the following time, Fang Chen continuously set up array formations and deduced array formations. At the same time, he was also learning the knowledge of the Tao of array formations. Time passed bit by bit. In a blink, more than 20 days passed. There was still more than a month's time from the end of the hunting war. Fang Chen's array formation inheritance was finally accepted completely. At a certain moment, the latter half of the book automatically burned. At the same time, his mind was filled with the knowledge of array formations. I cultivated too much time and can only set up rank 1 spirit arrays. But the array formations inheritance is already deeply imprinted in my mind. Along with the passage of time, my array formations cultivation will gradually increase, Fang Chen said faintly. Although array formations cultivation did not directly leap to 3-star like artifact refinement cultivation, Fang Chen was also very satisfied. After accepting the array formations inheritance, Fang Chen started working on the Wind Thunder inheritance. The Wind Thunder inheritance was actually the combination of the Tao of Wind and Tao of Lightning. After finishing reading the book, Fang Chen was endlessly shocked in his heart. True intents could actually fuse. This was beyond his expectations. Tao Ancestor Wind Thunder was well deserving of being a prodigy. Forcefully relying on his own efforts, he fused the true intent of wind and true intent of lightning together. Originally, the true intent of wind and true intent of lightning were just initial level true intents. But the true intent of wind thunder formed after fusing actually rose to the level of high-level true intent. Fang Chen stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape. This Tao Ancestor Wind Thunder was really a prodigy, more monstrous than any martial artist that he had seen before. In the book, Tao Ancestor Wind Thunder also explained, accepting the inheritance at most, it was accepting his lifetime's ultimate art. But wanting to fully comprehend the true intent of Wind Thunder was very difficult, and his lifetime's absolute art was based on the true intent of wind and lightning. Only then could it erupt with the strongest power. In the end, Fang Chen gave up on accepting the inheritance. The reason for that was because he had been here for a very long time. Calculating the time, there was not much time left until the end of the hunting war. I'll accept the legacy of Tao Ancestor Thunderwind after I leave this place. Now he wanted to leave this place. Originally, he was not qualified to fight for first place. However, the current him had already entered the first tier and was completely qualified to compete for first place. Senior housekeeper. Fang Chen found the butler and told him his thoughts. The latter's body had already faded to the extreme, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Don't disgrace the name of Tao Ancestor Wind Thunder. As soon as the words left the housekeeper's mouth, his body began to dissipate. At the same time, Fang Chen was also sent out of the cave residence. Whoosh, after a few months, he finally returned to the ancient hunting battlefield. Fang Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. There's not much time left until the end of the hunting war. All the top geniuses should have already gathered in the genius area. Fang Chen muttered to himself, and then quickly headed to the place where the score monument was. Without even thinking, he knew that all the top geniuses must have already gathered in front of the score monument. At the same time, Ouyang Hong found a sister, Ouyang Qing. The latter was in a sorry state, covered in blood, and her aura was weak. "Sister, what's going on?" Ouyang Hong was full of anger and asked in a deep voice. "Dallas Palace, Lu Kuang," Ouyang Qing whispered. "Dallas Palace." Ouyang took out some elixirs from his bosom and fed them to his sister. After a while, his sister's complexion improved a lot. Ouyang began to take revenge behind his sister's back. "Sister, don't worry. I will definitely make Dallas Palace pay the price." 3 days later, Ouyang encountered the disciples of Dallas Palace. "It's them." The disciples of Dallas Palace also discovered Ouyang and began to encircle him. "Kill!" Ouyang had never been so furious before. He put Ouyang aside and exploded with his full strength. Crack! Every time Ouyang unleashed a punch, someone would definitely die under his fist. He was like a god of death, killing the disciples of Dallas Palace with each punch. Demon. The disciples of Dallas Palace didn't dare to resist at all. They all retreated, wanting to escape. However, how could Ouyang give them a chance? Bang! Bang! After killing all the disciples, Ouyang said in a deep voice, "This is only the beginning." Then he carried his sister on his back and continued forward. In just a few days' time, a shocking piece of news was spread among the geniuses. The rogue cultivator Ouyang was crazily killing the disciples of Dallas Palace. After hearing this news, Lu Kuang personally led a team to Ouyang to encircle him. 3 days later, Lu Kuang finally found Ouyang. They had an earth-shattering battle, and the final result was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, everyone remembered the name Ouyang. Although Lu Kuang took the third step, he was still killed by Ouyang after a fierce battle. Yes, he was killed. Ouyang was too angry. After killing Lu Kuang, he slaughtered all the disciples of Dallas Palace. From this day onwards, all the disciples of Dallas Palace in the ancient hunting battlefield died. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. All the martial artists were shocked. Ouyang killing intent was too strong. He actually slaughtered the disciples of an entire sect. However, Ouyang didn't care about how everyone was talking about him. Fang Qin also heard the news while he was hurrying on his way. Dallas Palace. He didn't expect that while he and Ouyang were fighting, Lu Kuang actually led the disciples of Dallas Palace to encircle Ouyang and almost killed her. He supported Ouyang actions. Lu Kuang was obviously a sinister person. However, just as Fang Qin was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of battle ahead. He immediately spread out his soul and found the people fighting. Pale View Palace and Flamewing Palace. Fang Qin jumped onto a towering tree and secretly observed the battle. There were disciples of the two sects standing around. On the battlefield, one of them was Convulsive Fire of Flamewing Palace. Fang Qin had never seen the other person before, but after thinking for a while, he guessed her identity. This woman should be the peerless genius of Pillview Palace, Han Yingxue, who is second only to Dan Bixuan. Han Yingxue's martial cultivation wasn't strong. She had only taken the first step. Her most important achievement was in alchemy. It was said that she was a 3-star alchemist. In the battle, Han Yingxue was suppressed by Convulsive Fire. "Han Yingxue, you're not my match," said Convulsive Fire as he fought. "You want to steal my demon core?" "Dream on," said Han Yingxue angrily. Hearing this, Fang Qin knew that Hu Jing was a dog that couldn't change its habit. He wanted to snatch Han Yingxue's demonic core. Han Yingxue was being suppressed and was about to lose. Fang Qin sighed. "I've met that little pill king Dan Bixuan once before." With that, Fang Qin jumped to the center of the battlefield with a whoosh. "It's you!" Fang Qin's appearance interrupted the battle. Convulsive Fire was furious when he saw Fang Qin. "The grand genius of Flaming Palace is actually willing to destroy a flower," mocked Fang Qin. "Brat, you still dare to appear? Do you believe that Senior Brother Fire Mania won't kill you in minutes?" said Convulsive Fire coldly. Han Yingxue's eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Qin in confusion. "I have some friendship with the little pill king, Dan Bixuan. I can't just watch as you bully a disciple of Pillview Palace," said Fang Qin. So please scram. Convulsive Fire was furious. Brett, you're courting death. Convulsive Fire was enraged by Fang Chen's humiliation and directly attacked. However, he was defeated by Fang Chen in a single exchange. Too weak. I don't even want to kill you, said Fang Chen. Convulsive Fire turned pale with fright and fled in panic. After the crisis was averted, Han Shui walked to Fang Chen with a smile on her face. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you for saving me." "It's nothing," said Fang Chen. "The genius area hasn't been peaceful recently. Why aren't you with Dan Bixuan?" Sister Xian went to the score tablet first. "She told us to come later," said Han Shui. Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that Dan Bixuan had gone to the score tablet early. Chapter 1164. Fang Chen and the Pale View Temple team headed for the mountain where the score monument was located. The center of the Prodigy area was a vast wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds. Normally, the wasteland would be filled with level 12 demonic beasts. But now, there was a huge crowd of people from the younger generation of the various sects that had gathered here. They raised their heads and looked at the towering mountain in the wasteland. There was a tall stone monument at the top of the mountain. It was the Score Monument. The Score Monument emitted a bright light with the names of 100 geniuses on it. Anyone who could make it onto the Score Monument was a genius of Tongtian Island. However, everyone's eyes were on the top 10. This was because in this hunting war, only those who entered the top 10 would be able to obtain generous rewards. If one could get first place, they would receive a spot to enter the Tongtian Sacred Pool. Everyone in the wasteland wanted to climb the mountain, but they were not qualified. Only the geniuses in the first tier were qualified to climb the mountain. The names on the Score Monument were changing all the time. Suddenly, the Score Monument flickered. Then, Lu Kuang's name from the Taoist temple disappeared from the Score Monument. This scene caused an uproar. Look, Lu Kuang's name disappeared. What's going on? Did someone steal Lu Kuang's demonic core? It must be the geniuses in the first tier. But soon, another piece of news came. Lu Kuang of the Taoist temple had been killed by the rogue cultivator Ouyinghong in anger. Together with all the other Taoist temple martial artists, they had all died in the ancient hunting war. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Suddenly, all the sect disciples in the wasteland were shocked. Heavens, Lu Kuang was killed by Ouyinghong. Who is Ouyinghong? Isn't he afraid of the Taoist temple's revenge? Even someone as strong as Lu Kuang was killed by Ouyinghong. Has he entered the first tier? On the wasteland, many martial artists were shocked and guessing at Ouyinghong's identity. Why did he ignore the Taoist palace and kill Lu Kuang? When the crowd below heard this news, they were all shocked. However, on the mountain peak, the geniuses in the first group were expressionless in front of the Score Monument. In front of the Score Monument, Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin stand quietly, looking at the top of the Score Monument. On the right side of the Score Monument was Dan Bixuan, and on the left side was Ice Madman's disciple Han Feng, as well as Leisure Cloud Star Lord's disciple Hua Yunshu. Qin Kong Lu was also there. The top geniuses recognized by everyone are Xia Ao, Xia Ningqin, Fire Mania, Dan Bixuan, Yang Cheng, Qin Kong Lu, Han Feng, and Hua Yunshu. Originally, there was still Lu Kuang, but he was killed by Ouyinghong. The geniuses of the first tier were firmly in the top 10 of the Score Monument. They were all preparing for the final battle. A few days later, Fang Chen, Han Shui, and the others arrived at the wasteland. "So many people," Fang Chen exclaimed. "All the young geniuses have gathered here. The final battle is about to begin," Han Shui said. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He looked at the geniuses of the first tier standing in front of the Score Monument. The final battle. The ranking of the hunting war is based on the Score Monument. However, everyone knows that the number of demonic cores is the deciding factor in the ranking. Therefore, when the hunting war is about to end, There will be an unprecedented chaotic battle. It will be very cruel, Han Ingshui said. Many geniuses who thought they were strong could only snatch the demonic cores from other warriors if they wanted to move up the ranking. Once they didn't, a battle would break out. In fact, the most terrifying thing was the top 10. Every genius of the first tier wanted to be first. Therefore, their battles would be even more intense. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Han Ingshui, Fire Mania of the Flaming Palace arrived. His body was full of flames, and his aura was very domineering. He landed on the wasteland and looked around. When he saw Sanguinati, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "You're Sanguinati," said Fire Mania. His words were filled with killing intent. "I am." Fang Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. "You snatched the convulsive fire's demonic core, and you still dare to appear here?" Fire Mania was extremely arrogant. Everyone shook their heads. They were all worried for Sanguinati. Fire Mania was famous for being protective. If someone offended Fire Mania, they would definitely be heavily injured or even killed. "When you snatch from others, you should be prepared to be snatched from by others," said Fang Chen sharply. "Ha ha ha! When you snatched the convulsive fire's demonic core, were you prepared to be snatched back by me, Fire Mania?" laughed Fire Mania. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Fire Mania. The latter's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Fire Mania, Sanguinati, and my Pill Jinghal have some relations. Why don't we just let this matter rest?" said Han Ingshui. Sanguinati had once saved her from convulsive fire. At this time she needed to speak up. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to tell me what to do." Fire Mania's fiery temper instantly exploded as he cursed. Before coming here, Sanguinati even spared convulsive fire's life. Han Ingshui's expression changed slightly as she continued. Hearing this, Hukuang was clearly surprised. He didn't believe that this piece of trash in front of him could defeat convulsive fire. "No matter what, I'm going to kill him today." The flames around Fire Mania's body instantly spread. He had made his move. In the wilderness, all the martial artists stared at Fire Mania with burning eyes. The geniuses of the first group had made their move to deal with Sanguinati. Would the latter be able to withstand it? Han Ingshui still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "If he wants to kill me, he'll have to pay the price." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he activated his perfect sword body. Boom! The Emperor's sword chi instantly enveloped his body. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a sword cry as if it was responding to its master's attack. The aura of a Heaven Star border stage 7 shot up into the sky. The second level of the heavenly ceiling art was directly displayed. Vast sword chi appeared in the sky. The sword chi condensed into streaks of sword chi at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword chi quickly formed a sword net. "Go!" Fang Chen roared as the hidden star sword in his hand spun rapidly. The sword net in the sky directly covered Fire Mania. "You're courting death." Fire Mania saw this and sneered. His fists were filled with intense flames and instantly blasted out. Dong! Huo Kuang's fists fiercely collided with the net of swords, causing a deafening explosion. Crack! The intense flames on Fire Mania's fists drilled into the sword net and burned it from the inside. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the sword net was burned by the flames. At this time, the power of Fire Mania's fists had weakened a lot. However, he still rushed towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fire Mania's fists hit Fang Chen's body. The latter's body was instantly repelled, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. Fire Mania saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Who are you?" Kuang Hu could sense that Fang Chen's body was very strong. He was actually able to block his punch. He originally thought that Sanguinati wouldn't be a match for Fire Mania, but now it seemed that Sanguinati was very strong. Han Ing Shui heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the score monument. Sister Xian, before we came here, Sanguinati saved our lives. Han Ing Shui told Dan Bai Xian about this matter. Dan Bai Xian's eyes flickered when she heard this. She paid attention to Sanguinati and didn't make a move. On the other hand, Yang Cheng couldn't sit still anymore. A first-tier genius actually lowered himself to bully a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. What a joke! When Yang Cheng saw Huo Kuang attacking Fang Qin, his heart was filled with rage and he wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Xiao Ao. Is the Black Heaven sect going to bully him with numbers? Xiao Ao said. His face was full of disdain. It was as if he looked down on Yang Cheng. Xiao Ao, the matter between the Black Heaven sect and the Flamewing Palace has nothing to do with you. Yang Cheng said in a deep voice, I just don't like the Black Heaven sect. So what? Come and hit me if you can. Xiao Ao said. Yang Cheng snorted coldly when he heard this. He flung his sleeves and stopped talking. He couldn't do anything to Xiao Ao. Chapter 1165. Xiao Ao spoke out, not allowing Yang Cheng to act. As for Dan Bai Xian, she was thinking that if Sanguinati's life was in danger, she should act to stop him. After all, she had met Sanguinati once before. Afterwards, Sanguinati had saved Han Ing Shui before. Logically and emotionally, she should act. Xiao Ao, it is wrong for Fire Mania to act against Sanguinati. Dan Bai Xian spoke out. Hearing Dan Bai Xian speak up for Sanguinati, Yang Cheng was slightly astonished. Xiao Ao glanced at Dan Bai Xian indifferently and did not speak. Xia Ningqin, who was by the side, spoke out. Dan Bai Xian, be a little pill monarch of the Pill Jing Hall and don't meddle in other people's business. Xia Ningqin was as beautiful as Dan Bai Xian and was also a heaven's pride of the Xia clan. Her strength was above Dan Bai Xian's. When women stood together, they would always compare themselves to each other. Xia Ningqin might be arrogant, but seeing Dan Bai Xian's beauty stealing her limelight, she felt unhappy. She targeted Dan Bai Xian in every way. Originally, she did not intend to interfere in this matter, but after hearing Dan Bai Xian's words, she directly retaliated. Hearing this, Dan Bai Xian frowned slightly and did not speak. On the wasteland below, the battle between Fang Qin and Fire Mania was getting more and more intense. Fang Qin, who was at the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, combined with the 2nd level of the mysterious heaven sealing art, was comparable to a 3rd step cultivator. With Fire Mania strength, it was impossible for him to defeat him. How is this possible? The more intense the battle, the more shocked Fire Mania was. This person's cultivation was clearly only at the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. So how could he fight with him for such a long time? Fire Dragon shocking air fist. Fire Mania, who was in the midst of the intense battle, found an opportunity to roar and display one of the absolute arts of the Flamewing Palace. The Fire Dragon shocking air fist was extremely powerful, and with the addition of Fire Mania's true meaning of fire, its power increased exponentially. Originally, Fire Mania didn't want to go all out. He believed that even if he held back, it would be enough to kill Sanguinati. However, reality proved that he was wrong. Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his imagination. The many onlooking cultivators around the wasteland were shocked. Sanguinati's strength is too strong. To be able to fight Fire Mania to this extent, it's enough for him to be in the 1st tier. That's right. Sanguinati is only at Heaven Star Border Stage 7, and he's able to fight Fire Mania. He's really powerful. If they were in the same realm, even that Heaven's chosen Xiao Ao of the Xia clan would not be Sanguinati's opponent. Sanguinati, the undisputed #1 expert in the same realm. As the battle progressed, the disciples of the various sects were discussing Sanguinati. Some cultivators even began to worship Sanguinati. With Heaven Star Border Stage 7, he was able to fight against Fire Mania, who was in the 3rd step. On the battlefield, Fire Mania's fists waved out in an instant. Suddenly, there were 99 fist shadows in the sky. Each fist shadow was condensed by the true meaning of fire and was very fierce. Let's end it. Fire Mania roared and controlled the 99 fist shadows to blast at Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face gradually became dignified. He did not hesitate to display the second layer of the mysterious sky sealing technique. After the sword net hit the 99 fist shadows, it was instantly shattered. However, after this interception, half of the 99 fist shadows were also destroyed, leaving more than 50 fist shadows. It's enough to kill you. Fire Mania was very confident in his fire dragon shocking air fist. Even a martial artist who was in the third step would not dare to face his fist shadows head-on. If a mere Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist was hit by his fist shadows, he would definitely die. A wild smile appeared on Fire Mania's face. It was as if he could already see Sanguinati dying under his fist shadows. This is the consequence of offending the Flamewing Palace. Fire Mania laughed. 5 Lightning Calamity Technique. At the most crucial moment, Fong Chen displayed the first layer of the 5 Lightning Calamity Technique. Rumble, the soul of a late-stage blue-level martial artist, instantly condensed into lightning and blasted at the 50 fist shadows. Crack. What kind of secret technique is this? The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Even the first group of cultivators at the peak of the mountain were shocked. What a brilliant soul attack secret technique, Han Feng said softly. Hua Yunqiu also nodded in approval of Sanguinati. This soul attack secret technique came from a Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Hua Yunqiu said. Yang Cheng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With Sanguinati's current strength, even if he couldn't defeat Fire Mania, it was enough to save his life. Dan Bixuan also nodded slightly. Sanguinati was much stronger than when she first met him. Crack! After the thunder and lightning rushed into the more than 50 fist shadows, the fist shadows instantly exploded. Die! Fire Mania increased the strength of his fist shadows. Flames surrounded his body as he destroyed the lightning with absolute strength. At this moment, there were only 9 fist shadows left in the sky. Fire Mania took a deep breath and stared at Sanguinati with a serious expression. This kid's potential is too strong. I must kill him. Fire Mania's heart was filled with murderous intent. He had cultivated the fire dragon shocking air fist to the perfection stage and could only release 99 fist shadows at once. However, Sanguinati had used his own strength to dissolve 99 fist shadows. Only 9 fist shadows were left. If his cultivation was higher, Yang Cheng wouldn't be his opponent. I can't let this tiger return to the mountain. Thinking of this, Fire Mania's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the 9 fist shadows. Flames surrounded his body and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Merge. Hu Kuang let out a low roar as he spread open his hands. 9 flaming fist shadows instantly gathered together. He was merging the 9 fist shadows. In the blink of an eye, the 9 fist shadows merged into one fiery fist shadow. Within this fist shadow, there was a vast aura. It was extremely powerful. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Was Fire Mania going to kill him? Even the other first-tier geniuses wouldn't dare to take such a powerful attack head-on. Sanguinati, let's see how you block my final attack. Standing in the sky and looking down at Sanguinati, the terrifying fiery fist shadow suddenly blasted down. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt his scalp go numb. This fist shadow was so powerful that even his golden heart was beating rapidly. This was a sign that the golden heart had sensed danger. Do I have to use the star-killing arrow? Fong Chen stared at the fist shadow that swooped down and prepared to take out the star-killing arrow. However, at that instant, a petite figure suddenly dashed out from the crowd. How dare you attack my boss? Have you asked for Grandpa Mouse's permission? Little Mouse had been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Now the time was finally ripe. Roar! His innate ability, extreme piercing, was displayed. A rich purple luster condensed into a purple spear. The purple spear carried a terrifying, penetrating power and pierced towards the fiery fist shadow. Insignificant skill. Fire Mania sneered and said disdainfully. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden cracking sound. The fiery fist shadow was actually pierced by the purple spear. What? Shocked voices sounded from the surroundings. Even the geniuses of the first echelon on the mountain peak were shocked. What a powerful, penetrating power! What kind of innate ability is this? This kind of penetrating power is too strong, right? I've underestimated this child. He actually has such a spiritual pet. Xiao's gaze landed on Little Mouse as she said softly. With his insight, how could he not see that Little Mouse was extraordinary? Just this innate ability alone was enough to make him look at it in a new light. If I had such a spiritual pet, even heavenly body tier elites would dare to challenge it. Xiao's eyes burned, and a thought appeared in his mind. Below on the battlefield, Little Mouse's extreme piercing pierced through the fiery fist shadow. Instantly, the fist shadow exploded, and flames soared into the sky. Immediately afterward, Little Mouse used its innate ability, Engulf. The terrifying suction directly swept up the flames in the sky and swallowed them into its mouth. Dong! Fire Mania was sent flying by the recoil and stabilized his body with great difficulty. Voila! Little Mouse retracted its innate ability, and the sky returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Grandpa Mouse is right here. If you have any ideas about my boss, you'll have to pass through Grandpa Mouse first. Little Mouse was very domineering. It placed its paws on its waist and spoke loudly. On the wasteland, everyone was completely shocked. They stared blankly at Little Mouse. Even Huo Kuang's heart was surging with shock. Chapter 1166. Someone as strong as Fire Mania had already taken the third step. He had even left Sky Pass Island a long time ago to join a sect in the Old Hua Islands. This time he had returned for the Sky Pass Divine Pool. He, Fire Mania, had come for the #1 spot. No one could snatch that spot from him, but now he had actually lost. A Heaven Star border stage 7 martial artist had actually forced him to use the Fire Dragon Shocking Air Fist. Moreover, his opponent had even destroyed 90 fist shadows, leaving only 9. This was a disgrace. The #1 genius of the Flamewing Palace had actually been forced to such an extent by Sanguinati. But this wasn't the end of the humiliation. A Little Mouse, Sanguinati's spirit pet, had continuously used its innate ability to destroy his strongest trump card and force him into a corner. Even Huo Kuang did not have the certainty of being able to firmly defeat that Little Mouse. For a moment, Fire Mania stood quietly in the wasteland, staring at the Little Mouse. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, the shocked crowd in the wasteland finally came to their senses. Boom! An uproar resounded through the wasteland. Everyone looked at the Little Mouse in disbelief. Things had gone beyond their expectations. What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? The Little Mouse placed its paws on its waist and said domineeringly, I'm talking about you. Do you believe that I won't destroy you? The Little Mouse pointed its paw at Fire Mania. Fire Mania clenched his fists as flames surrounded him. Fire Mania, was able to climb up from a weak martial artist to where I am today. Do you think that's all I have? Suddenly, Fire Mania laughed. His aura rapidly rose. Fire Mania still has a trump card. Many martial artists cried out in shock. A small box appeared in Fire Mania's hand. Fire Mania's face was filled with arrogance as he held the box. I didn't want to use it in advance, but you forced me to. Fire Mania said in a deep voice as he held the small box in his hand. In the next moment, he forcefully opened the small box. Immediately, monstrous flames surged out. The wasteland instantly turned into a sea of fire. Run! Seeing this, the martial artists of the various sects screamed and fled. Those who were too slow were burned to death on the spot. Fong Chin and Little Mouse were instantly trapped in the sea of fire. Under my scarlet flame, you will die without a burial place. On the ground, Fire Mania held the small box in his hand. Towering flames surged out continuously. This was a life-saving treasure that his master had given him before Fire Mania left the sect. This small box was made of a special material from the Old Hua Islands, and it contained a large amount of crimson fire. Scarlet, blazing fire was a very overbearing flame. Once a Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist was wrapped in the flame, he would die without a doubt. Even Heavenly Body tier elites didn't dare to face such a flame head-on. This was Fire Mania's trump card. He wanted to use it in the final battle, but now he was forced to use it by Little Mouse. At the peak of the mountain, the first group of people saw this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. As expected, every genius had their own trump card. Scarlet, blazing fire. This Fire Mania is really generous, Han Feng said. Even his master, Ice Maniac, couldn't obtain such a precious flame. Han Feng mainly cultivated the path of ice and illusion, so he had a unique sensitivity to flames. He knew better than anyone how powerful scarlet, blazing fire was. It wasn't something that Sanguinati could resist. Even I can't escape unscathed, Han Feng said softly. Sanguinati is in danger. Beside Han Feng, Hua Yunqiu frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Xia Ningqin glanced at Dan Bixuan, and then looked at Sanguinati in the sea of fire. As for Xia Ao, he frowned slightly. He didn't care about Sanguinati's life or death. What he cared about was the Little Mouse. After Sanguinati dies, the Little Mouse will probably be heavily injured. At that time, I'll step in and save the Little Mouse. Xia Ao had a wishful thinking in his heart. Dan Bixuan was a little anxious. At this point, even she couldn't save Sanguinati. Despicable. Yang Qing flung his sleeves, his heart filled with fury. He wanted to help Sanguinati, but Xia Ao stopped him. How infuriating. In the wasteland, the Little Mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and used its innate mystical power to continuously absorb the scarlet, blazing fire. What? It's absorbing the scarlet, blazing fire? Isn't it afraid of the scarlet, blazing fire? On the mountain peak, the first group of geniuses saw this scene and were even more shocked. They were all guessing what kind of race the Little Mouse was. They had never heard of such a heaven-defying race in the mouse race. This Little Mouse was too heaven-defying. Its body could even resist the scarlet, blazing fire? While the Little Mouse was absorbing the scarlet, blazing fire, Fong Chen also made his move. Scarlet, blazing fire? If it was some other trump card, Fong Chen might be afraid. But it was the scarlet, blazing fire. He wanted to compete with Fong Chen's flames. Boom! With a thought, Fong Chen's golden heart beat rapidly, and the undying bird's blood essence instantly spread out. When the undying bird's blood essence enveloped Fong Chen's body, the surrounding scarlet, blazing fire retreated. At the same time, black flames instantly gushed out from Fong Chen's body. After such a long time of evolution, the black flames already possessed many of the undying flame's abilities. In terms of power, there was a huge gap between it and the undying flame. The undying flame was the king of flames. Any flame that encountered the undying flame would be afraid. The scarlet, blazing fire was no exception. Although the black flames were not the undying flame, they contained the aura of the undying flame. Rumble, when the black flames slowly spread out, the sea of fire on the wasteland actually retreated quickly. What's going on? Fire Mania, who was in ecstasy, suddenly noticed this scene, and his expression changed drastically. His gaze fell on the black flames around Fong Chen's body. What kind of flame is that? Why does it make my heart palpitate? Fire Mania's heart sank, and he released all the scarlet, blazing fire in the small box. Then he used a unique method to control the scarlet, blazing fire and attack Fangchen. Looks like your scarlet blazing fire is only SOSO. Fangchen Nui said. Then he leaped and continuously squeezed the scarlet blazing fire. Due to the pressure of the black flames, the scarlet blazing fire kept shrinking, and the scarlet blazing fire that covered the wasteland kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet blazing fire shrank into a palm-sized ball. This small ball contained a huge amount of energy, and if it exploded, even a heavenly body tier elite would be seriously injured. Go die! Fire Mania did not care so much anymore. He forcibly controlled the scarlet blazing fire and attacked Fangchen. However, the latter's black flames strengthened again, and the blood essence of the undying bird instantly merged into the black flames. Kacha! When the scarlet blazing fire touched the black flames, it was immediately imprisoned. The small ball of scarlet blazing fire kept trembling, as if it was afraid of the black flames. Boss, let me do it. Seeing this, the little mouse was overjoyed and hurriedly used the devouring mystical power, directly swallowing the small ball of scarlet blazing fire while everyone was shocked. Give me back my scarlet blazing fire. Fire Mania was furious and roared loudly. However, what welcomed him was the black flames on Fangchen's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Fire Mania's body was touched by the black flames in a hurry, and his clothes were directly burned. What a domineering flame! Fire Mania felt a sense of lingering fear in his heart. This kind of flame was even stronger than the scarlet blazing fire. No wonder the scarlet blazing fire was afraid. Bang! Fire Mania's body flew back and finally stabilized on the ground. He was in a sorry state, and his expression was extremely serious. His trump card being broken was something that Hukuang had never expected. At the peak of the mountain, the first-tier geniuses all had different expressions. Sanguinati is too strong, Han Feng said solemnly. It won't be long before he becomes the number 1 genius of Sky Pass Island. Even the scarlet blazing fire could be blocked. This Sanguinati was too monstrous. At the side, Hua Yunshu also prostrated himself in admiration. If it were me, even if I could block the scarlet blazing fire, I would have to pay a heavy price, Hua Yunshu said. Dan Bixuan and Yang Cheng were full of smiles. They had underestimated Sanguinati's strength. Seeing the smile on Dan Bixuan's face, Xia Ningqin became even more unhappy. As for Xia Ao, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Sanguinati, thinking about something. Below, Hukuang struggled internally for a long time. In the end, he compromised. I admit defeat. Chapter 1167. To be able to make the number 1 prodigy of the Flamewing Palace, Fire Mania, admit defeat in front of so many people, one could only imagine how much he had sacrificed. With Fire Mania's fiery personality, he was not willing to admit defeat at all. However, the situation forced him to. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to give up. This was because the Blood Sword Saint and his spirit pet were too powerful when they joined forces. All this time, everyone has underestimated you, Fire Mania said as he stared at Fangchen. Your strength is enough to enter the first tier. Even some of the geniuses in the first tier are not as good as you. Hearing Fire Mania's words, Fangchen nodded slightly and said, Since I've lost, I should at least do something. Fangchen's words stunned everyone in the wasteland. However, Hukuang understood what he meant. After experiencing that battle, Hukuang's temperament had also been polished. If Sanguinati did not give up, he would most likely die here. Life was the most important thing. Without life, everything was just empty talk. What do you want? Since he had lost, he had to be prepared to lose. At this moment, Fire Mania had also accepted his fate. Even the life-saving trump card that his master had given him, Crimson Blaze, had been broken. What else could he rely on? At this moment, Hukuang recalled the words that his master had warned him before he left. Once Crimson Blaze was broken, immediately admit defeat. This was his master's teaching. He did not want to die here. Hand over your demon core, Fong Qin said indifferently. Hearing this, Fire Mania's aura suddenly surged. Then, Fire Mania's expression kept changing. Finally, the aura around him gradually subsided. This time I admit defeat. Fire Mania waved his hand and removed the ownership of the interspatial ring. He threw it to Sanguinati. Fong Qin took the interspatial ring and transferred the demon core inside into his own interspatial ring. Instantly, the score monument shone brightly. Sanguinati's name shot up from the top 50 to the top 10 like a rocket. In the end, Sanguinati's name stopped at the 6th place. 6th place Sanguinati. Fire Mania, who was originally number 6, had disappeared from the score monument. Regarding this, Fire Mania was already indifferent. When he lost to Sanguinati, it proved that he had no hope of getting 1st place. To Fire Mania, other than 1st place, the rest of the rankings were the same. He didn't care. Fire Mania didn't care even if he had to leave the score monument. Fire Mania cupped his fists towards Fong Qin before leaping to the top of the mountain. Even though he had lost to Sanguinati, he was destined not to be able to fight for 1st place. However, Fire Mania's goal was to spar with many prodigies. Even though Fire Mania had lost to Sanguinati, no one in the 1st tier mocked Fire Mania. With his strength, he was fully qualified to be in the 1st tier. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Qin put away the black flames around him and walked towards the top of the mountain with the little mouse. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Convulsive fire had appeared. Behind convulsive fire, Qing Yuanyu had also arrived. The geniuses in the 2nd tier had all gathered in the wilderness. Sanguinati. Convulsive fire shouted angrily as soon as he saw Sanguinati. He looked towards the top of the mountain and saw Fire Mania. Senior brother Fire Mania, quickly kill this guy, Convulsive fire shouted. He looked at Fong Qin with eyes full of murderous intent. However, when Convulsive Fire finished speaking, Fire Mania spoke. Convulsive Fire, don't embarrass yourself, Fire Mania said. Senior brother Fire Mania, Sanguinati stole so many of my demon cores. Are you going to let it go just like that? Didn't you say yourself that you were going to kill Sanguinati? Convulsive Fire asked in confusion. Everyone around looked at Convulsive Fire as if they were looking at an idiot. Even Qing Yuanyu, who had come with Convulsive Fire, quickly kept a distance from him. He knew very well that Sanguinati had a star-killing arrow. Even senior brother Qing Kong was unwilling to make an enemy out of Sanguinati. Before you came here, I had a fight with Sanguinati, Fire Mania said softly. Then why did you kill Sanguinati, senior brother? Convulsive Fire continued to ask. I lost, Fire Mania said. What senior brother? Are you kidding? Convulsive Fire kept shaking his head. He didn't believe it. Fire Mania didn't explain further. Convulsive Fire was puzzled. Convulsive Fire, do you think your life is too long? Fong Qin asked. Convulsive Fire shrank his neck and hurriedly ran to a corner. He didn't dare to shout at Sanguinati anymore. His eyes were full of complicated emotions. Was Sanguinati really that strong? Why was senior brother defeated by him? Qing Yuanyu saluted Sanguinati with his fists and then walked to the Green Spirit Sect area. Brother Blood. At this moment, Ouyang Hong's voice was heard. Fong Qin turned his head and saw Ouyang Hong carrying his sister, Ouyang Qing, quickly approaching. Is Ouyang Qing okay? Fong Qin asked worriedly. She's fine. She just needs to rest for a while, Ouyang Hong said. Fong Qin nodded. It was good that she was fine. Ouyang Hong looked around and said, It seems that all the geniuses are here. The final battle is about to begin. How long has it been since I last saw you? You already destroyed the Dallas Hall, Fong Qin joked. Ouyang Hong grinned. He didn't take this matter to heart at all. With the arrival of Ouyang Hong, all the geniuses in the 1st echelon were present. Geniuses in the 1st echelon, come to the mountain peak, Xiao said. The final battle was between the geniuses in the first echelon. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong looked at each other and walked up the mountain side by side. Whoosh! Xia Sheng appeared. I'm finally here. After entering the ancient hunting battlefield, Xia Sheng had been looking for opportunities. A year had passed, and his cultivation had improved a lot. Now he had already taken the third step. After taking the third step, his confidence was bursting. He thought that he could rush into the top 10. Xia Sheng came to the wasteland, and his gaze fell on the Black Heaven Sex area. Where's Sanguinati? Xia Sheng was very strange. Why was Sanguinati not here? Suddenly he saw Sanguinati standing quietly at the peak of the mountain. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Xia Sheng's figure flashed and arrived at the mountain peak. The aura around him surged, wanting to kill Sanguinati. Stop, Xiao shouted. Senior brother Xia. Xia Sheng was puzzled. Xiao did not explain. Xia Sheng was even more annoyed and directly vented all his anger on Fang Chen. Sanguinati, this mountain is not for you to come up. Get down and kill yourself here, Xia Sheng said arrogantly. Back then, the Xia clan sent out the younger generation with the intention of sweeping away the disciples of the 3 palaces and 2 sects. However, at the last moment, they fell into Sanguinati's trap, causing them to fail on the verge of success. At that time, Xia Sheng said that he would definitely kill Sanguinati in the hunting war. Whether I'm qualified to set foot on this mountain peak or not, it's not up to you to decide, Fang Chen said coldly. Sanguinati. Xia Sheng was furious and wanted to attack. Stop, Xiao shouted. Xiao's words were very dignified. After being shouted at by him, Xia Sheng immediately stopped talking. He looked at Xiao in confusion. However, at this time, Xiao's eyes fell on Sanguinati. Sanguinati, can you give me your pet of intelligence? I can exchange it with something of the same value, Xiao said. Suddenly, all the geniuses on the mountain peak were shocked. Immediately, they looked at Xiao thoughtfully. They did not expect that Xiao had his eyes on Sanguinati's pet of intelligence. Such a pet of intelligence was absolutely priceless. Sorry, I won't exchange it, Fang Chen refused directly. Sanguinati, I like your pet of intelligence very much. Think about it carefully and don't make any untimely decisions. Xiao was threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. You hypocrite, I don't like you. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and said disdainfully. Xiao stared at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's reply. Brother Xiao said that you can exchange it with something of the same value. Fang Chen suddenly asked. That's right, Xiao said with a smile. He felt that there was a chance. You have seen my pet of intelligence. It is very valuable. I wonder what Brother Xiao can offer, Fang Chen asked. Xiao said straightforwardly, Brother Blood, what do you want? Just tell me. I will do my best to satisfy you. Xiao directly called Sanguinati brother. Yang Cheng wanted to dissuade Sanguinati, but in the end he did not say anything. The other geniuses were waiting for the follow-up. Brother Blood's request is not high. How about your head in exchange? Ouyang Hong said. Hearing that, Xiao frowned. Ouyang Hong was strong, but Xiao did not fear him. You have no right to speak here, Xiao scolded. You. Ouyang Hong wanted to fight back, but Fang Chen stopped him. This is my brother, Fang Chen said. So, you mean there is no room for discussion? Xiao's face darkened. Fang Chen shook his head. My brother's words are a bit too much. The deal can continue, but it will depend on your sincerity. Hearing this, Xiao's expression eased a little. Name your price, Xiao said. The right to control Heaven's Passage Island. Fang Chen said word by word. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was a little surprised. You're messing with me. Xiao raged. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. I'm messing with you. Fang Chen had never thought about trading with the little mouse. You. Xia Ao immediately ordered. Xia Sheng, kill him for me. Xia Sheng had been waiting for Xia Ao's order for a long time, and he was extremely excited. His body released a terrifying aura that pressed down on Sanguinati. Sanguinati, no one will be able to protect you. Ouyang Hong placed his sister to the side and stood shoulder to shoulder with Sanguinati. You don't mind if I fight with you, right? Ouyang Hong grinned, not the slightest bit afraid. Yang Qing also stood up. Sanguinati was his heavenly profound sex disciple, so as the eldest apprentice brother, he naturally had to fight. Dan Bixuan thought for a moment, and also stood up. Only Hua Yunqiu and Han Feng remained neutral. Thank you for your kindness. Fang Qin cupped his hands towards the three of them, a smile on his face. Especially when Dan Baixian stood up, such an action was no different from offending Xia Ao. Chapter 1168. Xia Ao was eyeing the little mouse. This spirit pet was extraordinary. Even someone as proud and arrogant as Xia Ao wanted to obtain it. He'd thought that he could force Sanguinati to make a deal with him with his prestige and the Xia clan's power. However, not only had the little mouse disagreed, but even Sanguinati dared to trick him. Now, even Dan Baixian and Yangqing had stood out to support Sanguinati. Xia Ao felt that he, the number one genius, had been completely ignored by these people. His face was filled with a cold smile. Xia Xing is enough to deal with you, Xia Ao said disdainfully. The younger generation of the imperial clan was full of geniuses. He, Xia Ao, was the number one genius. On Clear Sky Island, he was invincible under the heavenly body tier. Dealing with a 7th layer Heaven Dipper tier, Cultivator wasn't worth his time. In a way, he looked down on Sanguinati. That was why he'd asked Xia Sheng to make a move. Xia Sheng had a grudge with Sanguinati and had long wanted to make a move. However, he didn't dare because of Xia Ao. Now that he'd received the order, Xia Sheng was naturally extremely excited. He took a step forward, and the aura around him surged, instantly spreading out. Fang Chen's expression was calm without any fear. He'd just defeated Fire Mania, and now he was unafraid of Xia Sheng. Fang Chen declined their good intentions and prepared to make a move himself. In fact, Fang Chen had his own plans. If they made a move together, Xia Ao probably wouldn't sit idly by. It was better for him to make a move himself, and Xia Ao wouldn't make a move. Brat, you'll die a horrible death, I promise. Xia Sheng said, word by word, anger burning in his heart. Boom! Xia Sheng made a move. The Imperials were above the 3 palaces and 2 sects and controlled the entire Tongtian Island. Not only were there many resources, but there were also many absolute arts. The moment Xia Sheng came up, he executed one of the Imperial family's lost arts, the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. The Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique was an extremely powerful secret technique. Although it was not a mid-grade secret technique, its power was comparable to a mid-grade secret technique. It must be known that on Heavenspan Island, the most powerful secret magics were mid-tier. Generally speaking, low-tier magics were enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. However, the royal family had several mid-level secret techniques. The Imperial Heavenly Ancient Art was one of them. When one cultivated the Royal Heavenly Ancient Art to the extreme, they would be able to increase their royal aura and unleash tyrannical attacks. Drink Xia Sheng bellowed, and his aura suddenly rose. His figure flickered as his hands continuously formed seals. In the sky, wisps of royal auras instantly spread across the place. Seeing this, Xia Ao nodded in satisfaction. Xia Sheng had improved a lot in the hunting war. He did not disgrace the royal family's reputation. Beside him, Xia Ningqin also said in a sweet voice, Xia Sheng's Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique has been cultivated to an extremely high level. It's more than enough to deal with Sanguinati. Although Sanguinati had just defeated Fire Mania, the 2 geniuses of the Xia clan believed that Fire Mania and Xia Sheng were not comparable. The people of the Xia clan were invincible in the same realm. In front of the score monument, Fire Mania's face was ashen, and he felt some resentment. However, he did not dare to vent it out. He stared at Xia Sheng, who was attacking, and thought to himself, "You are just SOO." At this moment, Fire Mania secretly hoped that Sanguinati could defeat Xia Sheng. If so, it meant that Xia Sheng was not stronger than him. Of course, no one paid attention to his thoughts. Seeing Xia Sheng's attack, Fang Qin used the Mysterious Heavens Sealing Technique. Xiao, the second level of the Mysterious Heavens Sealing Technique, increased its power by several times. The hidden star sword in Fang Qin's hand danced continuously. Streaks of sword light seemed to have existed since ancient times as they rapidly formed a sword net. In front of the score monument, Han Feng and Hua Yunshu nodded slightly. This sword technique should be the Mysterious Heavens Sealing Technique, the ultimate technique of the Mysterious Heaven sect. Han Feng and Hua Yunshu had two powerful masters behind them, so they naturally knew some secrets of Clear Sky Island. Moreover, it seems that he has cultivated to the second level. The Mysterious Heavens Sealing Technique had a total of 9 levels. It could allow a cultivator to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly body tier. It was rare for a Heaven Dipper realm cultivator to cultivate to the second level. Even Yang Cheng had to admit that his junior brother's potential was much stronger than his. As for strength, he was not confident that he could defeat him easily. Dan Bixuan's beautiful eyes flashed. From the first time she saw Sanguinati, she felt that he was extraordinary. Now it seemed that Sanguinati was really special. Perhaps it was the right choice for him to stand on the same side this time. Dong! The terrifying sword net enveloped Xia Sheng. At this moment, Xia Sheng's Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique came into effect. The vast aura directly collided with the sword net. Hiss! Hiss! Cracks appeared on the sword net, as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Xiao's face. "Let's end this quickly," Xiao said. Hearing this, Xia Sheng increased the power of the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. "If this is all you have, then the battle can end." Fang Qin used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. The sword net blocked Xia Sheng's Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. The lightning directly passed through the sword net and blasted toward Xia Sheng's head. "Be careful," Xia Ningqin reminded. Sanguinati's soul attack secret technique was extremely tyrannical. Even Xiao and Xia Ningqin were astonished. How did he find such a powerful soul attack secret technique? "Sanguinati, it's time for you to die." Xiao sneered. Around his soul, a very strong defense was formed. A helmet appeared on his head. The helmet instantly blocked the attack of the lightning. Crackle! When the lightning struck the helmet, a strange sound was heard. "Soul defense helmet." Seeing this, everyone cried out in shock. The Xia clan was truly generous. They actually gave Xiao a soul defense helmet. One had to know that under normal circumstances, the refinement of weapons was the simplest. Next would be the refinement of armors. And the soul defense helmet was the hardest to refine. Under normal circumstances, even a 4-star god refiner would not be able to refine a soul defense helmet. Yet, Xia Sheng was actually given such a powerful helmet by the royal clan. How are we going to fight? Han Feng and Hua Yunshu shook their heads. Sanguinati's strongest attack was blocked by Xia Sheng. How were they going to fight? Dan Baixian and Yang Cheng were somewhat worried. Ouyang Hong clenched his fists, ready to act at any moment. As long as Sanguinati was in danger, he would definitely act immediately. Truly despicable, Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. Xiao and Xia Ningqin did not care about what the others were saying. They only looked at Xia Sheng. Amen. Fang Qin was forced back. He stabilized his body and stared at Xia Sheng's helmet. "Brat, your soul attack is only SOO." Xia Sheng sneered. His helmet had blocked 8% of the attack. As for the remaining 20%, his soul could completely block it. Thus, Sanguinati's strongest 5 thunders tribulation technique did not have any effect on him. Your Grandpa Mouse is here. Don't be so arrogant. Little Mouse finally could not help but act. In a flash, he sent a soul message to Fong Qin. Then he used extreme piercing. Swoosh! The terrifying purple spear pierced toward Xia Sheng with powerful piercing power, courting death. Xia Sheng did not know the piercing power of the purple spear. He used the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Art. Crack! Without any hesitation, the purple spear pierced through the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Arts attack and pierced toward Xia Sheng's helmet. It's useless. Xia Sheng was very confident. His helmet's defense was very strong. It was impossible for it to be pierced. Pucci! However, just as Xia Sheng's voice faded, his soul shook. His soul felt a tremor, and he was shocked to find that the purple spear had actually pierced through his helmet. No! Xia Sheng shouted furiously. He punched with both his fists and directly shattered the purple spear. However, it was too late. A crack had already appeared on the helmet. Boss, it's your turn. After doing all this, Little Mouse placed his paws on his waist and laughed. Fong Qin had already understood Little Mouse's intention. When the crack appeared on the helmet, he immediately used the 5 thunders tribulation technique. Rumble! Terrifying lightning bolts instantly whizzed over. The defensive helmet had a crack and was unable to block the lightning bolt's attack. As long as Xia Sheng was hit, he would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. Xia Ao's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xia Ningqin. The latter nodded. She leaped and appeared in front of Xia Sheng. Then, she suddenly waved her small white hand. Chapter 1169. Crack! Xia Ningqin made her move and dissolved the lightning attack. However, her delicate body also took a few steps back before she could stabilize her body. Xia Ningqin, you've gone too far, Yang Cheng said in a deep voice. Is this the tradition of your Xia clan? When you're about to lose, someone else steps up, Dan Bixuan said. Ouyang Hong mocked her directly. As a member of the royal family, you actually did such a despicable thing. What a joke. Their words made Xia Ningqin very unhappy. How the Xia clan does things is not up to you. Xia Ningqin was very strong. She was the princess of the Xia clan, the apple of their eye. Ever since she was young, her every word and action would be followed by others. Even when she went to the Old Hua Islands and entered the immortal sect, she was surrounded by thousands of people. There were countless people in the younger generation who chased after her. She had been spoiled since she was young and did things without principles. Now, hearing their mockery, she was even angrier. Brother Ao. Xia Ningqin turned to look at Xia Ao and said. Xia Ao took a step forward and stared at Sanguinati. I admit that I underestimated you. Xia Sheng is not your match. Xia Ao said. However, no matter what, Xia Shengzai is still a member of the imperial family. If you want to kill him, I won't agree. Fong Qin shook his head. So the royal family can kill others at will, but others can't kill the royal family members. Fong Qin was both angry and amused. The Xia clan was truly tyrannical. If Brother Shui was at a disadvantage today, would he have been killed by Xia Sheng? Ouyang Hong jumped up and said coldly. He had his grandfather, the Black Yindao ancestor, behind him. He was not afraid of the Xia clan at all. Let's end this here, Xia Ao said. The final battle was about to begin. This was just an appetizer. Xia Sheng had lost. He was not willing to lower his status and attack Sanguinati. Although he wanted the little mouse very much, he would not do it publicly for the sake of his face. Why should it end just because you say so? Ouyang Hong wasn't having it. Your Xia clan is too domineering. If you want to fight, it's you, Xia Ao, who said so. Now that you can't win, you want to end it? I disagree. Ouyang Hong's attitude was very clear. He did not agree. Moreover, he had never had a good impression of the Xia clan. Xia Sheng, who was standing behind Xia Ao, was filled with resentment. Seeing that his defensive helmet had been shattered, he was furious. How is this possible? How can Sanguinati be so strong? Sanguinati had already become his inner demon. When he challenged the Black Heaven sect, he was tricked by Sanguinati and lost the match. At that time, he swore that he would definitely kill Sanguinati in the hunting battle. However, he was no match for Sanguinati. If Xia Ningqin hadn't saved him, he would have died. He was unwilling to accept this. If he had known this would happen, why hadn't he killed Yi Fuqian back then? Xia Sheng's heart was filled with regret. At the same time, his hatred for Sanguinati skyrocketed. Suddenly, he saw Ouyang Qing lying on the ground. Her body was weak, as if she was injured. Just at this time, he heard Ouyang Hong's arrogant voice. Immediately, he clenched his fist and made a decision. Whoosh! With lightning speed, Xia Sheng came to Ouyang Qing's side and grabbed her. Sister! When Ouyang Hong discovered it, Xia Sheng had already grabbed Ouyang Qing. Xia Sheng, you dare! Ouyang Hong was thoroughly enraged. His eyes were scarlet, and he couldn't wait to kill Xia Sheng. If the two of you kill yourselves here, I'll let this girl go. Otherwise, I'll strip her naked and throw her into the wasteland below. Xia Sheng was in a state of madness as he roared. Ouyang Hong was furious, but he restrained himself. His sister was in Xia Sheng's hands. He didn't dare to act rashly. Xia Sheng, if you still want to live, let Ouyang Qing go, Sanguinati said coldly. Xia Ao frowned, somewhat displeased. As a member of the Xia clan, when did he need to resort to such despicable means? Xia Ningqin didn't say anything. She was sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Xia Sheng, you will die a miserable death. I promise, Ouyang Hong said word by word. Ouyang Qing, who was grabbed by Xia Sheng, squeezed out a smile on her pale face. Brother, don't worry about me. Everyone present was speechless. Xia Sheng actually did such a despicable thing. The royal family has gone too far, Han Feng said. That's right. The final battle is near. Xia Sheng actually captured a girl to threaten others. What a joke, Hua Yunshu said disdainfully. As the disciple of Star Monarch Idol Cloud, he wouldn't do such a thing even if he died in battle. At this moment, Hua Yunshu and Han Feng both stood on Ouyang Hong's side. Fire Mania and Qing Konglu also had disdainful expressions. Gotcha! Hearing their mockery, Xia Sheng exerted force with his finger and instantly cut open Ouyang Qing's neck. A trace of blood flowed out. Stop! Ouyang Hong roared loudly. Xia Sheng laughed crazily, ignoring Ouyang Hong's shout. At this moment, Fong Qin grabbed Ouyang Hong and asked, Brother Ouyang Hong, do you trust me? Ouyang Hong froze, then nodded. I want to trust you. Ouyang Qing is like a sister to me. This matter started because of me. I won't let her suffer any harm, no matter who it is, Fong Qin said in a low voice. Then, Fong Qin transmitted his voice to Ouyang Hong. Brother Ouyang, when I go to save Ouyang Qing, you can stop Xia Ao. What do you think? Ouyang Hong was a little hesitant, afraid that Xia Xing would do something extreme when he made a move. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Seeing Fong Chen's determined eyes, he nodded heavily. Do it! All of a sudden, Fong Chen's body disappeared without any warning. At this moment, the 5th grade space-time true intent was pushed to the limit. Fong Chen's body instantly appeared in front of Xia Sheng. Before Xia Sheng could make a move, the flow of time accelerated. Die! The hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand suddenly pierced Xia Sheng's head. Crack! The broken helmet shattered instantly. Xia Sheng's body flew out. Fong Qin grabbed Ouyang Qing. Damn it! At this moment, Xia Ningqin and Xia Ao made a move. No matter what, Xia Sheng was also a member of the Xia clan. Sanguinati's attack on Xia Sheng had angered the Xia clan. Xia Ao, your opponent is me. Ouyang Hong saw that his sister was fine. He made a move and fought with Xia Ao. Xia Ningqin was stopped by the little mouse. You are not my opponent. Xia Ao was very proud. His attack power was very strong. However, Ouyang Hong's attack was not weak either. The two fought fiercely. In a flash, the two retreated. Stabilizing his body, Xia Ao stared at Ouyang Hong. It turned out that Ouyang Hong was the biggest dark horse. If he did not use his trump card, even he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Xianingqin was also stopped by the little mouse. Although the latter's attack power was not as strong as hers, it was very hard to deal with. The two geniuses of the Xia clan were stopped. Fang Qin handed Ouyang Qin to Dan Baixian. He let Dan Baixian protect Ouyang Qin, and he, holding the hidden star sword, walked step by step towards Xiaosheng. People like you do not deserve to live in this world. Coming to the front of Xiaosheng, Fang Qin raised the hidden star sword. Stop, Xia Ao said in a low voice. Sanguinati, do you know what you are doing? Xia Ningqin reprimanded. If you kill Xiaosheng, you will have to bear the anger of the Xia clan. The Xia clan is not something you can provoke, Xia Ao said coldly. Ouyang Hong was blocking Xia Ao and could not act. Fang Qin turned his head to look at Xia Ao and Xianingqin. Pu Qi, the hidden star sword, slashed out, directly piercing Xiaosheng's head. Xiaosheng died instantly, his soul scattered. Sanguinati, you are dead. There will be no place for you in this world. Xia Ao no longer fought with Ouyang Hong. He stood on the mountain peak and said coldly. Xianingqin, who was by the side, also looked at Sanguinati coldly. Under their eyes, Xiaosheng was killed. This was a disgrace to the royal clan. With me, Ouyang Hong, here, I would like to see how the Xia clan will kill my brother. Ouyang Hong said in a low voice. On the mountain peak, everyone looked at each other. They did not expect things to turn out like this. After killing Xiaosheng, Fang Qin took away Xiaosheng's interspatial ring. After obtaining Xiaosheng's demon nucleus, his ranking on the points monument rose again. Third place, Sanguinati. Xia Ao's face turned completely gloomy. Chapter 1170. Xia Ao was completely furious. Xiaosheng had been killed right under his nose. It was a slap in the face. As soon as Xia Ao finished his words, the aura around him suddenly increased. Ouyang Hong took the lead and stared at Xia Ao, ready to take action at any time. Fang Qin also came to Ouyang Hong and fought side by side with Ouyang Hong. Brother Shui. Ouyang Hong didn't want to get Sanguinati involved. However, Fang Qin already knew what he meant. He shook his head and said, I killed Xiaosheng with my own hands. Do you think the Xia clan will let me go? Hearing Fang Qin's words, Ouyang Hong grinned. It was a great blessing to have such a good brother in his life. You all have to die. Those who despise the Xia clan deserve to die. Xia Ao would represent the Xia clan and protect the dignity of the Xia clan. However, just as Xia Ao was about to take action, suddenly, a trembling sound resounded through the sky. The next moment, a sound spread through the ancient hunting battlefield. The final battle will begin in 2 hours. This voice contained a vast amount of power. Then the sound continued. At that time, the top 10 of the points tablet will be ranked directly. After hearing the words of the sound, everyone was shocked. According to the sound, the ranking on the points tablet was only for the top 10, because only the top 10 could get rich rewards in the ancient hunting war, and the top 10 would participate in the final battle in 2 hours. If they wanted to get the first place, they had to go through many rounds of selection. Instantly, everyone looked at each other. Humph, I'll let you live a little longer. Xia Ao snorted and didn't speak anymore. Xia Ao and Xianingqin sat cross-legged in front of the points tablet. With their points, they could definitely get into the top 10. It didn't matter whether they were the first or not. That was because as long as one was in the top 10, one would be qualified to fight for first place. Dan Baixian, Yang Cheng, Han Feng, Huayun Su, Qin Konglu, and Fang Chen were not in a hurry. Only Ouyang Hong and Fire Mania were slightly anxious. This was because his points were not in the top 10. Let's go! Fang Chen called out softly as he quickly left with Ouyang Hong. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them moved very quickly and left the wasteland in a short while. The three of us will split up, Fang Chen said. Ouyang Hong quickly nodded. With only 2 hours, it would be difficult to enter the top 10. However, Ouyang Hong also had some confidence. Level 12 beasts could be seen everywhere in the Prodigy area. At this time, Ouyang Hong no longer held back. When he encountered a level 12 demonic beast, he directly killed it with absolute strength. In a short while, Ouyang Hong killed more than a dozen level 12 demonic beasts. The little mouse was also rapidly killing level 12 demonic beasts. As for Fang Chen, he was communicating with the demon armor bug and the big guy through soul telepathy. Fang Chen used the true meaning of space and time to constantly travel through space. The big guy and the demon armor bug were also on their way. About an hour later, Fang Chen discovered that there was a flying demonic beast in the sky, descending towards him. After the flying demonic beast communicated with Fang Chen, the latter realized that the flying demonic beast was sent by the big guy. These are demonic cores. The flying demonic beast handed the spatial ring to Fang Chen. The latter opened it and was instantly shocked. Although most of the demonic cores in the spatial ring were level 10 and 11 demonic cores, the number was too large. After a rough estimation, if these demon cores were converted into points, they would be worth at least tens of millions of points. Many thanks. Fang Chen cupped his fists. The flying demonic beast completed its mission and quickly left. In a short while, the demon armor bug also came in person. The demon armor bug was very fast, even faster than ordinary flying demonic beasts. The demon armor bug brought more demonic cores, and the points reached hundreds of millions. This made Fang Chen very excited. There were actually some level 12 demonic cores in the demon armor bug's demonic cores, and countless level 11 demonic cores. Master, how is it? The demon armor bug grinned. Follow me to hunt demonic beasts, the faster the better. Now, Fang Chen had no time to explain to the demon armor bug. In the following time, Fang Chen and the demon armor bug worked together and quickly hunted level 12 demonic beasts. After more than half a year of recovery, the demon armor bug's strength had already recovered to the level of a level 12 demonic beast. As long as it was given some more time, it would definitely be able to step into the heavenly body tier again. A level 12 demon armor bug was very intimidating. Even Fang Chen felt a throb. Fortunately, his soul was strong and could firmly control the demon armor bug. When 2 hours were about to arrive, Fang Chen, the little mouse, and Ouyang Hong gathered together. How is it? Fang Chen asked. I killed more than 100, Ouyang Hong said softly. His face was a little pale and he was panting. It was obvious that he had used up too much energy. Fang Chen gave his demonic core to Ouyang Hong, and the latter injected the aura of the demonic core into the identity token. Instantly, Ouyang Hong noticed that his name kept rising on the points tablet. In the end, his name stopped at the 9th place. Phew! Ouyang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Sanguinati's demonic cores, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter the top 10. Thank you, Brother Blood. Ouyang Hong clasped his fists. Fang Chen spread his hands. He and Ouyang Hong were good brothers who had gone through life and death together. There was no need for words between them. Let's go. Fang Chen put the demon armor bug and the little mouse into his interspatial ring. Then he followed Ouyang Hong back to the wilderness. Fire Mania didn't have the same ability as Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong. He knew that it would be difficult for him to kill enough demonic beasts to enter the top 10, so he might as well go all the way. He went straight to the wilderness and robbed all the disciples from the 11th place onwards. Many disciples were tactful. Since they couldn't enter the top 10, they might as well do Fire Mania a favor. Of course, there were some disciples who would rather die than submit. There was only one outcome for such a disciple, being killed by Hukuang. The people at the top of the mountain didn't say anything about Fire Mania's actions. After all, with Fire Mania's strength, he was qualified to enter the top 10. Before the end of the 2 hours, Fire Mania finally obtained enough demonic cores to enter the top 10. This made Han Yingxue very depressed, because after Fire Mania disappeared from the score tablet, her points should have been enough to enter the top 10. But now, Fire Mania had pushed her to the 11th place. Han Yingxue really wanted to stop Hukuang's actions, but she knew her limits. She was no match for Fire Mania. At the top of the wilderness, in front of the score tablet, the 8 first-tier experts were all looking at the score tablet. The 9th place on the score tablet was originally a second-tier genius. However, just now the score tablet shone brightly. When they noticed the changes on the score monument, they were surprised to find that Yang Hong's name had appeared in the 9th place. How did he do it? Han Feng and Hua Yunxiu were very confused. How did he get so many points in 2 hours? Not only them, but the others were also confused. Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Dong! 2 hours were up. At the top of the wilderness mountain, the sound of a bell rang out. The sound of the bell rang throughout the ancient hunting battlefield, indicating that the final battle was about to begin. At this moment in the outside world, the 6 supergiants gathered at the entrance of the ancient hunting battlefield again. The bell has rung. The final battle has begun. I wonder how many people from the Flamewing Palace will enter the final battle. At least 2 people from the Daoulist Palace will definitely enter. The Daoulist Palace master still didn't know that the people of the Daoulist Palace had already been annihilated. They couldn't sense anything in the ancient hunting battlefield. Even the death of their disciples couldn't be sensed. The outside world was very excited. After the final battle ended, the rankings would be decided. At that time, the ancient hunting battlefield would open again. Whoever obtained the first place would be able to soak in the heavenly divine pool once. This was a great opportunity. Even Emperor Xia and the other heavenly body tier elites of the older generation were envious. Unfortunately, to enter the heavenly divine pool, one had to obtain the approval of the intent of the heavenly divine island. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. The first place will definitely be a disciple of the Xia clan, Emperor Xia said to himself as he stroked his beard. He was very clear about the strength of Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin. Among the younger generation of the heavenly divine island, no one was their match. Chapter 1171. It had been more than a year since the opening of the ancient hunting battlefield. Many warriors had worked hard for a year, but still failed to make it to the points tablet. However, Fire Mania and Yang Hong used less than 2 hours to squeeze into the top 10 of the points tablet. That was the difference. That was the cruelty of reality. Strength was the way of the king. No matter where one was, strength was the absolute truth. However, most of the warriors who had survived until now had gained a lot even if they did not make it to the top 10 of the points tablet. Over the past year, they had found countless opportunities to improve their cultivation. Of course, some of them had hopes of making it to the top 10. For example, some of the geniuses in the second tier. However, because of some dark horses, they were pushed out of the top 10, and some warriors even died because of it. In short, the hunting war was so cruel. When they entered the ancient hunting battlefield, there were about 10,000 warriors. Now, there were only about 1,000 warriors standing on the wilderness. In 1 year, 1,000 warriors would forever stay in the ancient hunting battlefield. The hunting war was an opportunity, but it was also a danger. Before every warrior participated in the hunting war, the higher-ups of the sect had advised them that the hunting war was very dangerous. If they were afraid, they should withdraw immediately. The bell rang 9 times, and then the mountain returned to its peaceful state. Information about the final battle appeared in everyone's mind. Yang Hong glanced at his sister, whose face was much rosier. "Sister, the final battle is about to begin. Let me send you down." Ouyang Hong said, worried that his sister would be accidentally injured. That's right. It's not safe for you to be here. Just watch us from below, Feng Qin said. Ouyang Qing nodded and said softly, You must seize the opportunity. After that, Feng Qin and Ouyang Hong sent her down. Miss Han, please take care of her for me, Feng Qin said to Han Yingxue with cupped fists. Han Yingxue immediately nodded in agreement. This was a small matter, not worth mentioning. Thank you, Ouyang Hong said. On the score tablet at the top of the mountain, 10 names were completely illuminated, while the other names dimmed and eventually disappeared from the score monument. The first is Xia Ao, the second is Xia Ningqin, the third is Sanguinati, the fourth is Dan Bishuan, the fifth is Hua Yinqiu, the sixth is Yang Cheng, the seventh is Han Feng, the eighth is Qin Konglu, the ninth is Ouyang Hong, and the 10th is Fire Mania. This was the ranking of the 10 martial artists on the score monument. Regardless of the outcome of the final battle, they would be able to obtain the top 10 rewards. After all, the rewards for the top 10 were also extremely generous. It was a top-notch, mid-grade secret technique and a large amount of resources. The rules of the final battle had long been imprinted in their minds. An elimination system was implemented. 2 against 1, the loser would be eliminated, and the winner would advance to the next round until the top 3, or even the champion, were decided. In the first round of the competition, the one with the highest score would fight against the one with the 10th. In other words, the first match was between Xia Ao and Fire Mania. The crowd dispersed, and Fire Mania and Xia Ao stood in the middle. You are no match for me, Xia Ao said. Even if I am not, I still have to fight. After being defeated by Feng Qin, Fire Mania had become indifferent to the ranking. He came here only to fight with experts. Then let's fight. As soon as Xia Ao finished his words, he performed a fierce and overbearing attack. Huo Kuang made the first move and displayed the Fire Dragon's shocking air fist. Fire Mania shouted and performed Fire Dragon's shocking air fist with full strength. In the sky, 99 flaming fist shadows instantly spread out. However, an unexpected scene happened. After the 99 fist shadows appeared, an even more dazzling flaming fist shadow suddenly rose into the sky and suspended above the 99 fist shadows. The power contained in this flaming fist shadow was too strong. This is the ultimate form of Fire Dragon's shocking air fist. Dan Baixian said in surprise. The strongest form of Fire Dragon's shocking air fist was only 99 fist shadows. She didn't expect Fire Mania to condense the 100th fist shadow. In the previous battle with Sanguinati, I learned something about Fire Dragon's shocking air fist. This is the ultimate form of Fire Dragon's shocking air fist. Fire Mania jumped on top of the flaming fist shadow and said loudly. As he spoke, the 100 flaming fist shadows, carrying a powerful force, whistled over. It's useless. From the beginning to the end, Xia Ao didn't look at Fire Mania. The reason for that was because Huo Kuang was simply too weak in his eyes. Boom Xia Ao's fist was simple, but it was as heavy as Mount Tai. It directly hit the 100 flaming fist shadows. Crack! The 99 fist shadows in front were instantly shattered, and the momentum shook the sky. The 100th fist shadow managed to resist for a moment before it was shattered with a loud bang. Bang! Fire Mania's body was directly sent flying by Xiao Ao's punch. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Xiao Ao's strength was too strong, and it shocked everyone. He sent Fire Mania, who was in his strongest state, flying with one punch. One had to know that the two of them were experts who had reached the 3rd step, but the gap between them was so big. After Xiao Ao defeated Fire Mania, he returned to his original position and closed his eyes. It was as if the battle didn't happen. Fire Mania's expression kept changing, and finally he stood up and clasped his fists at Xia Ao. I admire you. The insufferably arrogant Huquang, was no longer arrogant. He had always thought that with his talent, he would be able to easily take first place after returning from the old Hua Island's immortal sect. However, reality proved that he was wrong. There were many martial artists who were stronger than him. After finishing his words, Fire Mania left the mountain and landed on the wilderness. He had been eliminated and was no longer qualified to stay on the mountain. The second battle was between Xia Ningqin and Ouyang Hong. Seeing the two of them standing on the battlefield, Fang Qin opened his eyes wide. In the past, I have never attacked a woman. Ouyang Hong looked at Xia Ningqin and said, "But today I will make an exception." Because of Ouyang Qin, Ouyang Hong hated the people of Xia clan very much. Facing Xia Ningqin, Ouyang Hong would never be soft-hearted. "Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Xia Ningqin sneered. As the god's daughter of Xia clan, she was very confident. Except for Xia Ao, no one was her opponent, not even the person in front of her. "It's not up to you whether I have the ability or not," Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the aura around him spread out. Seeing this, Xia Ningqin sneered and said, "A trash in the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm dares to embarrass yourself. You are really courting death. So what if you are in the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm? As Brother Shui said, if we were in the same level, I would kill you like an ant." Ouyang Hong's attitude was very strong. "You are the god's daughter of Xia clan and have joined the old Hua Island's immortal sect. You have received so many resources, but you are just SOSO. If I had the same resources as you, I would have stepped into the heavenly body realm long ago. I really feel sorry for Xia clan." Ouyang Hong's words completely infuriated Xia Ningqin. Xia Ningqin's emotions fluctuated greatly. She had the intention to kill. No one had ever dared to talk to her like this. Even in Xia clan, the elders were very respectful when they met her. However, this trash in the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm dared to humiliate her like this. "I have the ability. What about you? You want to have so many resources. Do you have the ability?" Xia Ningqin sneered and said, "Sometimes background is also a kind of strength. I'm afraid an ant like you will never understand." Xia Ningqin's mockery made Ouyang Hong laugh even louder. Comparing background with him, Ouyang Hong? Among everyone present who could compare with him. It wasn't that he didn't have so many resources. It was just that his grandfather didn't want him to rely too much on external resources since he was young. If he wanted, he would have much more resources than Xia Ningqin. "You have said so much, but there is only one thing that I agree with." Ouyang Hong said, "That's right. Sometimes background is also a kind of reflection of strength." "How ridiculous. You are about to die, and you still want to talk about background with me. Don't you just have a heavenly body realm master? You want to compare resources with Xia clan? How ridiculous." Xia Ningqin guessed that there should be a heavenly body realm elite behind Ouyang Hong. Chapter 1172. Ouyang Hong was very strong. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress everyone. Yongqing sighed. If he were in Ouyang Hong's position, his performance would definitely not be as good as Ouyang Hong's. However, because he was a disciple of the Heavenly Profound sect, he had concerns in his heart. But Ouyang Hong was different. He had no concerns in his heart. It did not matter if he offended the Xia clan or not. Han Feng and Hua Yunshu nodded slightly. Until now, only the three of them had made it to the end of the hunting war. This Ouyang Hong was not bad, at least when facing Xia Ningqin. He was not afraid at all. Xia Ningqin's expression was very ugly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Ouyang Hong. "Anyone who provokes me, Xia Ningqin, will die without a burial place." Xia Ningqin made her move. She wore a long purple dress, outlining her perfect figure. In the wilderness, when everyone saw Xia Ningqin make her move, they all widened their eyes. With Xia Ningqin's looks, even if she was not the #1 beauty in Sky Connecting Island, she would at least be in the top 3. Until now, Only Dan Bixuan and Ouyang Qing could compete with her. Any cultivator would like to see a beauty make her move. That lithe and graceful figure simply made many martial artists endlessly excited. Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Xia Ningqin executed the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Not long ago, Xia Sheng had used this secret technique. However, Xia Sheng's strength was not comparable to Xia Ningqin's. Therefore, the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique he executed was not as powerful as Xia Ningqin's. When Xia Ningqin executed the same technique, the power increased by at least 2 times. Han Feng nodded slightly. Although Xia Ningqin had a domineering temper, she was truly talented. Hua Yunxiu, who was by the side, also commented, "Although the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique is strong, it is not enough to defeat Ouyang Hong with just this secret technique." Obviously, Hua Yunxiu thought more highly of Ouyang Hong. Hua Yunxiu was the disciple of Star Lord Leisure Cloud. He had high standards and was not comparable to ordinary people. When it came to foresight, even Bing Quanren did not dare to say that he could win against Idol Cloud Star Lord. In fact, Ice Madman and Star Monarch Idol Cloud were both at the same level. Their strength was basically equal. However, one of them liked to travel around, while the other liked to cultivate crazily. That was how the nickname Ice Maniac came about. While the two of them were talking, Ouyang Hong also made his move. His wrists flickered, and his body kept moving. It seems to be a simple palm, but it easily blocks Xia Ningqin's Royal Sky Ancient Technique. The Royal Heavenly Ancient art is only SOSO. Ouyang Hong sneered. Han Feng and the others exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. What kind of secret technique was Ouyang Hong using? Why had they never heard of it before? Brother Blood, do you know what secret technique Ouyang Hong is using? Hua Yunxiu turned to look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen spread out his hands, indicating that he did not know. Although he knew that Ouyang Hong had a powerful background, he had never asked. No one present could see through Ouyang Hong's secret technique. Even Xia Ao, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He stared at Ouyang Hong, as if trying to see through him. However, he failed. Pung, pung, pung. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the battlefield had entered a white-hot stage. Xia Ningqin's strength was really impressive. If she had not met Ouyang Hong, she would have probably advanced to the next level. However, it was a pity that she met the freakish Ouyang Hong. Ouyang Hong, who was at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm, was not afraid of Xia Ningqin, who had taken her 3rd step. The battle between the two lasted for 15 minutes, and the victor was finally decided. Xia Ningqin used another secret technique of the Xia clan. A crescent moon appeared above her head. At this moment, Xia Ningqin's attack was close to that of a heavenly body tier. However, opposite her, Ouyang Hong sneered and said, "It's time to end it." As soon as Ouyang Hong finished a sentence, a mystical Yin Qi burst out from his body. After the profound Yin Qi drilled into his palm, it immediately erupted with a powerful force. Bang! Ouyang Hong slapped Xia Ningqin with his palm. Crack! The crescent moon above Xia Ningqin's head was shattered instantly. Ouyang Hong's palm directly sent Xia Ningqin flying. Instantly, Xia Ningqin's delicate body fell to the ground. Puchi! Just as Xia Ningqin's body was sent flying, the shattered crescent moon turned into a ball of flame and wrapped her up. In an instant, her clothes were burned clean. A pure white body instantly entered his sight. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Chen felt that an unknown fire was burning in his heart. He tried hard to control the restlessness in his heart and turned his head. Seeing this scene, other cultivators were also a little dumbfounded. Ah! A miserable cry broke the silence on the mountain. Xia Ningqin found that her clothes were burned and her body was seen by everyone. She screamed loudly. Xia Ao moves his mind. He takes out a set of clothes from his space ring and puts them on Xia Ningqin. Xia Ningqin wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her heart was filled with anger. For so many years, she had been single and had never been seen by the opposite sex. But now, in front of so many people, her clothes were burned. Xia Ningqin was going crazy. She raised her head and her dark eyes were filled with madness. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a mess. Xia Ningqin went crazy and rushed to Ouyang Hong. But she was stopped by Xia Ao. Don't you think it's shameful enough? Xia Ao said in a deep voice. The body of the princess of Xia clan was seen by outsiders. This in itself was a very disgraceful thing. His attitude towards Xia Ningqin becomes much more indifferent. Hearing Xia Ao's reprimand, Xia Ningqin lowered her head. Ouyang Hong spread his hands, expressing his innocence. Xia Ao glanced at Ouyang Hong coldly. The second battle ended in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. Ouyang Hong defeated Xia Ningqin. He not only defeated Xia Ningqin, but also exposed Xia Ningqin's body in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the Xia clan. You men are all lechers. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a breath by his ear. Immediately, Dan Bai Xian's voice entered his ears. Immediately, Fang Chen was startled. Soon after, he felt somewhat embarrassed. After saying this, Dan Bai Xian returned to her original position. She didn't even look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled and walked to Ouyang Hong's side. After this battle, Xia Ningqin fell into silence. When she left the mountain peak, her eyes were filled with resentment. Brother, this girl will remember you. Fang Chen teased. I didn't do it on purpose. Ouyang Hong spread his hands. You should be careful. The Xia clan can't wait to kill you. Fang Chen said. I'm not afraid. Ouyang Hong said, as if nothing had happened. Xia Ningqin was eliminated. The second battle ended. The third battle began. I hope that we can meet again in the following battles. Before the third battle began, Xia Ao looked at Ouyang Hong and said softly. Anyone would be able to tell that Xia Ao's words were filled with threatening intent. It doesn't matter. Ouyang Hong showed an indifferent expression. The third battle was between Fang Chen and Qingkong Road. Fang Chen looked at Qingkong Road with a smile. Only the latter knew that he had the star-killing arrow. Out of everyone's expectation, Qingkong Road gave up before the battle began. I don't think that I am a match for Fire Mania. Qingkong Lu only said this one sentence, then turned and left. Some people thought that he was timid, but some thought that Qingkong Road had made the right choice. Seeing that Qingkong Road gave up, Fang Chen smiled. Qingkong Road walked down the mountain peak. The fourth battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, chaos broke out on the wasteland. Stop! Han Yingshue's angry voice was heard from the wilderness. Fang Chen and Ouyang Hong looked down at the same time. Instantly, the two of them were burning with anger. Ouyang Qing, who was supposed to be taken care of by Han Yingshue, had fallen into Xia Ningqin's hands. Han Yingshue was also sent flying by Xia Ningqin. Xia Ningqin's white hand was stuck on Ouyang Qing's neck. Oh, Yang Hong, I'm going to repeat what you've done to me on your sister. Xia Ningqin was in a frenzy. She wasn't willing to let everyone see her virginity just like that. Therefore, she had this idea. Xia Ningqin, don't you dare! Ouyang Hong's aura exploded and he shouted, Why wouldn't I dare? While speaking, Xia Ningqin tore with her other hand. Chapter 1173. Unprecedented anger filled Ouyang Hong's heart. In this world, besides his grandfather, his sister was the closest person to him. He loved his sister Ouyang Qing the most. But now his sister was being insulted by others. How incompetent he was as her brother. Ouyang Hong clenched his fists and walked down the mountain step by step. Every step he took was incomparably heavy. Fang Chen followed Ouyang Hong down the mountain and came to the wilderness. Crash! Xia Ningqin held Ouyang Qing's neck with one hand and tore her clothes with the other. In a blink of an eye, Ouyang Qing's upper body was exposed in front of everyone. Only the doo-doo covering her body covered Ouyang Qing's proud twin peaks. Xia Ningqin, if I don't kill you, Ouyang Hong, I am not a man. Ouyang Hong's eyes were red. If his sister was not in Xia Ningqin's hands, he would have exploded. On the top of the mountain, Xia Ao looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Ouyang Qing, who was controlled by Xia Ningqin, had red eyes and tears falling down like rain. Brother. Ouyang Qing's words were full of sadness. She was a young girl. How could she bear this kind of humiliation? She didn't want to face this fact. She cried and called Ouyang Hong's name. Brother, don't worry about me. Do it. Ouyang Qing's meaning was obvious. She wanted her brother Ouyang Hong to ignore her life and do it directly. I'd rather die than be insulted. Ouyang Qing cried. Every word of Ouyang Hong was like a knife, cutting deeply into Ouyang Hong's heart. Ah! Ouyang Hong roared to the sky. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect his sister. Let go of my sister. Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice, unless you die. Xia Ningqin stretched out her white hand and reached for the doo-doo on Ouyang Qing's upper body, preparing to tear it off. As long as the doo-doo was torn off, Ouyang Qing's breasts would be exposed in front of everyone. This was not what Ouyang Hong wanted to see. Ouyang Hong clenches his fists and stares at Xia Ningqin. If looks could kill, Xia Ningqin would have died many times. Fang Chen came to Ouyang Hong's side and placed his palm on Ouyang Hong's shoulder. Don't be impulsive. My little sister is already like this. You told me not to be impulsive. Ouyang Hong roared. Fang Chen did not mind. He stared at Ouyang Qing and said, Believe me, I will definitely save you. Ouyang Qing's eyes were red as he nodded heavily. Sanguinati, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill her directly. Xia Ningqin says coldly. At the same time, she exerted strength in her palm and blood immediately gushed out from Ouyang Qing's neck. Ouyang Qing's face was filled with pain. Don't do anything rash. We can talk about it. Fang Chen comforts Xia Ningqin. Seeing Ouyang Hong and Sanguinati calm down, Xia Ningqin laughs loudly. Her palm grabs Ouyang Hong's undergarment and she says coldly, Ouyang Hong, if you want to save your little sister, you have to pay with your life. I will count to 3. If you are still alive, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Xia Ningqin's words, Ouyang Hong closes his eyes painfully. He really wants to rush over and kill Xia Ningqin, but he is afraid. He is afraid that his little sister's heart will be permanently damaged. 1. Xia Ningqin starts to count. Ouyang Hong is struggling in his heart. Ouyang Qing calls her brother loudly and asks him to leave her alone. But Ouyang Hong can't make up his mind. 2. When she counts to 2, Xia Ningqin's eyes are filled with madness. She is waiting for Ouyang Hong to make a decision. Suddenly, Ouyang Hong's heart trembles. Then he makes a decision. He clenches his fist and slowly raises it, aiming at his own head. Brother Shui, help me. Ouyang Hong's meaning is obvious. He wants to use his own life to exchange for his sister's life. Seeing this, Xia Ningqin laughs more crazily. Ouyang Hong, so what if you defeat me? You will die in my hands in the end. Xia Ningqin laughs crazily. She seems to have seen the scene of Ouyang Hong killing himself. However, at the same time she laughed out loud. Suddenly a miserable cry is heard. Ah! A black bug appears on the top of Xia Ningqin's head. The bug is biting Xia Ningqin's head. Xia Ningqin's body trembles at once. At the moment, Fang Chen is already prepared. In a split second, he displays the space-time gist. He takes a step forward and cuts the space and comes to the front of Xia Ningqin. Bang! Without saying anything, he directly punches Xia Ningqin and sends her flying. Then he holds Ouyang Qing in his arms. The sudden change made Ouyang Qing a little stunned. Then, she throws herself into Fang Chen's arms and cries loudly. A young girl encounters such a thing. Even Ouyang Qing, who is usually careless, can't come to himself in a short time. It's okay. Everything is over. Fang Chen says. He takes off his clothes and covers Ouyang Qing's body. Ouyang Hong, who is going to kill himself, hears the miserable cry. He suddenly opens his eyes. The scene that entered his eyes made him ecstatic. Sister. Ouyang Hong hurriedly comes to Fang Chen to make sure his sister is safe. Brother, I am fine. Ouyang Qing cries. Ouyang Hong checks his sister's body and finds that she is fine. Then he salutes Fang Chen with his fists folded. Brother Shui, I will never forget your kindness. Then he asks Fang Chen to take care of Ouyang Qing. Then he turns to Xianing Qin. His body gives out a horrible intention to kill. Xianing Qin, I said that I will kill you. Ouyang Hong's eyes shoot out a horrible golden light. Xianing Qin is attacked by the demon armor insect. Her soul is seriously injured and she falls to the ground. However, when Ouyang Hong comes to her, she has already stood up. At this moment, there is a trace of fear in Xianing Qin's eyes. She had calculated everything, but she did not expect this damn bug to come. Brother Ao. Xianing Qin asks for help. On the mountain peak, Xia Ao leaped and landed on the wasteland. Even though Ningqin is wrong, she is the princess of Xia clan. Moreover, your younger sister is not injured. So let's end this matter here, Xia Ao calmly said. The dignity of Xia clan is lost by Xianing Qin. However, Xianing Qin is a member of Xia clan. He can't leave her to die. I want to kill her. You can't stop me. Ouyang Hong says in a deep voice. Xia Ao frowns. Let me make it clear. If anything happens to Ningqin, I will kill you. Hearing Xia Ao's words, Ouyang Hong feels ridiculous. He punches and punches Xia Ningqin away. Seeing this, Xia Ao takes action. You are courting death. Xia Ao says angrily. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen takes action and stops Xia Ao. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of Xia clan? Xia Ao asks coldly. Today, Xia Ningqin must die. Fang Chen says. Hearing this, Xia Ao suddenly bursts out a strong force and attacks Fang Chen crazily. Ouyang Hong nods at Fang Chen. Then, he takes a step and comes to Xianing Qin. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. After saying this, Ouyang Hong punches Xianing Qin's head. The princess of the imperial family had died tragically in the ancient hunting battlefield, just like that. All of you must die. Xia Ao is furious. He attacks crazily and gradually gains the upper hand in the battle with Fang Chen. Rumble. After Ouyang Hong kills Xianing Qin, he joins Fang Chen to fight against Xia Ao together. Both of them are strong. When they join forces, they are actually suppressing Xia Ao. Damn it. Xia Ao is furious and curses crazily, but there is nothing he can do. He underestimated the strength of Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. At this moment, the two of them counterattack crazily, forcing Xia Ao to retreat continuously. Bang! The three of them punches each other and retreat separately. Xia Ao steadies himself and looks at the two of them with murderous eyes. You killed the princess of the Xia clan. Be prepared to suffer the wrath of the Xia clan, Xia Ao says coldly. Today, I have seen the shamelessness of the Xia clan, Fang Chen says. Ouyang Hong nods. He is not afraid of the Xia clan at all. What Xia Ningqin did to his sister. Even 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Humph. In the final battle, I will definitely kill all of you. After saying this, Xia Ao returns to the mountain peak in a flash. In fact, Xia Ao does not have the confidence to deal with Fang Chen and Sanguinati, so he gives up. And in the second or even the third round of the final battle, he may meet the two of them. When the time comes, under the restriction of the rules, in a one-on-one situation, he can kill the two of them like pinching ants. Even someone as strong as Xia Ao chooses to retreat. The people of the Xia clan are only SOSO, Ouyang Hong says disdainfully. Xia Ao's legend of being invincible is broken today. Although the two of them work together, it is enough to shock everyone. In the wilderness, everyone looks at the scene in a daze, as if they are dreaming. The princess of the Xia clan, Gao Gui, is the prettiest in Tong Tian Island. She died so tragically in the wilderness, and as her brother, Xia Ao actually couldn't help her take revenge. Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong have completely shocked everyone. These two warriors who dared to go against the Xia clan were simply too shocking. Ouyang Hong and Fong Qin look at each other and say, "Brother Blood, thank you for today. If not for Sanguinati, his sister would have been killed." "It's nothing," Fong Qin says. "The demon armor insects have already been recalled." Fong Qin and Ouyang Hong return to the mountain peak. At this moment, the situation on the mountain peak is very delicate. Han Feng and Hua Yunxiu also look at Xia Ao with disgust. The Xia clan is the royal family of Sky Pass Island, but they can actually do such a despicable thing. How disappointing. On the contrary, Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong are admirable. One offends the Xia clan for his sister, and the other for his brother. I rarely admire the younger generation, but after seeing what the two of you did today, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng cups his hands and smiles. Hua Yunxiu also nodded slightly. As for Yang Qing and Dan Baixian, they walked to Fong Chen's side. On the mountain peak, there are 7 people. Chapter 1174. Unprecedented anger filled Ouyang Hong's heart. In this world, besides his grandfather, his sister was the closest person to him. He loved his sister Ouyang Qing the most. But now, his sister was being insulted by others. How incompetent he was as her brother. Ouyang Hong clenched his fists and walked down the mountain step by step. Every step he took was incomparably heavy. Fong Chun followed Ouyang Hong down the mountain and came to the wilderness. Crash! Xia Ningqin held Ouyang Qing's neck with one hand and tore her clothes with the other. In a blink of an eye, Ouyang Qing's upper body was exposed in front of everyone. Only the doo-doo covering her body covered Ouyang Qing's proud twin peaks. Xia Ningqin, if I don't kill you, Ouyang Hong, I am not a man. Ouyang Hong's eyes were red. If his sister was not in Xia Ningqin's hands, he would have exploded. On the top of the mountain, Xia Ao looked at this scene quietly and didn't say anything. Ouyang Qing, who was controlled by Xia Ningqin, had red eyes and tears falling down like rain. Brother. Ouyang Qing's words were full of sadness. She was a young girl. How could she bear this kind of humiliation? She didn't want to face this fact. She cried and called Ouyang Hong's name. Brother, don't worry about me. Do it. Ouyang Qing's meaning was obvious. She wanted her brother Ouyang Hong to ignore her life and do it directly. I'd rather die than be insulted. Ouyang Qing cried. Every word of Ouyang Hong was like a knife, cutting deeply into Ouyang Hong's heart. Ah! Ouyang Hong roared to the sky. He hated himself for being so useless that he couldn't even protect his sister. Let go of my sister. Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice, unless you die. Xia Ningqin stretched out her white hand and reached for the doo-doo on Ouyang Qing's upper body, preparing to tear it off. As long as the doo-doo was torn off, Ouyang Qing's breasts would be exposed in front of everyone. This was not what Ouyang Hong wanted to see. Ouyang Hong clenches his fists and stares at Xia Ningqin. If looks could kill, Xia Ningqin would have died many times. Fong Chen came to Ouyang Hong's side and placed his palm on Ouyang Hong's shoulder. Don't be impulsive. My little sister is already like this. You told me not to be impulsive. Ouyang Hong roared. Fong Chen did not mind. He stared at Ouyang Qing and said, Believe me, I will definitely save you. Ouyang Qing's eyes were red as he nodded heavily. Sanguinati, if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill her directly, Xianing Qin says coldly. At the same time, she exerted strength in her palm and blood immediately gushed out from Ouyang Qing's neck. Ouyang Qing's face was filled with pain. Don't do anything rash. We can talk about it. Fang Chen comforts Xianing Qin. Seeing Ouyang Hong and Sanguinati calm down, Xianing Qin laughs loudly. Her palm grabs Ouyang Hong's undergarment and she says coldly, Ouyang Hong, if you want to save your little sister, you have to pay with your life. I will count to 3. If you are still alive, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Xianing Qin's words, Ouyang Hong closes his eyes painfully. He really wants to rush over and kill Xianing Qin, but he is afraid. He is afraid that his sister's heart will be permanently damaged. 1. Xianing Qin starts to count. Ouyang Hong is struggling in his heart. Ouyang Qin calls her brother loudly and asks him to leave her alone. But Ouyang Hong can't make up his mind. 2. When she counts to 2, Xianing Qin's eyes are filled with madness. She is waiting for Ouyang Hong to make a decision. Suddenly, Ouyang Hong's heart trembles. Then he makes a decision. He clenches his fist and slowly raises it, aiming at his own head. Brother Shui, help me. Ouyang Hong's meaning is obvious. He wants to use his own life to exchange for his sister's life. Seeing this, Xianing Qin laughs more crazily. Ouyang Hong, so what if you defeat me? In the end, you will die in my hands. Xianing Qin laughs crazily. She seems to have seen the scene of Ouyang Hong killing himself. However, at the same time, she laughed out loud. Suddenly, a miserable cry is heard. Ah! A black worm appears on the top of Xianing Qin's head. The worm is biting Xianing Qin's head. Xianing Qin's body trembles at once. At the moment, Fang Qin is already prepared. In a flash, he displays the space-time gist. He takes a step forward and cuts the space and comes to the front of Xianing Qin. Bang! Without saying anything, he directly punches Xianing Qin away. Then he holds Ouyang Qin in his arms. The sudden change made Ouyang Qin a little stunned. Then, she throws herself into Fang Chen's arms and cries loudly. A young girl encounters such a thing. Even Ouyang Qin, who is usually careless, can't come to himself in a short time. It's okay. Everything is over. Fang Chen says. He takes off his clothes and covers Ouyang Qin's body. Ouyang Hong, who is going to kill himself, hears the miserable cry. He suddenly opens his eyes. The scene that entered his eyes made him ecstatic. Sister. Ouyang Hong hurriedly comes to Fang Chen to make sure his sister is safe. Brother, I am fine. Ouyang Qin cries. Ouyang Hong checks his sister's body and finds that she is fine. Then he salutes Fang Chen with his fists folded. Brother Shui, I will never forget your kindness. Then he asks Fang Chen to take care of Ouyang Qin. Then he turns to Xianing Qin. His body gives out a horrible intention to kill. Xianing Qin, I said that I will kill you. Ouyang Hong's eyes shoot out a horrible golden light. Xianing Qin is attacked by the demon armor insect. Her soul is seriously injured and she falls to the ground. However, when Ouyang Hong comes to her, she has already stood up. At this moment, there is a trace of fear in Xianing Qin's eyes. She had calculated everything, but she did not expect this damn bug to come. Brother Ao. Xianing Qin asks for help. On the mountain peak, Xia Ao leaped and landed on the wasteland. Even though Ning Qin is wrong, she is the princess of Xia clan. Moreover, your younger sister is not injured. So, let's end this matter here, Xia Ao calmly said. The dignity of Xia clan is lost by Xianing Qin. However, Xianing Qin is a member of Xia clan. He can't leave her to die. I want to kill her. You can't stop me. Ouyang Hong says in a deep voice. Xia Ao frowns. Let me make it clear. If anything happens to Ning Qin, I will kill you. Hearing Xia Ao's words, Ouyang Hong feels ridiculous. He punches and punches Xia Ningqin away. Seeing this, Xia Ao takes action. You are courting death. Xia Ao says angrily, your opponent is me. Fang Qin takes action and stops Xia Ao. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of Xia clan? Xia Ao asks coldly. Today, Xia Ningqin must die. Fang Qin says. Hearing this, Xia Ao suddenly bursts out a strong force and attacks Fang Qin crazily. Ouyang Hong nods at Fang Qin. Then, he takes a step and comes to Xia Ningqin. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. After saying this, Ouyang Hong punches Xia Ningqin's head. The princess of the imperial family had died tragically in the ancient hunting battlefield, just like that. You all have to die. Xia Ao is furious. He attacks crazily and gradually gains the upper hand in the battle with Fang Qin. Rumble. After Ouyang Hong kills Xia Ningqin, he joins Fang Qin to fight against Xia Ao together. The two of them are strong to begin with. When they join forces, they actually suppress Xia Ao. Damn it. Xia Ao is furious and curses crazily, but there is nothing he can do. He underestimated the strength of Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. At this moment, the two of them counterattack crazily, forcing Xia Ao to retreat continuously. Bang! The three of them punches each other and retreat separately. Xia Ao steadies himself and looks at the two of them with murderous eyes. You killed the princess of the Xia clan. Be prepared to suffer the wrath of the Xia clan, Xia Ao says coldly. Today, I have seen the shamelessness of the Xia clan, Fang Qin says. Ouyang Hong nods. He is not afraid of the Xia clan at all. What Xia Ningqin did to his sister, even 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Humph. In the final battle, I will definitely kill all of you. After saying this, Xia Ao returns to the mountain peak in a flash. In fact, Xia Ao does not have the confidence to deal with Fang Qin and Sanguinati, so he gives up. In the second or even the third round of the final battle, he may meet the two of them. When the time comes, the rules will restrict him. In a one-on-one situation, he can kill the two of them like pinching ants. Even someone as strong as Xia Ao chooses to retreat. The people of the Xia clan are only SOSO, Ouyang Hong says disdainfully. Xia Ao's legend of being undefeated is broken today. Although the two of them joined forces, it is enough to shock everyone. In the wilderness, everyone looks at the scene in a daze, as if they are dreaming. The princess of the Xia clan, Gao Gui, is the prettiest in Tong Tian Island. She died tragically in the wilderness, and as her brother, Xia Ao actually couldn't help her take revenge. Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong have completely shocked everyone. These two warriors who dared to go against the Xia clan were simply too shocking. Ouyang Hong and Fang Qin look at each other and say, Brother Shui, thank you for today. If not for Sanguinati, his sister would have been killed. It's nothing, Fang Qin says. The demon armor insects have already been recalled. Fang Qin and Ouyang Hong return to the mountain peak. At this moment, the situation on the mountain peak is very delicate. Han Feng and Hua Yunqiu also look at Xia Ao with disgust. The Xia clan is the royal family of Sky Pass Island, yet they can do such a despicable thing. How disappointing. On the contrary, Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong are admirable. One offends the Xia clan for his sister, and the other for his brother. I rarely admire the younger generation, but after seeing what you two did today, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Han Feng clasps his hands and smiles. Hua Yunqiu also nodded slightly. As for Yang Qing and Dan Baixian, they walked to Fang Chen's side. There are 7 people on the mountain peak. Chapter 1175. Only 7 of the top 10 were left. Xia Sheng of the Xia clan died in the hands of Fang Qin. Xia Ningqin died in the hands of Ouyang Hong. In the wilderness, the disciples of various sects looked at Fang Qin and Ouyang strangely. These two were simply the nemesis of the Xia clan. Even a colossus like the Xia clan was fearless. Such courage was truly admirable. The atmosphere on the mountain peak was very solemn. Xia Ao was full of anger. He looked at Sanguinati and Ouyang. Everyone, let's put our personal grudges aside. At least, let's wait until the final battle is over. Suddenly, Han Feng spoke. He admired Sanguinati and Ouyang very much. But now, the final battle was coming. These hidden geniuses came out of seclusion to participate in the hunting war for the first place. If they delayed the battle for the first place because of some personal grudges, they would lose more than what they gained. Hearing Han Feng's words, Hua Yunshu nodded slightly. Among the people present, the two of them were relatively neutral. When he heard Hua Yunshu and Han Feng's words, the aura around Xia Ao's body gradually dissipated. His scarlet eyes also gradually returned to normal. In the final battle, I will let you die without a burial place. Xia Ao said coldly. Thinking of the heavenly deity pool, he forgot everything. The death of Xia Ningqin and Xia Sheng had completely infuriated him, but their lives couldn't be compared with the heavenly deity pool. The heavenly deity pool was the most fatal temptation. Hearing Xia Ao's words, the aura around Fang Qin and Ouyang also dissipated instantly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ouyang sneered. Although Xia Ao was powerful, Ouyang wasn't a pushover either. We've just reached the fourth battle. Let's continue. The mountain peak, which had been in a state of mutual hostility just a moment ago, instantly became calm and relaxed. However, the smell of gunpowder could still be detected in the air. The first round of the final battle continued. The fourth battle, Dan Baixian against Han Feng. Up until now, Dan Baixian had always given people a weak feeling. However, after interacting with Dan Baixian several times, Fang Qin felt that Dan Baixian was not simple. This woman was not only what she looked like on the surface, her alchemy skills were tyrannical, and her strength was also very strong. Dan Baixian against Han Feng. In the past, Fang Qin would have thought that Han Feng would win, but now he couldn't guarantee anything. In the blink of an eye, Dan Baixian and Han Feng began fighting. Seeing the battle between the two, everyone nodded in agreement. Dan Baixian's attacks, in comparison, were incomparably soft. On the other hand, Han Feng's attacks leaned towards the Ice Dao and Illusion Dao. This frozen cultivates both the Dao of Ice and the Dao of Illusion. Fang Qin muttered to himself as he looked at Han Feng on the battlefield. Han Feng's illusion, Dao, already reached an extremely high level. Around Han Feng's body, an illusory aura spread out. In an instant, even Dan Baixian was trapped in an illusion. However, Dan Baixian was Dan Baixian. As soon as she entered the illusion, she used an extremely tricky method to successfully break it, as expected of the little Pill King. Han Feng said with a grin. He had followed his master Ice Madman to live in seclusion in the sacred mountain for many years. All along, he had been cultivating by himself. Now, he finally met a strong opponent. Facing Dan Baixian, Han Feng did not have much confidence. Dan Baixian, the world has underestimated you. Han Feng said in a deep voice, In order to show my respect to you, I will use all my strength to fight you. Even if I lose, I will have no regrets. Hearing Han Feng's words, Dan Baixian's pretty face revealed a trace of a smile. I will also fight with all my strength. As soon as Dan Baixian's voice fell, Han Feng attacked. Buzz! A terrifying illusory aura instantly surged out. The entire battlefield was filled with an extremely dense illusory aura. At the same time, Han Feng clenched his fist, and ice shards fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. To be able to cultivate the Tao of Ice to such a level, he was truly domineering. Admirable. Fang Qin admired Han Feng from the bottom of his heart. Without great perseverance, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a level. To the side, Ouyang Hong also nodded heavily. Han Feng was much stronger than he had imagined. However, against himself, he was still a little lacking. Whoosh! Dan Baixian attacked. A golden luster appeared around Dan Baixian's body, like an immortal golden body. Dan Baixian's small white hand gently patted out. Instantly, the surrounding illusory aura dissipated. This is... Fang Qin stared at Dan Baixian's golden body, his heart filled with shock. If his guess was correct, Dan Baixian's golden body should be an extremely domineering special constitution. As expected, those who could become the top geniuses of Clear Sky Island were all extraordinary. From a slight disadvantage at the start to a complete reversal now. Dan Baixian took control of the situation. Dan Baixian used a very strange cultivation technique. The golden aura around her condensed into golden battle swords, piercing towards Han Feng. Dong the ice shards in Han Feng's hand clashed with Dan Baixian's golden battle swords, letting out an earth-shattering sound. After the fog passed, Fang Qin and the others opened their eyes wide, looking at the center of the battlefield. Dan Baixian stood quietly, her white dress fluttering in the wind. On her pretty face, there was still a trace of a smile. On the opposite side, Han Feng's face was solemn. He looked at the small piece of ice left in his hand, full of disbelief. He shook his head with great effort, his expression constantly changing. In the end, he sighed and shook his head continuously. Dan Baixian, you are very strong. After speaking, Han Feng turned and left the mountain. For Han Feng, if he couldn't get first place, the other rankings wouldn't be attractive to him. The 4 dark horses were Sanguinati, Ouyang Hong, Hua Yunqiu, and Han Feng. Ice Kuangren's disciple, Han Feng, had been favored from the start. Even if he couldn't get first place, he would still be in the top 3. But now, Han Feng had lost to Dan Baixian in the first round of the finals. He could only blame his bad luck. If it were someone else, he might have been able to advance a little. Han Feng lost. Dan Baixian was too strong. She looked weak on the outside, but she was unusually strong. The 4th battle was unexpected, but it was also within reason. After Han Feng left, the 5th battle began. The 5th battle was between a veteran, Black Heaven Sect disciple Yangcheng, and one of the 4 dark horses, Hua Yunqiu. Everyone knew that Yangcheng had left the Black Heaven Sect long ago and went to the Old Hua Islands to join a sect. As for Hua Yunqiu, he was the disciple of Star Lord Idlecloud, one of Clear Sky Island's peak cultivators. No one dared to say anything about who was stronger or weaker between the 2 of them. However, many people favored Hua Yunqiu. This was because Hua Yunqiu had displayed very strong strength since the start of the ancient hunting battlefield. As for Yangcheng, he had been keeping a low profile. No one could see through him. Yangcheng and Hua Yunqiu stood opposite each other. The battle was about to start. Outside the battlefield, Fang Qin congratulated Dan Baixian. Ouyang Hong walked to his side and asked in a low voice, Brother Shui, do you think Hua Yunqiu or Yangcheng is stronger? Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, It's very likely that Hua Yunqiu will win this battle. In reality, Fang Chen had never fought Hua Yunqiu before. He had fought Yangcheng before, although it wasn't a real battle. But at least he had some understanding of Yangcheng. Before the ancient hunting battlefield, Yangcheng was indeed strong. But now, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a 3rd-step cultivator. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that Yangcheng wasn't that strong. If Yangcheng wants to win, he'll have to have a fortuitous encounter in the ancient hunting battlefield. Just as Fang Qin was speaking, Yangcheng and Hua Yunqiu's battle began. Dong! Hua Yunqiu immediately used his most powerful secret technique, the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique. A vast aura surged around Hua Yunqiu. The aura quickly gathered on his palm. Then he gently extended a finger and pointed at the void. Instantly, the void was torn apart. An extremely powerful finger light shot toward Yang Chen with a vast amount of power. Is this the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique? The Azura Heavenly Finger Technique? Seeing this, Fang Qin and the others were shocked. The Azura Heavenly Finger Technique was too domineering. With one finger, it tore apart the void. Of course, Yang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing that Hua Yunshu attacked with real force, Yang Chen didn't show any mercy. His large hand suddenly reached out. The only thick, vital essence in his sea of qi spun rapidly. The majestic, vital spirit power continued to churn. His large hand seemed to have magical power. It directly covered the finger light shooting toward him. Pucci! The large hand grabbed the finger light, but the finger light pierced through the large hand. Bang! As the large hand shattered, the finger light's power was greatly reduced. When the finger light shot toward Yang Chen, it only had 30% of its power left. This bit of power couldn't cause any harm to Yang Chen. As expected of the Star Lord's disciple, Yang Chen once again stretched out his hands, shattering the finger glow, and then sighed. "You're not bad yourself," Hua Yunshu said indifferently. His face was filled with confidence. The Azura Heavenly Finger Technique had a total of 5 fingers. That was just the first finger, and it was also the weakest one. However, Hua Yunshu had only cultivated the 4th finger. He hadn't been able to successfully cultivate the last finger. He vaguely remembered that his master, the Star Lord, had told him before he left the mountains. This hunting battle was a trial for him. After coming out of the ancient hunting battlefield, he might be able to grasp the essence of the 5th finger. "I hope you can teach me something," Hua Yunshu said softly. The 2nd finger of the Azura Heavenly Finger Technique. Hua Yunshu quickly performed it. In the sky, the colorful finger light emitted a terrifying power. On the other side, Yang Chen also unleashed his full power. The battle between the two was extremely intense. Everyone in the wilderness cried out in surprise. It was too exciting. It was really satisfying to see such a battle. Crack! Chapter 1176. Hua Yunshu's Azura Heavenly Finger was powerful, but Yang Chen's secret technique wasn't weak either. The two were evenly matched in their battle. For a very long time, the battle between the two was incomparably intense. After the 2nd finger of the Azura Heavenly Finger was broken, Hua Yunshu used the 3rd finger without hesitation. That was because he had never expected to defeat Yang Chen with the 2nd finger. After all, Yang Chen was a martial artist who had reached the 3rd step. He was still very powerful. The 3rd finger. In an instant, 3 rays of light appeared in the sky. Of the 3 finger lights, the middle one was golden yellow, and the 2 surrounding it were silver white. The 3 finger lights had different thicknesses. The golden finger light in the middle was very thick. At first glance, it seemed to be as thick as an arm. The silver finger light on the 2 sides was only as thick as a finger. The 3 finger lights attacked side by side. Seeing this, Yang Chen's large hand slapped out. Wherever Yang Chen's large hand slapped, the void instantly collapsed. Senior brother Yang Chen's secret technique doesn't seem to be from the Black Heaven sect. Seeing Yang Chen's strange attack, Fang Qin muttered to himself. Beside him, Dan Bixuan said softly, "Although Yang Chen is from the Black Heaven sect, he left Sky Pass Island long ago for the Old Hua Islands and joined an immortal sect. Come to think of it, this secret technique should have come from the immortal sect." Yang Chen's attack was very strange. No one could tell what his secret technique was. Even Xia Ao narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Yang Chen had a high status in the immortal sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate such a secret technique. But so what? In the end, he was still defeated by Xia Ao. At this thought, Xia Ao glanced at Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. Now, the martial artists that Xia Ao wanted to kill the most were these 2. It wouldn't be long before they died at his hands. While Xia Ao was thinking, the battle on the battlefield changed again. Yan Cheng's strange attack successfully neutralized the third finger of Hua Yunchu's Azura heavenly finger. At that moment, Hua Yunchu's expression turned completely serious. Yang Cheng, you are very strong, Hua Yunchu said in a low voice. You're not weak either. As the disciple of the Idol Cloud Star Lord, how could he not be strong? Moreover, Hua Yunchu was the only disciple of the Idol Cloud Star Lord. Star Lord Idol Cloud was one of the peak experts of Heavenspan Island, and he had never accepted a disciple. Yet, in his later years, he actually took Hua Yunchu as his disciple. It was obvious that Hua Yunchu was extraordinary. Hua Yunchu stared at Yang Cheng, his aura vibrating. Let's settle this with one battle, Hua Yunchu said. Yang Cheng nodded. There was no point in continuing to fight like this. He might as well decide the outcome of the battle. Azura, heavenly finger, fourth finger. Swoosh. Hua Yunchu extended his finger and flicked it. Instantly, for powerful rays of light shot out from his finger. Of these 4 finger lights, the 2 in the middle were golden in color, while the 2 on the sides were still silver in color. The 4 finger lights carried vast power as they shot toward Yangcheng. As they flew, the 2 golden finger lights in the middle actually swallowed up the silver finger lights. In the blink of an eye, the golden finger lights swallowed up the silver finger lights. In an instant, the finger lights in the sky became 2. This was the final form of the Azura heavenly fingers, fourth finger. Although there were only 2 finger lights, this was the final form of the fourth finger. The power of these 2 golden finger lights was even stronger than the previous 3 combined. Dong! Wherever the finger lights passed, space became chaotic. The expressions of the other people on the mountain changed drastically. What a powerful attack! Ouyang Hong couldn't help but sigh. Dan Bishuan and Fong Qin were both shocked. This attack was only the 4th finger of the Azura heavenly finger. Just how powerful would the 5th finger be? The Azura heavenly finger was an extremely domineering mid-tier secret technique. It was created by the Idol Cloud Star Lord himself, and only he had cultivated the 5th finger. Although Hua Yunchu was extremely talented, he had only cultivated the 4th finger. Yang Cheng, if you can block my 4th finger, I'll admit defeat, Hua Yunchu said in a low voice. If he couldn't even defeat Yang Cheng with the 4th finger, then he might as well just admit defeat. At this moment, a gloomy look appeared in Yang Cheng's eyes. The 4th finger of the Azura heavenly finger was too powerful. Open! Yang Cheng's large hand suddenly pulled back. Instantly, a powerful handprint blasted toward the 2 golden finger lights. Then, Yang Cheng's hand whipped back again, repeatedly whipping the air. Yang Cheng's attack was pushed to the limit. His pupils had also turned grayish-white, looking extremely terrifying. Pucci! When the 2 terrifying attacks collided, the battle was already over. Yang Cheng's large hand was instantly pierced by the 2 golden finger lights. Yang Cheng's body flew back and fell to the ground. His face was a bit pale. There was a small hole in his hand, and blood kept flowing out. Yang Cheng channeled his vital spirit to stop the blood from flowing out of his palm. Then he slowly stood up. The Azura heavenly finger is indeed worthy of its reputation. The top prodigy of the Black Sky sect lost to Hua Yunchu just like that. Instantly, all the martial artists in the wilderness were shouting Hua Yunchu's name. At this moment, Hua Yunchu's popularity reached its peak. Hua Yunchu gently waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then he turned to look at Yang Cheng. You're also very strong. If it weren't for the Azura heavenly finger, I wouldn't be your match. Yang Cheng nodded. He had a good impression of Hua Yunchu. Senior brother Yang Cheng, are you all right? Asked Fong Qin. Yang Cheng shook his head. The Black Sky sect depends on you. With that, Yang Cheng turned and left. Hua Yunqiu won the 5th battle. Just like that, the first round of the competition was completely over. The 5 winners were Xia Ao, Ouyang Hong, Sanguinati, Dan Bixuan, and Hua Yunqiu. Among them, only Hua Yunqiu was a lone martial artist. The other 4 were disciples of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. After the first round of the competition ended, the rules of the second round were instantly imprinted in the 5's minds. A free-for-all. Fong Qin was very surprised. The rules of the second round were beyond his expectations. It was actually a free-for-all. The 5 great prodigies would fight on the mountain peak. Whoever was blasted off the peak would be eliminated. The last person left would be the winner of this hunt. Fong Qin exchanged glances with Ouyang Hong, then chuckled. A free-for-all would be very beneficial to him. After all, he could team up with Ouyang Hong. Then he glanced at Dan Bixuan. She was also looking at him. A free-for-all, huh? Xia Ao muttered softly. Immediately after, before the 4 of them could react, he took the initiative to attack. The one closest to Xia Ao was Hua Yunqiu. Xia Ao suddenly threw a punch at Hua Yunqiu. Hua Yunqiu felt a strong gust of wind behind his head. He was instantly shocked. His body flashed, and he quickly dodged. Although he dodged in time, he was still hit by Xia Ao's fist radiance. Puchi! Hua Yunqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fury. Xia Ao! Hua Yunqiu roared furiously. Idiot! Xia Ao sneered and continued to attack. After successfully sneaking an attack on Hua Yunqiu, Xia Ao's target became Ouyang Hong. Although he also wanted to kill Sanguinati, he hated Ouyang Hong even more. Xia Ningqin was killed by Ouyang Hong. Kill! Xia Ao bellowed and unleashed his full strength. The defense around him was raised to the maximum. Both of his fists continued to punch out. Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique. Xia Ao also cultivated the Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique. Each of the 3 younger generation members of the Xia clan displayed the Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique. They gave off a different feeling. Xia Sheng's Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique was the weakest. Xia Ningqin's was slightly stronger. Xia Ao's Royal Heavenly Ancient Technique was extremely powerful. Seeing that Xia Ao took the initiative to attack him, Ouyang Hong smirked. He sneered and started to exchange blows with Xia Ao. At the same time, Fong Qin held the Hidden Star Sword and joined the battle. He and Ouyang Hong were fighting side by side. Among the people present, Xia Ao posed the most threat. Since it was a chaotic battle, he might as well eliminate Xia Ao first. Dan Bixuan did not move. Her eyes flickered as she thought quickly. Hua Yunqiu, who was sneak attacked, finally recovered. He roared angrily and joined Ouyang Hong's battle. Xia Ao, you despicable person. If not for Xia Ao's sneak attack, Hua Yunqiu would not have made such a choice in order to balance the 2 powers. But now he had no other choice. Since Xia Ao dared to sneak attack him, he had to be prepared to be besieged. For a moment, the 3 surrounded Xia Ao. Only Dan Bixuan did not move. On the wasteland, everyone was dumbfounded. If this continued, Xia Ao would definitely be eliminated. In fact, Ouyang Hong and the other 2 teamed up to fight Xia Ao. The latter was already powerless. Damn it! Xia Ao punched out with both fists, forcing Fong Qin and Ouyang Hong back. Then he leaped and arrived in front of Hua Yunqiu. Bang! His iron fist punched out, dodging Hua Yunqiu's Azura Heavenly Finger and hitting Hua Yunqiu's arm. He forced Hua Yunqiu back. Dan Bixuan, don't you want to fight for first place? Xia Ao said coldly. Hearing this, Dan Bixuan was startled. She gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. Dan Bixuan attacked and joined the battle. She thought it would be a 5-person battle, but in reality it was not, because Dan Bixuan had chosen Fong Qin's side. In other words, Xia Ao was surrounded by 4 great geniuses. Shameless. Xia Ao attacked while cursing. Hearing this, Hua Yunqiu sneered. As the #1 genius of the Xia clan, it's glorious for you to sneak attack others, but shameless for the four of us to surround you. What a joke! Is there something wrong with your head? Xiao, you have no fate with first place in this hunting war, Ouyang Hong said coldly. Xiao, you are no match for the four of us. Just admit defeat, Fang Chen said. The four joined forces to attack, forcing Xiao to retreat step by step. Chapter 1177. If I'm eliminated, you have even less hope of getting first place. Xiao looked at Dan Baixian and said in a low voice. He was trying to persuade Dan Baixian to join his camp. If Dan Baixian joined forces with him, it would be more than enough to deal with these three. Once the three of them were eliminated, the first place would definitely be his. A mere Dan Baixian was no match for him. However, how could Dan Baixian not know Xiao's intentions? She chose Fang Chen's camp because she wanted to eliminate Xiao first. The four of them would compete. At that time, even if Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong joined forces, she could also join forces with Hua Yinshu. There was still a great chance for them to compete for first place. If you're eliminated, the four of us can still compete for first place, Dan Baixian said softly. At this point, there was no longer any issue of offending them. Even if Dan Baixian joined forces with the other three to eliminate Xiao, the Xia clan would not start a war with the Pill View Hall over this matter. The Pill View Hall was slightly weaker among the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. However, its foundation was very deep, especially the Pill View Hall master, who was an expert in the Tao of pills. There were too many experts who had begged for pills from the Pill View Hall. Some of them had already grown to become lords of their own territories. As long as he raised his arms and shouted, countless experts would be willing to stand up for the Pill View Hall. Therefore, Dan Baixian was not worried about Xiao's revenge. Mysterious Heaven Sealing Technique, Azura Heavenly Finger, Pill Dragon Technique, Mysterious Yin Great Strength Technique. The 4 of them displayed their strongest attacks one after another. The first thing that appeared in the sky was a terrifying sword net. This sword net was formed by countless sword lights. Within the sword net, there was a vast aura, as if it would explode at any time. Under the control of Fang Chen, the sword net dived down towards Xiao. At the same time, 2 golden finger lights appeared. Hua Yinshu displayed the 4th finger of the Azura Heavenly Finger in anger. Its power was much stronger than when he defeated Yang Cheng. At the same time that the sword net enveloped Xiao, 2 golden finger lights also whizzed over. Xiao was furious, and a war hammer appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the hammer in his hand smashed into the net of swords. Crack the sword net was smashed by the warhammer, and a large crack suddenly appeared. 2 golden finger beams pierced through the cracks in the sword net and blasted towards Xiao. Earth-splitting hammer technique. This was one of Clear Sky Island's mid-tier secret arts, the earth-shattering hammer technique. The power of the earth-shattering hammer technique was much stronger than the imperial heavenly ancient technique. Forced by the 4 of them, Xiao had no choice but to use the earth-shattering hammer technique. Dong the warhammer in his hand smashed onto the 2 golden finger lights, shattering them instantly. At the same time, Dan Baixian's Pill Dragon Art attack also arrived. The mystical secret method of the Pill View Hall and the art of alchemy were combined into the secret method to form the most powerful elixir dragon spell, only to see Dan Baixian's small white hand take out a reddish-yellow pill from her bosom. This pill was only the size of a thumb. Dan Baixian squeezed her hand lightly, and the reddish-yellow pill instantly shattered. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. This was the true essence of the elixir dragon spell. Dan Baixian's art of alchemy was extremely exquisite, and she had long grasped the essence of the elixir dragon spell. Countless shattered pill particles condensed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Under Dan by Xian's control, the five-clawed golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Xiaoao. This is the Elixir Dragon spell. Before the start of the hunting war, Emperor Xia had specially warned Xiaoao. He had to be careful of the Pill View Hall's Elixir Dragon spell. This secret technique was the nemesis of the Earth-Splitting Hammer technique. However, Xiaoao didn't believe it and still blasted out with his warhammer. Dong! The Earth-Splitting Hammer technique was pushed to the extreme by Xiaoao, and its battle prowess was close to that of a heavenly body tier elite. However, when the war hammer struck the five-clawed golden dragon, it was instantly sent flying. Dong! The earth trembled, and the five-clawed golden dragon sent the war hammer in Xiaoao's hand flying with unimaginable power. Xiaoao's body was also continuously retreating. When he retreated to the edge of the mountain peak, he finally stabilized himself with great difficulty. At this moment, Xiaoao finally knew that Emperor Xia's words were true. The Elixir Dragon spell was really too strange, especially that five-clawed golden dragon. When the war hammer struck it, it didn't have any power on its body. However, it easily dispelled the power of the earth-splitting hammer technique and sent the war hammer flying. When Fang Chen and Huayin Su saw this scene, their eyes also lit up. At the same time that Dan by Xian used the Elixir Dragon spell, Ouyang Hong also used his own secret technique, Dark Yin Great Strength Technique. This was taught to Ouyang Hong by the Black Yindao ancestor. Although this secret technique was only an ordinary mid-level secret technique, its power was exceptionally strong. Unfortunately, the person who used it was Ouyang Hong. If it were Ouyang Qing, its power would definitely increase. This was because Ouyang Qing had the Black Yin Fiend body and could support the Black Yin Great Strength technique. When Xiaoao was forced to the edge of the mountain peak by the Elixir Dragon spell, Ouyang Hong's fists whistled through the air. The Black Yin Great Strength technique had boundless strength. Ouyang Hong used it to its fullest. Bang! Caught off guard, Xiaoao was hit by the Black Yin Great Strength technique, and his body retreated once again. Fortunately, his defense had dispelled more than half of the power of the Black Yin Great Strength technique, allowing him to remain on the peak. The number one genius of the Xia clan is only SOO, Ouyang Hong sneered. You will regret making the Xia clan your enemy. At this point, Xiaoao was still unwilling to lower his head. His face was full of disdain. His aura was rising. Now, prepare to suffer the wrath of Xiaoao. Xiaoao's face was full of arrogance. Xiaoao alone had 3 middle-grade secret techniques. This was something that the other geniuses could not compare to. This was the treatment that the number one genius of the Xia clan received. The first secret technique was the Imperial Heavenly Ancient Technique, which was relatively common in the Xia clan. Any disciple of the Heaven Star Border Stage 9 could cultivate it. The second secret technique was the Earth-Shattering Hammer Technique. This secret technique could only be used by the most outstanding of the younger generation. The third secret technique, which he was about to use, was given to him by the immortal sect of the Old Hua Islands, which he had joined. Proud Heaven Palm. This was Xiaoao's third secret technique, and also his trump card. At this point, he did not dare to hold back. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be able to defeat the 4 geniuses. In his eyes, there was only the number 1. If he could not obtain the number 1 position, this hunting war would lose its meaning. Most importantly, this would disrupt the Xia clan's plans for the next few years. Therefore, no matter what, the number 1 position would belong to Xiaoao. Let's end this quickly, Fang Chen said to the 3 geniuses. The 3 of them nodded. They had also realized how powerful Xiaoao was. Immediately, the 4 of them attacked together again. As for Xiaoao, this was the first time he used the Proud Heaven Palm since entering the ancient hunting war. Ha! Xiaoao roared. The only vital essence in his sea of qi started to circulate rapidly. The terrifying vital essence covered Xia Ao's palms. Then he quickly struck out 4 palms at the 4 geniuses. So strong! Fan Chen was the first to feel the power of the proud heaven palm. He did not fight it head-on. Instead, he used the true meaning of time and space to dodge the proud heaven palm and appeared beside Xia Ao. The second level of the heavenly sealing art, 5 Thunders Calamity Technique. Fan Chen used his 2 strongest secret techniques at once, both physical and spiritual attacks. They were directed at Xia Ao. Seeing Sanguinati suddenly appear beside him, Xia Ao was also surprised. Although he knew that this person had the true meaning of space, he did not think much of it. But now, Sanguinati's space diversion was beyond his expectations. What's going on? When Sanguinati appeared in front of him, Xia Ao felt that the air around him had changed. What's going on? With Xia Ao's insight, how could he see that the flow of time was changing? Xia Ao sensed the changes around him and increased the power of the proud heaven palm. He blasted out a palm and forced Fan Chen to retreat. However, no one noticed. While Fan Chen was retreating, a petite black bug quietly landed on Xia Ao's arm. The other 3 geniuses were trying to resolve Xia Ao's proud heaven palm. This palm technique is too strange, Hua Yunqiu said in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. Xia Ao's proud heaven palm carried a spiritual attack along with its physical attack. After the first contact, the 3 of them were hit. Fortunately, their souls were very strong and were able to withstand the spiritual shock. Crack! While Fan Chen was retreating, the other 3 also resolved the proud heaven palm's attack. The 4 of them stood side by side, their aura shaking the sky. Xia Ao, you've lost. Even his strongest attack was resolved. What right did Xia Ao have to stand here? In the wasteland, the disciples of the various sect exclaimed. Xia Ao is too strong. If it was a one-on-one, he might be able to take first place. Unfortunately, the rules are a free-for-all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Xia Ao for offending too many people. Yeah, now that the 4 of them are working together, Xia Ao won't be able to resist at all. While everyone was discussing, Han Yingshue's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the mountain peak. As for Ouyang Qing, she was very confident in her brother and Sanguinati. Xia Ao will definitely lose, Ouyang Qing said. The other geniuses in the second group also shook their heads, not daring to believe the scene before them. Once upon a time, they had competed with Sanguinati. However, only a short time had passed, and there was an insurmountable gap between them and Sanguinati. Fire mania and convulsive fire of the flaming palace felt a lingering fear. If they had fought with Sanguinati, they might have ended up like the Dallas Palace. Qin Konglu and Qin Yuanyu of the Green Spirit sect narrowed their eyes and stared at the mountain peak. Once Xia Ao is eliminated, the first place will most likely be Sanguinati, Qin Yuanyu said softly. Qin Konglu nodded. Up until now, Sanguinati hadn't used his trump card. The star-killing arrow was a precious treasure that could make heavenly body tier elites tremble in fear. Chapter 1178. Xia Ao let out a pitiful cry. He slapped his own arm, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The demon armor insect was sent flying. The demon armor insect's corrosive power was very strong. It just laid on Xia Ao's arm and was about to burrow into his body. However, Xia Ao was also a decisive person. He was very decisive. He was also very ruthless to himself, sending the demon armor insect flying with a slap. Looking at his mangled arm, Xia Ao's eyes were scarlet, and his heart was filled with rage. You guys have completely infuriated me. Xia Ao looked around at the 4 people and said coldly, We don't fear you with the 4 of us working together, Ouyang Hong said with a cold smile. However, although Ouyang Hong's attitude was very tough, he also sighed in his heart. This Xia Ao was indeed the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of Clear Sky Island's Xia clan. He should be proud to be able to resist the four of them to this extent. Stepping into the heavenly body tier was only a matter of time. Perhaps he could step into the legendary creation tier in the future. This Xia Ao's reputation as a genius was well deserved. At first, Ouyang Hong thought that after his cultivation reached the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, he could defeat all Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. However, now it seemed that when Xia Ao fought with him, he had also hidden some of his strength. I, Hua Yunqiu, admire you for having 3 great secret techniques. However, you, Xia Ao, are too despicable. Even if I can't get first place today, I'll still eliminate you. Hua Yunqiu was very angry. This Xia Ao actually sneak attacked him and tried to eliminate him. How laughable. Dan, Baixian, and Feng Chen's aura surged, and they were ready to attack at any time. Under Feng Chen's command, the little mouse silently left the mountain peak and hid in a secluded place, waiting for an opportunity to attack. I really didn't expect that I, Xia Ao, would be forced to this extent by you guys in this hunting war. You guys should be proud to die by my hands. Xia Ao's face was filled with madness. Immediately after, an extremely vast aura surged out from his body. This aura caused the expressions of the 4 people to change drastically. What is this? Feng Qin cried out. Oh, Yan Hong suddenly yelled, burning the soul to refine the body. Hearing Ouyang Hong shout, everyone was even more shocked. Xia Ao, as a member of Clear Sky Island Xia clan, how could you cultivate such a brutal secret technique? Hua Yunqiu rebuked. Upon seeing Xia Ao's aura rise continuously, the 4 of them quickly retreated. Burning the soul to refine the body was a taboo technique of Heavenspan Island. In ancient times, there had been no Xia clan on Heavenspan Island. At that time, the master of Heavenspan Island was the master of Heavenspan Peak. At that time, there was an evil organization on Heavenspan Island. This evil faction was extremely powerful, able to contend with the righteous martial artists of Heavenspan Island. And the secret of their sect was the soul-burning body tempering technique that made people tremble in fear. According to legend, after cultivating the burning soul to refine body, martial artists could burn their own souls to increase the strength of their physical body. Moreover, when this technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could split their soul and cultivate a clone. This was because to cultivate this technique, one had to lay the foundation with the blood of countless martial artists. Thus, after that sect was destroyed, this brutal technique was also directly destroyed. Who would have thought that after so many years, someone would actually cultivate the burning soul to refine body? After using the burning soul to refine body, Xia Ao's aura was close to that of a heavenly body tier elite. The power of the stars in heaven and earth continuously surged into his body. All of you must die. In order to obtain first place, he, Xia Ao, could do anything. This included slaughtering all the martial artists in the ancient hunting battlefield. Right now, the most important thing was to kill the 4 people in front of him. 1. In an instant, Xia Ao's aura rose to the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier. The 4 prodigies' expressions were extremely serious. There was a fundamental difference between the heavenly body tier and the heaven dipper tier. If Xia Ao was a heaven dipper tier cultivator, the 4 of them wouldn't fear him at all. However, the present Xia Ao's cultivation level had already risen to the heavenly body tier. This was the terrifying part of the burning soul to refine body. Although his cultivation level would still fall to his original level afterward, it was enough to escape or kill powerful enemies. What should we do? Hua Yunqiu asked in a low voice. Although he hated Xia Ao, he didn't want to take the risk. His soul is burning, and his cultivation level has broken through to the heavenly body tier. We're no match for him, Dan Bixuan said softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Beside her, Ouyang Hong also shook his head helplessly. At first, he thought that the four of them would be able to eliminate him. However, such an unforeseen event had occurred. He was really unwilling to accept this. "I'm unwilling." Ouyang sighed. Now, there wasn't much time left. They had to make a choice. Once Xia Ao's cultivation level completely stabilized, it would be a disaster for them. At that time, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. "I give up." Hua Yunxiu was the first to give up. "I also give up." Dan Bixuan gave up without hesitation. In the end, only Ouyang and Feng Chen were left. Ouyang wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he looked at Feng Chen. "Brother Blood?" Ouyang asked. Feng Chen pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head, glanced at Ouyang and said, "Brother Ouyang, I have a way to deal with Xia Ao." Hua Yunxiu and Dan Bixuan obviously didn't believe Sanguinati. The two of them left the mountain peak one after another. Leaving the mountain peak also meant that they gave up on this competition. Only Xia Ao and the other two were left on the mountain peak. Voila! A wild aura shot into the clouds. Xia Ao's cultivation level finally stabilized. "Idiot." Xia Ao sneered and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a pitch-black arrow appeared in Feng Chen's hand. The appearance of this arrow caused the air around the mountain peak to instantly freeze. "What's that?" On the wasteland, many cultivators widened their eyes, looking at the star-killing arrow in Feng Chen's hand. What a terrifying aura. This arrow isn't simple. Its aura is too strong. Dan Bixuan and Hua Yunxiu, who had just walked down the wasteland, cried out involuntarily when they saw the arrow in Feng Chen's hand. Star-killing arrow. The two exchanged glances, feeling regretful. If they had known that Sanguinati had the star-killing arrow, they wouldn't have given up. On the mountain peak, Ouyang saw the star-killing arrow and chuckled. "Xia Ao, it's time for you to die," Ouyang sneered. Xia Ao, whose face was originally filled with an arrogant smile, also became much more serious at this moment. "Star-killing arrow. I didn't expect you to actually have this thing." Xia Ao took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart as he said, coldly, "I didn't want to use it at first, but I had no choice." Feng Chen spread out his hands. The star-killing arrow released a terrifying aura, causing even Ouyang heart to palpitate. As expected of the star-killing arrow, it was too terrifying. The star-killing arrow that was said to be feared by even heavenly body tier elites actually appeared in Sanguinati's hands. At first, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but at this moment, there was a 180-degree turn. Everyone on the wasteland was waiting for Xia Ao's action. They wanted to see how he would block the power of the star-killing arrow. "Humph! The star-killing arrow can't stop me." Xia Ao shouted in a low voice, and directly stretched out his hand. Instantly, the void collapsed. Xia Ao's large hand contained majestic power of stars, and it pressed down. Ouyang body was trembling. If he was suppressed by this large hand, he would undoubtedly die. This was a heavenly body tier level hand, and that terrifying power of stars, just thinking about it was extremely terrifying. However, right at this moment, Feng Chen poured the power of strong essence into the star-killing arrow. Xiao! The star-killing arrow streaked across the void, piercing toward Xia Ao. Rumble! The large hand was still pressing down. Ouyang and Feng Chen's eyes were fixed on the star-killing arrow. Voila! The penetrative power of the star-killing arrow was very tyrannical. In a flash, it appeared in front of Xia Ao. "Go die." Seeing this, Xia Ao suddenly exerted force with his other hand, directly grasping the star-killing arrow. Gotcha! However, he underestimated the power of the star-killing arrow. His large hand was directly penetrated. The power of the star-killing arrow really erupted. Dong! The whole ground was in battle. Xia Ao's large hand that attacked Feng Chen and Ouyang instantly collapsed. And the star-killing arrow also carried an extremely powerful impact, piercing into Xia Ao's body. No. Chapter 1179. Star Murdering Arrow. A precious treasure that even heavenly body tier elites were very afraid of. Xiao was too arrogant, thinking that he could rely on his own efforts to resist the power of the star-murdering arrow. However, he forgot that his cultivation level also rose to the heavenly body tier in a short time because he used burning soul-body refinement. Under the domineering attack of the star-murdering arrow, Xiao did not have any power to resist. The star-murdering arrow directly pierced through Xiao's body. Pum! The star-murdering arrow instantly exploded, and Xiao's body was also battered and exhausted. Ah! Miserable cries sounded from the battlefield. Xiao desperately neutralized the power of the star-murdering arrow. He urged burning soul body refinement to the extreme, and cast the ultimate move of burning soul body refinement without regard for anything, blasting toward the star-murdering arrow that was stuck in his body. Kacha! Perhaps it was because the person who activated the star-murdering arrow was Fang Qin, and his strength was a little weak. Therefore, the power of the star-murdering arrow was not unleashed to the maximum. Under Xiao's desperate attack, the power of the star-murdering arrow also gradually dissipated. Finally, the star-murdering arrow directly broke with a kacha. The tyrannical power instantly dissipated. After doing all this, Xiao's body directly fell to the ground softly, as if a living dead not moving at all. Xiao was still breathing. Ouyang Hong wanted to go and kill him, but was stopped by Fang Qin. 70% of his soul has been burned. He's practically a cripple now. Let him live. Otherwise, the Xia clan will definitely go crazy, Fang Qin said. Hearing that, Ouyang Hong nodded. Brother Blood, you really hid deeply, Ouyang Hong said with a grin. Below the wasteland, thunderous applause came. All the cultivators looked at the mountain peak, those two tall and straight figures, in disbelief. Xiao was the totem of the younger generation of Clear Sky Island, an invincible existence. However, what they did today, they really did it. Whoosh on the wasteland, shouts like a tsunami were all calling out Sanguinati's name. Even Hua Yun Su and Dan by Xian nodded slightly. In all fairness, from certain aspects, they were indeed inferior to Sanguinati. The hunting battle is over, Hua Yunshu muttered to himself. To him, if he couldn't get first place, the other rankings didn't matter. Just like Han Feng, he had a powerful master behind him, so he didn't need to worry about resources. In this hunting war, the only thing that attracted them was the baptism quota at the heavenly deity's pool. But now he had no hope of getting first place, so he was relieved. It was indeed a golden era, with geniuses emerging in large numbers. Hua Yunshu sighed in his heart. It seemed that he would have to come out more often in the future and come into contact with all kinds of experts. In this way, he would be able to grow quickly on the path of martial arts. At the same time, he looked at Sanguinati with a burning gaze. This child will be extraordinary in the future. Heaven Dipper Realm 7th layer can do such a feat, his future was limitless. Even Hua Yunshu was a bit envious of Sanguinati's talent. No one in the entire Heavenly Deity Island could match his talent. On the other hand, Dan by Xian's eyes flashed, and she had mixed feelings. When she first saw Sanguinati, she felt that he was extraordinary. That was why she went to befriend Sanguinati. But now, Sanguinati had given her too much shock. So powerful, Dan by Xian said. After Xiao was defeated, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. The second round of the battle royale still hadn't ended. As long as the first place wasn't decided, it wouldn't end. Hearing this, Ouyang Hong looked at Sanguinati, who happened to be looking at him too. Next battle? Fang Qin asked. Ouyang Hong shook his head. Yes. Fang Qin didn't understand. What did Ouyang Hong mean? They were close, but neither of them wanted to give up the first place, so they could only rely on their strength. Brother Shui, I've seen your growth. You're stronger than me, Ouyang Hong said in a low voice. Then he spread out his hands and said, I give up fighting for first place. Hearing Ouyang Hong's words, Fang Qin frowned and said, Brother Ouyang, you don't have to do this. Clearly, Ouyang Hong had already made his decision. Brother Shui, you don't have to persuade me. In the battle against Xia Ao, if it weren't for your star-killing arrow at the last moment, our lives would have been in danger. In fact, when Hua Yunqiu and Dan Bai Xian gave up one after another, Ouyang Hong already had the thought of giving up. However, it was Sanguinati who asked him to stay. Sanguinati had single-handedly won the battle, and he didn't do anything. Moreover, he was so close to Sanguinati. How could he fight with him for first place? Ouyang Hong gave up the fight and left the mountain. Fang Chen's tall figure stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Dong! The entire ancient hunting battlefield was shaken, and it resounded through the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was the hunting battle over? A thought was transmitted into everyone's minds. Instantly it caused an uproar. The hunting battle rankings were out. First place was Sanguinati, second place was Ouyang Hong, and third place was Xia Ao. The reason why Xia Ao was third was because Hua Yunqiu and Dan Bai Xian gave up one after another in the final battle. Therefore, even though Xia Ao was heavily injured and almost died, he was still third. Fourth place was Dan Bai Xian, and fifth place was Hua Yunqiu. As for the last five, no one paid attention to them anymore. Their target was the same, the youth standing on the mountain who turned the tide, Sanguinati. After the final result was announced, the Black Heaven sect disciples went completely crazy. They danced with joy. Yang Cheng and Fan Feiying were even more excited. They didn't expect the Black Heaven sect to be first in this hunting battle. It's over. It's finally over. All the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Although the hunting battle was full of opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. Countless cultivators had died here. The hunting battle that had lasted for more than a year was finally over. This time, Sanguinati's name would definitely resound throughout sky-penetrating island. In the outside world, in the wasteland closest to the ancient hunting battlefield. Usually the wasteland was desolate, and almost no one would come here. However, today it was especially lively. The giants of the sixth super sect had all arrived. Even the higher-ups of the sect had arrived. The hunting battle has ended today. I wonder what the result is, Ancestor Green Spirit said. The first place will definitely be my Xia clan, Xia Ao said confidently. Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin are very strong. They will most likely take the first two places. Fire Mania of my Flamewing Palace will most likely be third, the Flamewing Palace Master said. Lu Kuang of my Dowless Palace will at least be in the top 10. He might even be in the top 5. The Dowless Palace Master laughed. Beside him, Danjing Palace Master had a gentle smile on his face. He only nodded to the other giants and did not express his opinion. Yang Qing should be able to enter the top 10, the Black Heaven Sect Master said to himself. Yang Qing had the highest chance of becoming a Black Heaven Sect disciple. Although Sanguinati's potential was heaven-defying, his strength was not enough. He could at most enter the top 20. The 6 supergiants stood at the forefront and chatted with each other. Behind them, the higher-ups of the 6 super sects were also laughing and discussing. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air from afar. It attracted the attention of the 6 supergiants. Suddenly, a figure flew rapidly from the sky. I'm not late, am I? This person exuded a cold aura like a beggar. However, no one dared to underestimate this person. Ice Maniac, what are you doing here? Emperor Xia asked. Ice Maniac was one of the top experts of sky-penetrating island, who was as famous as Emperor Xia. Ice Maniac was a loose cultivator. The Xia clan had invited him to join them many times, but he had rejected them. They did not expect Ice Maniac to come here. My disciple is participating in the hunting war. As his master, I have to come and take a look. Ice Maniac laughed. Hearing this, the 6 supergiants were all shocked. Old man, you are willing to let your disciple participate in the hunting war, Emperor Xia joked. Just as Ice Maniac was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look into the distance and said, "Old man, Leisure Cloud, why are you sneaking around?" Hearing this, the 6 supergiants' expressions changed again. Was the Leisure Cloud that Ice Maniac was talking about Star-Lord Leisure Cloud? Indeed, Star-Lord Leisure Cloud appeared as soon as Ice Maniac finished speaking. Chapter 1180. Among the peak experts of Ingress Island, Star-Lord Idlecloud was the most unfathomable. Although Star-Lord Idlecloud had always given off a gentle and refined aura, the 6 supreme giants didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Even the domineering Emperor Xia didn't dare to be careless in front of Star-Lord Idlecloud. "Idlecloud, your disciple is also participating in the hunting war?" Ice Madman asked with a grin. Star-Lord Idlecloud nodded slightly. "He's been under my protection all this time and hasn't been able to grow strong. I still need to let him temper himself." The 6 supreme giants also greeted Star-Lord Idlecloud one after another. This time, the wasteland became even livelier. 2 peak experts who were usually elusive had actually shown up at this moment, and they were the best of the best, Ice Madman and Star-Lord Idlecloud. Everyone was waiting for the ancient hunting war to open. Once the final battle inside was over, the ancient hunting war would open automatically. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Half a day later, at a certain moment, the entrance to the ancient hunting war suddenly shook. Many experts widened their eyes in shock. Is the ancient hunting war about to open? Everyone cried out, "Dong!" The ancient hunting war opened under everyone's gazes. Following the opening of the ancient hunting battlefield, the warriors inside also walked out in a single file. About 3 minutes after the ancient battlefield opened, the first warrior appeared. "Haha, it's a disciple of our demon Kuei Gate." Someone in the crowd yelled happily. The ancient hunting war was incomparably dangerous. It wasn't easy to come out alive. The leader of this small sect was very excited to see his disciple come out. As the demon Kuei Gate disciple came out, the disciples of the other supreme sects came out in an endless stream. However, those who came out at the beginning were all disciples of the small sect. After about an hour, some disciples of the medium-sized sect finally came out. The 6 supreme giants stood at the front, waiting quietly. It took a full 2 hours for the disciples of the medium-sized and large-scale sect to come out gradually. "Ha ha ha, Ran of the sect is fine." Warriors in the crowd yelled from time to time. The first of the 6 supreme sect to come out was Pillview Temple. Haning Shui is a disciple of the Pillview Palace. Haning Shui was the first to come out. Temple Master Dan Jing's face was full of smiles. Behind Haning Shui were the disciples of Pillview Palace. Dan Bixuan was the last to come out. Xian With a wave of his hand, Temple Master Dan Jing brought Dan Bixuan to his side. "How is it?" Temple Master Dan Jing asked excitedly. He was very clear about Dan Bai Xian's strength. Maybe Dan Bai Xian could really take first place. Dan Bai Xian shook her head, not saying anything. But Dan Jing already understood that Dan Bixuan didn't win first place. "It's okay. It's good that you came out safely." Dan Jing comforted Dan Bixuan. After the Danjing Palace, it was the Green Spirit sect. Qin Konglu and Qin Yuanyu, the 2 geniuses, were present. Ancestor Green Spirit was very excited. "Konglu, Yuanyu, come to me." Ancestor Green Spirit shouted. Qin Konglu and Qin Yuanyu came to Ancestor Green Spirit's side. "What's your rank?" asked Ancestor Green Spirit. "Top 10, Qin Konglu said helplessly. Hearing that, Ancestor Green Spirit was a little puzzled and continued to ask. Before Qin Konglu could answer, the people of the Flaming Palace also came out. "Haha, Fire Mania and Convulsive Fire are both here." The Flaming Palace master laughed excitedly. Now, they weren't concerned about the rankings, but the survival of their own sect's disciples. After the Flame-Wing Palace disciples came out, it was the Black Heaven sect. Seeing Fang Qin and the others come out safely, the Black Heaven sect master was also very excited. After the Black Heaven sect, it was Han Feng, Hua Yunqiu, and Ouyang Hong who appeared. The last to appear was the Xia clan. When the people of the Xia clan appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? The Xia clan's genius, Xia Ao, was carried out by the younger generation of disciples. Emperor Xia could see at a glance that Xia Ao was seriously injured and in danger of dying. What's going on? Emperor Xia's figure flashed and came to the younger generation of the Xia clan. He held Xia Ao's wrist and felt his pulse. After a while, Emperor Xia's body emitted a frightening aura. His face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "Speak, what's going on?" Emperor Xia was furious. His favorite disciple, Xia Ao, had been seriously injured. He wanted to know what was going on. Emperor Xia. The leader of the disciples knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Emperor Xia, Xia Ao, was injured by Sanguinati of the Black Heaven sect." What? Emperor Xia heard this and looked sharply at the Black Heaven sect's area. Immediately, everyone's attention was on Sanguinati. Impossible. This person can't be Xia Ao's match. Emperor Xia shook his head. Emperor Xia could see Sanguinati's strength at a glance. He didn't believe that such a weak cultivator could injure Xia Ao to this extent. Emperor Xia, everything this disciple said is true, the disciple continued. Tell me in detail, said Emperor Xia. In the second round of the final battle, senior apprentice brother Xia Ao was surrounded by Sanguinati, Ouyang Hong, Hua Yunqiu, and Dan Bixuan. The disciple spoke truthfully. Hearing this disciple's words, all the cultivators present were shocked. The four of them surrounded Xia Ao, said Emperor Xia. His gaze swept over the four heavenly geniuses, killing intent surging in his eyes. Emperor Xia, the rules of the final battle are a free-for-all. Surrounding and attacking doesn't seem to be against the rules, said Star Monarch Idlecloud. Hua Yunqiu was his disciple. He definitely wouldn't allow Emperor Xia to attack him. Emperor Xia suppressed his anger. His gaze swept over Hua Yunqiu, Dan Bixuan, and finally landed on Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong. It's one thing for the four of you to surround and attack Xia Ao, but you even used the star-killing arrow, said Emperor Xia. The star-killing arrow belongs to Fang Qin. Do the rules not allow it? Asked the Black Heaven sect's sect master. Emperor Xia's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Sanguinati. Emperor Xia, senior brother Xiaosheng, was killed by Sanguinati, and Princess Yaningqin was killed by Ouyang Hong, added a disciple of the Xia clan. Hearing this, Emperor Xia became even angrier. The people of the Xia clan will not die in vain. Emperor Xia stepped forward and arrived at the Black Heaven sect's area. He wanted to kill Sanguinati. However, he was stopped by the Black Heaven sect's sect master. In the ancient hunting battlefield, life and death are determined by fate. Xiaosheng was killed, which means that he wasn't strong enough. If you want to avenge Xiaosheng, I will be the first to disagree. The Black Heaven sect's sect master's attitude was firm. If Sanguinati had killed Xiaosheng in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't have said anything. However, that had happened in the ancient hunting battlefield. Emperor Xia, you've gone too far. Ice Maniac couldn't stand it anymore. This Emperor Xia had gone too far. Logically speaking, Sanguinati was right. The reason he killed Xiaosheng was because Xiaosheng was his competitor. Should he not kill him and wait for him to kill him? As for using the star-killing arrow to deal with Xia Ao, it was also reasonable. Honorable Emperor Xia, don't you want to know why I used the star-killing arrow to deal with Xia Ao? Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qin walked out from behind the Black Heaven sect's sect master and asked Emperor Xia in a deep voice. You are provoking me, Emperor Xia said coldly. Gao Gui is like Emperor Xia. Why would he casually deal with a weak heaven's strength realm martial artist? If word got out, he would be laughed at, Fong Qin continued. If I wanted to kill you, the Black Heaven sect master wouldn't be able to stop me, Emperor Xia said. I killed Xia Sheng because he wanted to kill me. I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Fong Qin spread his hands and said, as for seriously injuring Xia Ao, if he hadn't used the Sky Pass Island's forbidden technique, Hua Yunxiu and Dan Bixuan wouldn't have given up on fighting for first place, and I wouldn't have used the star-killing arrow. Forbidden technique? Hearing that, everyone was confused. Burning soul-body refinement. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, it caused a huge uproar. What? Xia Ao actually cultivated the burning soul-body refinement. Wasn't the burning soul-body refinement destroyed? Why did it appear? Emperor Xia, you have to give us an explanation for this matter. Even a few of the supergiants spoke up. Burning soul-body refinement was too deeply involved. Nonsense. Emperor Xia was furious and was about to attack. I can prove it. I can prove it too. Chapter 1181. Burning the soul to refine the body. Emperor Xia was the clearest about this. When he heard Sanguinati's words, he was also shocked. He did not believe that Xia Ao had cultivated such an evil technique. After all, the burning soul to refine the body had been destroyed in that earth-shattering battle. It was impossible for anyone to possess it. However, Hua Yunxiu, Dan Bixuan, and Ouyang Hong's words proved one point. Emperor Xiao's expression kept changing. Xia Ao, who burned his soul to refine his body, actually practiced such a technique. Is this true? Ice Quangren stopped smiling and asked solemnly. Beside him, Star Monarch Idler Cloud's expression became even more serious. Burning the soul to refine the body was a serious matter. If this was true, he definitely had to pay attention. Master, Sanguinati's words are true. When Xia Ao used the burning soul to refine the body, his cultivation instantly soared to the heavenly body tier. This was also the reason why Dan Bixuan and I gave up on fighting for first place, Hua Yunqiu said. Hearing this, Star Monarch Idler Cloud finally understood. So this was the reason why Hua Yunqiu gave up fighting for first place. According to Hua Yunqiu's description, the 6 super big shots, Ice Quangren, and Star Monarch Idler Cloud already knew that Sanguinati's words were true. Burning the soul to refine the body is an evil technique, a taboo of Clear Sky Island. How did Xia Ao obtain it? Ice Quangren asked first. His expression was dark as he looked at Emperor Xia. Others gave him face, but Ice Quangren did not care. The Xia clan had to give an explanation for this matter. Emperor Xia, you have to give us an explanation for this matter, Star Monarch Idler Cloud said in a low voice. The other 5 super big shots all nodded. This matter was serious. If that evil sect were to revive, it would be a disaster for Clear Sky Island. Hearing this, Emperor Xia's face turned ashen. He looked at Xia Ao and asked coldly what happened. Facing Emperor Xia's question, Xia Ao had already thought of a countermeasure. Emperor Xia, I obtained this technique by accident. I had no idea it was an evil technique. Xia Ao appeared very innocent as he weakly spoke. Where did you obtain it? Emperor Xia continued to ask. In a certain dangerous place. Xia Ao said. Hearing this, the Xia Emperor painfully closed his eyes. After a long time he said burning soul to refine body is a taboo technique of Heavenspan Island. Everyone despises it, but Xia Ao cultivated it without permission. He deserves 10,000 deaths. Today I will clean up the sect. After Emperor Xia finished speaking, he did not give Xia Ao a chance to speak. He slapped his palm onto Xia Ao's head, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Xia Ao was dead. The main culprit is already dead. Does anyone have anything else to say? The Xia Emperor looked around and asked. Everyone fell silent. Emperor Xia, on the other hand, was ruthless. Without any hesitation, he killed Xia Ao with a single slap. This also cut off the clues of the burning soul-body tempering technique. Emperor Xia, we must attach great importance to this matter. Ice Madman's expression softened a little as he said softly, "That's right. We must be careful, just in case," Star Monarch Idlecloud said. The others understood what the two of them meant. They must not allow that evil power from that year to rise again. Even if they had to search the entire Heavenspan Island, they had to be absolutely safe. Rest assured, my Xia clan controls the entire Heavenspan Island. We will naturally not allow any other evil power to appear, Emperor Xia said solemnly. The burning soul to refine body tempering technique had come to an end. After experiencing this, Emperor Xia could no longer act against Fangchen. Brat, my Xia clan disciple will not die in vain. The Grand Emperor Xia was actually threatening a junior. However, Fangchen spread his hands and did not say anything. He could feel the killing intent in Emperor Xiao's heart. However, as soon as Emperor Xia finished speaking, Palace Master Taoist suddenly called out, "What's going on? Why is the ancient hunting battlefield closed?" The previous matter had attracted everyone's attention. Only now did they discover that the ancient hunting battlefield had closed, and none of the Taoist Palace disciples had come out. Is there a problem with the ancient hunting battlefield? Why is it closed before my Taoist Palace disciples have come out? Palace Master Taoist could no longer remain calm and shouted. Ice Maniac looked at his disciple Han Feng and asked, "What happened?" "Teacher, Lu Kuang of the Taoist Palace heavily injured Ouyang Hong and angered Ouyang Hong. The latter annihilated all the disciples of the Taoist Palace by himself." Although Han Feng's voice was soft, it was still heard by everyone. Hearing this, Emperor Xiao's expression changed slightly. Palace Master Taoist suddenly turned his head and looked at Han Feng. He said solemnly, "Nonsense. How can he deal with the genius of my Taoist Palace, Lu Kuang?" Palace Master Taoist did not believe that Ouyang Hong could destroy the entire Taoist Palace by himself. "It's up to you to believe it or not," Han Feng said coldly. Dong, the ancient hunting battlefield, was completely closed. At this moment, Palace Master Taoist finally went crazy. Is what he said true? Palace Master Taoist's sharp eyes looked at Ouyang Hong and asked, "That's right. The younger generation of the Taoist Palace was killed by me. If you want to blame someone, blame them for injuring my sister," Ouyang Hong said disapprovingly. "You dare to kill my Taoist Palace disciples." Crash! As soon as Palace Master Taoist finished his words, he suddenly tore through the void and appeared in front of Ouyang Hong. Without waiting for Ouyang Hong to move his body, Hall Master Wu Dao made a move. "Pa!" Palace Master Taoist slapped Ouyang Hong and sent Ouyang Hong flying. Then he stretched out his hand and suppressed Ouyang Hong. At this moment, Fangchen attacked. Swoosh! Using the space-time true intent, he silently appeared behind Palace Master Taoist. Xian Tian Sealing Art. Without hesitation, he used the second level of the Xian Tian Sealing Art. A tyrannical sword net instantly enveloped Palace Master Taoist, courting death. Palace Master Taoist felt the attack behind him and sneered. He retracted his palm and gave up attacking Ouyang Hong. Instead, he attacked Fangchen. "Xian Tian Sealing Art? If Xian Tian Old Man used it, I would be afraid. How dare you, a Heaven Star Border Realm ant, attack me?" Pum! Palace Master Taoist shattered the sword net with a slap and sent Fangchen flying. "Brother Blood, don't worry about me." Ouyang Hong was quite touched when he saw this. Facing an elite at the peak of the heavenly body realm, Sanguinati attacked regardless of everything. It really touched him, but now Sanguinati was in danger. "Palace Master Taoist, you've gone too far." Sect Master Taoist attacked. He waved his hand, and a vast power of stars instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chen's body, blocking Palace Master Dallas attack. Xian Tian, old man, you want to stop me? Palace Master Dallas glared at him and asked in a deep voice. Sanguinati is a disciple of my Black Sky sect. With me here, you can't kill him. Sect Master Dallas' attitude was very tough. Good, very good. Palace Master Dallas turned to look at Ouyang Hong after he finished speaking. He has the protection of the Black Sky sect. What about you? Palace Master Dallas took a step out, shuttled through the void, and arrived beside Ouyang Hong. His whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Facing Palace Master Dallas' power, Ouyang Hong stood tall and straight, his face full of arrogance. He would not yield. You can't kill me, Ouyang Hong said in a deep voice. At the side, Ouyang Qing's body was a little weak. At this moment, she also ran to her brother's side. Palace Master Dallas, if you dare to attack my brother, I guarantee that your Palace Master Dallas will disappear from Clear Sky Island. Ouyang Qing reprimanded. Being threatened by a weak girl, Palace Master Dallas was completely enraged. Ha ha ha! I, Palace Master Dallas, have cultivated for so many years, and this is the first time I've been threatened. What a joke! Those who were familiar with Palace Master Dallas knew that he was completely enraged. Among everyone present, the happiest was none other than Emperor Xia. He originally wanted to kill Sanguinati and Ouyang Hong, but because of Xia Ao's matter, Xia clan almost became the target of public criticism. Now, Palace Master Dallas was actually indirectly helping him by making a move. Today, I want to see who can save you. Palace Master Dallas clenched his fist, the power of the stars surging, and suddenly punched out. Ouyang Qing rushed to her brother's side, wanting to help her brother block this punch. Palace Master Dallas, you will regret this. There was no fear on Ouyang Qing's face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. It was as if she was saying how stupid Palace Master Dallas was. Sister. Ouyang Hong roared and pulled his sister away. However, Palace Master Dallas' powerful attack came whistling. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen was in pain. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. However, just as everyone thought that Ouyang Hong would definitely die. Chapter 1182. Without any warning, a sigh appeared in the sky. After this sigh appeared, the entire heaven and earth changed color. The numerous martial artists on the wasteland were all shocked. Some weaker martial artists were even trembling. This sigh contained a very powerful sound wave attack. It was very frightening. After the sigh fell, the attack of the dignified peak stage heavenly body tier elite, Temple Master Wu Dao, abruptly stopped. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Tempestuous waves were set off in Temple Master Wu Dao's heart. He was the clearest about his attack. Even if Emperor Xia made a move, it was also impossible to make his attack abruptly stop. The only explanation was that the owner of the Sai just now made a move in secret. Despite being so far away, Zhang Xian was able to seal his body in midair with just a sigh, rendering him unable to move at all. Thinking of this, a trace of panic arose in Temple Master Wu Dao's heart. His eyes abruptly turned to the void. Right at this time, another sigh came from the void. On the wasteland, many elites, including the 6 great, super big shots, Ice Madman, and Idle Cloud Starlord, were all shocked. Only Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong revealed smiles on their faces. Grandfather came, the danger was resolved. Voila! Under the gazes of tens of thousands, the figure of an old man past his prime floated down from the void, finally landing on the ground. Senior. Although there was no aura fluctuation on this person's body, the expressions of Emperor Xia and the others changed drastically. They looked at this old man past his prime in front of them in disbelief. Others were not clear, but Emperor Xia and the others were the clearest. This old man was an elite that surpassed the Heavenly Body tier. When did Heavenly Passage Island actually have a creation tier elite? Tempestuous waves were set off in Emperor Xia's heart. He stared at the old man in front of him with his mouth agape. Senior. Emperor Xia and the others greeted this person respectfully. The old man passed his prime, nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Temple Master Wudao. Just one look, and Temple Master Wudao felt as if he was seen through. Too powerful. Temple Master Wudao's body finally regained freedom, and he secretly said in his heart, "May I know why Senior has come here?" Emperor Xia, as the clan leader of the Xia clan and the island master of Heavenspan Island, was the first to ask. "Are you the current master of Heavenspan Island?" the old man asked casually. "That's me." Even someone as powerful as Emperor Xia had to refer to himself as a junior before this person. The many cultivators in the wasteland were completely shocked. Even Emperor Xia referred to himself as a junior. Could this person really be one of the legendary creation realm cultivators? Thinking of this, the wasteland was filled with exclamations. The old man ignored the exclamations of the crowd. His body was slightly stooped as he shook his head and said, "You are far inferior to the previous island master." Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this old man knew the previous island master? Fang Chen was also a little surprised. Wasn't the previous island master the owner of Heaven-Piercing Peak? Being mocked like this, Emperor Xia did not dare to retort. If that person were to make a move, not even the combined might of the entire Heavenspan Island would be a match for him. Not to mention the small Xia clan. "Senior, you've come to Heavenspan Island. As the master of the island, it is only natural for me to act as a host." The Xia Emperor chortled. If he could befriend such an elite, there would be too many benefits for him. However, the old man no longer paid attention to Emperor Xia. He limped towards Palace Master Wudao. Everyone's hearts tightened. Had the old man come for Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Qing? Sure enough, seeing the old man walk over, Ouyang Qing, dressed in a red dress, had a smile on her face. She ran directly to the old man and rushed into his embrace. "Grandfather, have you arrived long ago?" Ouyang Qing asked coquettishly. Instantly, everyone in the wasteland was stunned. Ouyang Qing's grandfather was this old man? Huh. The wasteland was filled with shock, especially the few super big shots, Ice Madman, Idle Cloud Star Monarch, and the others. They were even more shocked. However, thinking back, when Palace Master Wudao attacked Ouyang Hong, Ouyang Qing had said that Palace Master Wudao would definitely regret it. No wonder he was so fearless, even when attacked by an elite at the peak of the heavenly body tier. So he had such a background. "Grandfather." The old man gently stroked Ouyang Qing's beautiful hair, his face full of doting. His gaze fell on the battered and exhausted Ouyang Hong, and his expression became slightly more serious. Ouyang Hong lowered his head, somewhat awkwardly. "Normally, I told you siblings to cultivate well, but you didn't listen. Now you've been bullied," the old man said with some displeasure. Ouyang Hong did not speak, and at this moment the most shocked was Fang Chen. He had long guessed that Ouyang Hong's grandfather should be an elite. However, he only thought that Ouyang Hong's grandfather was an elite similar to Ice Madman. Who would have thought that his grandfather was actually a creation tier elite? This is a creation tier elite? Fang Chen felt his heart palpitate. The old man in his twilight years did not deliberately emit the aura on his body, and it already made everyone feel extremely oppressed. If he released his aura, they did not know how to block it. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Ouyang Hong dragged Fang Chen to the old man's side. "Grandfather, this is my brother, Sanguinati," Ouyang Hong introduced. "Junior, Sanguinati, greets Senior." Fang Chen hurriedly clasped his hands and said, facing a creation tier elite, Fang Chen was also very nervous. After all, this was the first time he truly saw a creation tier elite with his own eyes. Those he had seen before were almost all dead creation tier elites. Hearing this, the old man nodded, very satisfied with Fang Chen. "Not bad, not bad." The old man in his twilight years never praised others. Even Ouyang Hong was rarely praised. However, when facing Fangchen, he wasn't stingy with his compliments. The 6 supergiants' gazes gradually changed as they looked at Fangchen. The Black Heaven sect master was even more excited. He did not expect that his own sect's disciple not only took first place, but also had a relationship with a creation tier elite. It was really surprising. After the old man in his twilight years nodded to Fangchen, he turned to look at Temple Master Wu Dao. "You want to kill my grandson?" The old man in his twilight years asked. Hearing this, Temple Master Wu Dao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? If I did not appear in time, I'm afraid my grandson would have been killed by you," the old man in his twilight years continued. It was obvious that he was very protective of his grandson. "Senior," Temple Master Wu Dao wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by the old man in his twilight years. "Break one of your arms and get out of my sight." Hearing the old man's words, Temple Master Wu Dao's expression kept changing. "Senior, your grandson did not suffer any substantial harm. You are bullying the weak by doing this," Temple Master Wu Dao retorted. The old man in his twilight years frowned slightly and looked at Temple Master Wu Dao. Temple Master Wu Dao immediately let out a miserable cry. Everyone looked over, and their scalps immediately went numb. Just a glance, and it made Temple Master Wu Dao lose an arm. One had to know Temple Master Wu Dao was a peak stage heavenly body realm powerhouse. He was also only a step away from that creation realm. However, facing a creation realm powerhouse, he did not even have the strength to resist. Too strong mustn't provoke. Emperor Xia secretly warned in his heart. Cutting off Temple Master Wu Dao's arm with a glance, he, Emperor Xia, did not think that he was much stronger than Temple Master Wu Dao. The other few people were also extremely shocked. Temple Master Wu Dao let out a miserable cry, and he crawled up from the ground. Where the severed arm was, blood flowed out continuously. Many thanks for Senior's grace of not killing. Even if he was humiliated, he also had to be respectful to the other party. Temple Master Wu Dao's heart was filled with resentment, but he did not dare to vent it. The other party regarded him as an ant and could kill him at any time. Sparing his life was disdaining to make a move. Temple Master Wu Dao finished speaking and quickly disappeared from the wasteland. The Temple Master Wu Dao's upper echelons that followed also left dejectedly. Instantly, the wasteland was deathly silent. All of the martial artists' gazes were all on the old man in his twilight years. "You guys continue," the old man in his twilight years suddenly said. Emperor Xia was taken aback and immediately said, "Senior, since you came, then the following reward distribution ceremony. How about you preside over it?" Emperor Xia would not let go of any opportunity to befriend the senior. Chapter 1183. Ancestor Xian, Ouyang Hong, and Ouyang Qing's grandfather, the strongest person on Heavenspan Island, an elite who had long stepped out of creation realm. Before him, the strongest people on Heavenspan Island were the 6 super big shots, Ice Madman, Idle Cloud Star Monarch, and the others. However, his appearance directly intimidated Emperor Xia and the others. Everyone respected him. In reality, Ancestor Xian was not a native elite of Heavenspan Island. Many years ago, Ancestor Xian brought his young grandchildren to Heavenspan Island because of some matter. Thus, he lived in seclusion on Heavenspan Island. All along, Emperor Xia and the others did not know at all that there was actually a transcendent creation realm elite on Heavenspan Island. If they had known, they would definitely have paid a visit. If not for Palace Master Daolis wanting to kill Ouyang Hong this time, Ancestor Xian probably would not have appeared. Thinking of this, Emperor Xia and the others were also incredibly solemn. On Heavenspan Island, were there other creation realm elites? This was what they wanted to know, but did not dare to ask Ancestor Xian. After the previous storm, the wasteland calmed down again. Ancestor Xian presided over the award ceremony, and everyone was looking forward to it. The top 10's rewards. Ancestor Xian waved his hand, and immediately, each person was given a secret technique that was very suitable for them. Even Ouyang had a share. Soon, the top 10's rewards were given out. Next were the top 3's rewards. The third place was Xia Ao. He was already dead, so the martial artist, after him, rose by 1 place, which happened to be Dan Baixian. Dan Baixian chose a level 4 divine weapon that suited her. With this level 4 divine weapon, Dan Baixian's strength rose again. Faintly, Dan Baixian felt that she had touched the threshold of the heavenly body tier. Her pretty face was full of joy. Next was Ouyang. He also chose a level 4 divine weapon. What divine weapon do you want? Ancestor Xian asked. Up to you, Fangchen said. Ancestor Xian nodded and then waved his hand. Instantly, the divine weapon was sent into his arms. Fangchen received the divine weapon and then stored it in his spatial ring. After the top 3's rewards were given out, next was the highly anticipated first's reward, the baptism spot in the Heavenspan Divine Pool. Being able to get first place is enough to prove your talent and strength. Ancestor Xian was full of praise for Fangchen. The first place reward, the spot to enter the Heavenspan Divine Pool, should be yours. After saying that, Ancestor Xian looked at Emperor Xia and said, "When are we going to the Heavenly Divine Pool?" Emperor Xia was stunned when he heard this, and then he said carefully, "How about 3 days from now?" "All right," Ancestor Xian said. After the rewards were distributed, everyone looked at Sanguinati with envious eyes. This lucky guy actually got first place. That was a place for the baptism of the Heavenly Divine Pool. Ancestor Xian prepared to leave with Ouyang and Ouyangqing. However, he turned to look at Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud and chuckled. "If the 2 of you are free, you can come and play chess with me." Upon hearing this, Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud were filled with excitement. Ever since they had reached the peak stage of the heavenly body tier, they had been unable to advance any further. Stepping into the manifestation realm was not something that could be solved by cultivation alone. The 2 of them had been bitterly searching for a way to step into the manifestation realm, but they had not found any clues in all these years. And now, Ancestor Xian was actually asking them to play chess. The meaning was obvious. Ancestor Xian wanted to give them pointers. "Many thanks, Ancestor Xian." The 2 of them clasped their fists. Ancestor Xian left with his grandson and granddaughter. The few super big shots also left with their higher-ups and disciples. The hunting war this time was too unexpected. Who would have thought that the final winner would be the Black Heaven sect, and first place would be taken by a guy at the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper tier? Then, see you in 3 days. The Black Heaven sect master bid farewell to Emperor Xia and then turned to leave. In the end, only the people of the Xia clan were left on the wasteland. "Emperor Xia," an elder said in a low voice, "don't act rashly. A manifestation realm elite is not something we can imagine." Emperor Xia said softly. "Then what about the baptism of the Heavenly Divine Pool?" the elder asked with some reluctance. "With a manifestation realm elite here, we have no other choice," Emperor Xia said. The hunting war ended, and the results spread like a kite across the entire Heavenly Divine Island. Sanguinati's name resounded across the world. Killing Xiaosheng and severely injuring Xia Ao, no one in the younger generation could match up to such battle results. Every martial artist treated Sanguinati as their idol and goal. They wanted to surpass Sanguinati one day in the future. When the news reached the Black Heaven sect, the palace masters and vice palace masters of the 8 palaces went crazy. They never dreamed that the first place would be taken by the Black Heaven sect. At the same time, they were even more convinced that their sect master had a unique vision. Sanguinati's potential was too heaven-defying. The hunting war caused a huge uproar. They couldn't calm down for a while. Within the Imperial Heaven City, there were martial artists discussing about the hunting war in every corner. Almost every corner could hear Sanguinati's name. In the afternoon, Fong Qin had just returned to the Black Heaven Sect's residence in the Imperial Sky City when he was called away by Ouyang Hong. In a certain elegant courtyard, Ancestor Xian sat on a stone bench with a chessboard on the stone table. Ancestor Xian held a white chess piece and placed it on the board. Then he held a black chess piece and played chess with himself. Ouyang Qing, who was at the side, smiled when she saw her grandfather's focused look. At that moment, Ouyang Hong and Fong Qin arrived. "Grandfather, Sanguinati is here," Ouyang Qing said. Ancestor Xian looked up and smiled at Fong Qin. Then he put down the flag in his hand and said, "Have a seat." Ouyang Qing, Ouyang Hong, and Sanguinati sat on 3 stone benches. Fong Qin was still a little nervous when facing a manifestation realm elite. "Senior, may I know why you called me here?" Fong Qin asked. "You don't have to be so formal in front of me. Moreover, you and Hong call each other brother." Ancestor Xian was very kind. Fong Qin gradually relaxed. Ancestor Xian had called Fong Qin here only to ask about Fong Qin's past cultivation and background. Ancestor Xian was also a little surprised to learn that Fong Qin came from Scar Island. Under normal circumstances, Heaven Dipper tier cultivators wouldn't travel back and forth between small islands, unless they were in a group of explorers. Then why did you come to Clear Sky Island? Ancestor Xian asked. "I was plotted against by an enemy," Fong Qin said in a low voice. "Brother Blood, why don't we kill our way back together?" Ouyang Hong asked. Ancestor Xian glanced at Ouyang Hong, and the latter hurriedly lowered his head. "With your potential, it's only a matter of time before you reach the heavenly body tier. However, before that, I have to remind you of something," Ancestor Xian said slowly. "Please enlighten me, Senior," Fong Qin hurriedly said. "Everyone knows that to reach the heavenly body tier from Heaven Dipper tier, you need to take 3 steps," Ancestor Xian continued. "Do you know why? The 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier has 9 flashes of astral essence in your sea of qi. To reach the heavenly body tier, you need to fuse the 9 flashes of astral essence together and form a star tower. Only then can you reach the heavenly body tier." After a pause, Fong Qin continued. "These 3 steps should be to make it easier to fuse the astral essence." Ancestor Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you're right. The reason there are 3 steps after the 9th level of Heaven Dipper tier is because it's easier to fuse the astral essence in batches," Ancestor Xian said. "First, 9 fuses into 6, then 6 fuses into 3, and finally 3 fuses into 1. At this time, the 3 steps have been completed, and there's only the last step left, tempering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who reach the 3rd step can reach the heavenly body tier. The earliest is 1 or 2 years, and the latest is 10 years. Fong Qin listened quietly. Creation tier cultivators' comprehension of martial arts wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Ancestor Xian was giving guidance to Fong Qin, and the latter was secretly delighted. Although it's easy to advance steadily like this, have you ever thought about the drawbacks of reaching the heavenly body tier like this? Not only Fong Qin, but even Ouyang Hong and his sister were astonished. "Grandfather, these 3 steps were gradually perfected by countless predecessors over countless years. How could there be drawbacks?" Ouyang Qing asked. Ouyang Hong also nodded. Chapter 1184. Mystic King Tier, Heaven Dipper Tier, Heavenly Body Tier, Creation Tier. This was the cultivation system that had existed since ancient times. In the vast universe, who knew how many epochs had passed, this cultivation system had always existed. And now, Ancestor Xian, actually said that this cultivation system had its drawbacks. How could Feng Qin and the others accept this? Since there were drawbacks, then in the vast universe, countless prodigies still cultivated without hesitation? Why was this? As if seeing their confusion, Ancestor Xian smiled faintly and said, I know you have doubts in your hearts. I'm not completely denying the cultivation system. I'm just saying that there are drawbacks to these 3 steps into the heavenly body tier. Of course, this is no secret. As long as one is powerful, these things are known to all. Ancestor Xian said very calmly. Grandfather, what's going on? Don't keep us in suspense. Ouyang Qing asked somewhat anxiously. Ancestor Xian continued. A long, long time ago, from Heaven Dipper tier to Heavenly Body tier, there were no so-called final 3 steps. At that time, if Heaven Dipper tier wanted to step into Heavenly Body tier, it was like an insurmountable gap. Because Heaven Dipper tier cultivators were unable to step into Heavenly Body tier for a long time, the balance between the number of cultivators in the universe was broken. Later, in a certain epoch, an earth-shattering great elite appeared. With the power of his entire life, he explored these 3 steps. With these 3 steps as a buffer, more and more Heaven Dipper tier cultivators stepped into Heavenly Body tier, and the universe once again regained its balance. Although taking these 3 steps can allow cultivators to easily reach Heavenly Body tier, there are some drawbacks. When one reaches Creation tier, these drawbacks are very obvious. What Ancestor Xian means is to not take these 3 steps and rely on great perseverance to break through the limit and step into Heavenly Body tier. That's the most perfect way, Feng Qin said. Ancestor Xian nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. That's right. What you said is exactly what I wanted to say to you 3, Ancestor Xian said. In the vast universe, I've seen many amazing prodigies. Many of them relied on their great perseverance to break through the limit and step into Heavenly Body tier. Taking 3 steps to reach Heavenly Body tier. This kind of cultivation had drawbacks, but the drawbacks weren't too great. The higher one's cultivation, the more one will understand that only by relying on one's great perseverance and breaking one's limits can one walk to the peak of martial arts in the future. However, once you choose to take the 3rd step, it means that you will never be able to reach the peak of martial arts, Ancestor Xian continued. Feng Qin and the other 2 fell into deep thought. After a long time, Feng Qin digested Ancestor Xian's meaning. After taking the 3rd step, although his cultivation speed would increase, he would not be able to reach the peak. However, he would still be able to become an overlord. And by relying on great perseverance to break through the limits, he would have the opportunity to cross swords with the geniuses of the various races in the universe in the future and step onto the peak of martial arts. However, Ancestor Xian had also said that advancing to the Heavenly Body tier through sheer willpower was far too difficult. Not 1 in 10,000. In other words, not even 1 out of 10,000 people would succeed. Just thinking about this ratio made one's heart turn cold. It was no wonder that even though some people knew the drawbacks of this method, they still took the 3 steps. For example, Hua Yunxiu, the disciple of Idle Cloud Star Lord, and Han Feng, the disciple of Ice Madman. Of course, there were also some top-notch geniuses who were very arrogant. They would rather live a mediocre life than choose this kind of cultivation method. Therefore, I hope that you can make a wise choice when you step into the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. After Ancestor Xian finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked back into the room. He was tired and needed to rest. This was also to send him off. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Xian. Today, Feng Qin learned a lot from Ancestor Xian, especially after knowing the secret of the Heavenly Dipper realm. After bidding farewell to Ancestor Xian, Feng Qin returned to his residence. Darkness gradually approached, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Feng Qin rested in his residence, but one after another, powerhouses came to visit Feng Qin. Sanguinati ancestor Qingling is here to visit. Sect Master Xian Tian brought ancestor Qingling to Feng Chen's courtyard. At this time, Feng Chen was sitting on a stone bench. Sanguinati, I'm only here for one thing. Ancestor Qingling said straightforwardly. What is it? Feng Chen didn't have a good impression of Ancestor Qingling. Sword, Cloud Star, Sovereign died in his hands. If there was a chance, Feng Chen would kill Ancestor Qingling to avenge Sword, Cloud Star, Sovereign. I want to exchange for your spot in the Heavenly Dipper Pool. Ancestor Qingling took a deep breath and said slowly, no matter the price. Ancestor Qingling, please go back. Feng Chen refused directly. Ancestor Qingling's expression kept changing. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Sanguinati, the spot in the Heavenly Dipper Pool is of great importance. Don't be afraid of their coercion. With me here, they won't dare to touch you. Sect Master Xian Tian exhorted. Feng Chen nodded. Not long after Ancestor Qingling left, the Flamewing Palace Master also came. The result was the same. He was rejected by Feng Chen. Later, Temple Master Danjing also came. However, Temple Master Danjing didn't come alone. He brought Dan Bixuan with him. Temple Master Danjing. After all, Feng Chen had a good relationship with Dan Bixuan. Sanguinati, congratulations on winning first place in the hunting battle. Temple Master Danjing grinned. Feng Chen nodded. I brought Xianer here this time to let the two of you get to know each other, Temple Master Danjing said. Sanguinati, we're friends, right? Dan Bixuan asked. Yes, Feng Chen said. One more friend meant one more strength. Moreover, Dan Bixuan was a genius of the Temple Master Danjing. Her alchemy skills had reached the level of a 4-star divine alchemist. On Heavenly Dipper Island, it was considered very good. It was everyone's dream to have such an alchemy genius. Temple Master Danjing chatted with Feng Chen for a while and then left. The general idea was that as long as he needed it in the future, he could go to the Temple Master Danjing at any time. The pills of the Temple Master Danjing would always be free for him to use. This was beyond Feng Chen's expectations. He'd thought that the Temple Master Danjing had come to trade for a spot in the Heavenly Dipper Pool. After Temple Master Danjing left, Feng Chen's courtyard became much quieter. This continued all the way until midnight, when another expert appeared. Emperor Xia. Feng Chen recognized him. Sanguinati, I'm afraid you already know why I'm here. Emperor Xia went straight to the point. Sorry, my spot won't be traded, Feng Chen said. Hearing this, Emperor Xia had already guessed that other experts had come before him. However, he was still very confident in himself. Sanguinati, although Ancestor Xian is protecting you, what if he leaves? Emperor Xia's words were somewhat threatening. Feng Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. You've offended many factions. If Ancestor Xian leaves, you'll definitely become a target. At that time, your life will also be in danger. Emperor Xia continued. If you give me your spot in the Heavenly Dipper Pool, I, Emperor Xia, swear that you'll be an honored guest of the Xia clan, with the same status as me. The Xia clan will protect you and nurture you with all its might. The benefits offered by Emperor Xia were very tempting. However, Feng Chen wouldn't trade his spot in the Heavenly Dipper Pool. Ancestor Xian had also said this in the afternoon. The baptism of the Heavenly Dipper Pool was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Moreover, Emperor Xia might be the one who'd assassinated the Lord of Heavenly Dipper Peak. No matter what, the Lord of Heavenly Dipper Peak was half his master. How could he surrender to an enemy? Feng Chen shook his head, rejecting Emperor Xia's offer. Sanguinati, have you thought it through? Are you really going to reject my good intentions? Emperor Xia asked in a low voice. Emperor Xia, please return, Feng Chen said. Emperor Xia stared at Sanguinati for a long time, then nodded. An undetectable killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he left the Black Heaven sect. Fang Qin knew that this time he'd thoroughly offended Emperor Xia. However, even if this didn't happen, Emperor Xia wouldn't let him go. He could only take one step at a time. After Emperor Xia left, no other experts came, and Fang Qin finally calmed down. However, in a dark corner of the Imperial Sky City, a black figure peeked his head out and looked around. At this moment, in the corner, another black shadow silently appeared. If Fang Qin were here, he'd definitely recognize that one of the black figures was the red-bearded elder who'd tried to kill him time and time again. Sanguinati can't stay. Chapter 1185. A Night of Silence. The next day, Fang Qin rested for a night, and his fatigue had long disappeared. Fang Qin entered the Heaven-Connecting Peak. Only now did he know that the Heaven-Connecting Peak was actually a level 5 divine tool. However, it was more powerful than ordinary divine tools. Because the Heaven-Connecting Peak was a space-type divine tool, it was many times more powerful than divine tools. The current Fang Qin could only barely control the Heaven-Connecting Peak. Only by stepping into the Heavenly Body Tier could he completely control the Heaven-Connecting Peak. He could even use the Heaven-Connecting Peak as a weapon to fight the enemy. The huge Heaven-Connecting Peak directly suppressed the enemy. Caught off guard, the enemy couldn't resist at all. Just thinking about it made him excited. This time, Fang Qin gained a lot from the hunting war. Not only did his cultivation reach the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, even his soul reached the peak of the blue grade, only one step away from the purple grade. Now that his strength had improved, there were still 2 days before entering the Heaven-Connecting Divine Pool. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so Fang Qin prepared to continue climbing the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps. When he was climbing the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps, Fang Qin's strength was still very weak. Now his strength was already comparable to a martial artist who stepped into the 3rd step, very powerful. He thought that he could set foot on the 99th step of the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps. Entering the Heaven-Connecting Peak, Fang Qin came to the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps with a thought. "Master, do you want to climb the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps?" the tool spirit asked. Fang Qin nodded and then took a step forward. Dang, dang, dang. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin came to the 98th step of the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps. Coming to the 98th step again gave Fang Qin a completely different feeling. As expected, the 99th step has a mystery. Fang Qin said to himself. This time his feeling was even stronger. Open! Fang Qin's aura surged, and then he took a step forward. When he took this step, his expression was extremely ugly. However, Fang Qin resisted the strong pressure from all directions and came above the 99th step. Voila! At the top of the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps, light shone in all directions. It illuminated the entire space of Tongtian Peak. On this day, the people living in the Heavens Pass Peak were all shocked. God, Spirit, Manifestation. However, only Tianxin remained calm. He knew that this was definitely his master's doing. Thinking of this, Tian Xin worked even harder. The space of the Heaven-Connecting Peak was dry and boring. Here, he was not in any danger. He wanted to leave. He wanted to fight on the edge of life and death. Soon, I will be able to leave very soon. Tian Xin said solemnly. The artifact spirit and the half-beast man were also very excited. Master had really reached the 99th step of the Heaven-Connecting Stone Steps. Too amazing. At this moment, at the top of the stone stairs, Fang Qin was enveloped by a strange light. On the 99th stone step, there was a fragment placed quietly. This fragment was around the size of a palm, and it was completely black. It was hard to tell what material it was made of. Fragments. Fang Qin stared at the fragment with wide eyes. His intuition told him that this fragment was definitely not ordinary. What is it? Fang Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragment. Immediately, a clear stream entered his body and he felt refreshed. Fong Chen studied it repeatedly, but he could not understand what this fragment was. In any case, he felt that this fragment was not ordinary. In the end, Fong Chen put the fragment into his interspatial ring. Hiss! After the fragment disappeared, the strange aura on the 99th step dissipated. An ancient voice seemed to travel through time and space and entered Fong Chen's ears. Fated person, if you have the chance, help me settle down my clansmen in the heaven's pass peak. Fong Chen's soul shook, and he looked up. In the sky above the heaven's pass peak, the sun was shining brightly. There was nothing. These were the words left behind by the master of the heaven's pass peak. Fong Chen cupped his hands towards the blue sky and said solemnly, "Senior, don't worry. If there is a day when I am strong enough to suppress Emperor Xia, I will avenge you and settle down your clansmen." There was only one fragment on the 99th step of the heavenly staircase. Fong Chen thought that there would be some kind of inheritance left behind. This fragment surprised Fong Chen. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the Imperial Sky City was very peaceful. It was like the calm before the storm. Fong Chen felt extremely depressed, but he tried to calm himself down. The Xianin ancestor said that he would personally send him to the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool. During this time, the Xianin ancestor stayed in the Imperial Sky City. Even if Emperor Xia and the others hated him, they would not dare to do anything. Therefore, there was no need to worry. On the 3rd day, Emperor Xia and the others gathered in the square of the Imperial Sky City. Soon, the Xianin ancestor arrived. He brought along Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Hong. At this time, Ouyang Qing's injuries had completely healed, and she smiled at Fong Chen. Everyone sighed. As expected of a manifestation realm expert, Ouyang Qing had suffered such serious injuries, but she had recovered so easily. "Senior Xianin, can we go now?" Emperor Xia asked with a smile. The Xianin ancestor nodded, and everyone headed to the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool. The Heaven's Pass Divine Pool was in a hidden area of the Imperial Sky City. This was the forbidden area of the Heaven's Pass Divine Island, and no martial artist could enter at will. But today, this place was open to the public. Soon, Emperor Xia and the others arrived. At the back of the forbidden area, there was an illusory door. The illusory door flickered, and it was extremely unstable. But this was the entrance to the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool. "Sanguinati, stand in front of the illusory door," Emperor Xia said. Fong Chen responded and walked to the illusory door. Suddenly, the entire Heaven's Pass Divine Island trembled. Then, even the Xianin ancestor was shocked. The will of the Heaven's Pass Divine Island appeared, and the illusory door opened. What a powerful will! The higher the cultivation, the more understanding one would have of the will. The Xianin ancestor could not help but praise. The will of the small Heaven's Pass Divine Island was so powerful. In the vast universe, those almighty beings were able to control willpower with a wave of their hands. How strong was that? Thinking of this, the Xianin ancestor shook his head slightly. Voila! A ripple appeared on the illusory door, and Fong Chen's figure disappeared. Seeing this, the Xianin ancestor and the others were excited. Behind the illusory door was the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool. Everyone wanted to enter the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool, but there was no way. "Senior Xianin, the Heaven's Pass Divine Pool has opened." "We will leave now," Emperor Xia said with a smile. The Xianin ancestor nodded. Emperor Xia led everyone out of the forbidden area. In the end, only the Xianin ancestor and the Xianin ancestor were left in the forbidden area. This time, it's all thanks to Senior Xianin. The Xianin ancestor cupped his hands. The Xianin ancestor waved his hand and left with the other two. "If Sanguinati encounters any trouble, you can find me at the Xianin Mountain." The Xianin ancestor left after saying this. The Heaven's Pass Divine Pool opened, and the atmosphere in the Xia clan was extremely solemn. Xia clan headquarters, conference hall. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Emperor Xia sat on the bronze throne at the head. Below him stood the high-level elders of the Xia clan. Clan leader Xia Ao, Xia Ningqin, and Xia Sheng have fallen. The younger generation of the Xia clan has suffered a great loss, an elder said. We can't touch Ouyang Hong because of the Xianin ancestor behind him. But we can't just let Sanguinati go, another elder said. Clan leader Sanguinati's potential is too heaven-defying. He has the strength of a third-step martial artist at the Heavens Dipper Realm Level 7. With the baptism of the Heavens Past Divine Pool, his future will be extremely bright. This is a disaster. Hearing the elder's words, Emperor Xia nodded slightly. He also wanted to kill Sanguinati, but now was not the time. Sanguinati had entered the Heavens Past Divine Pool, and no one knew when he would come out. Besides, the Xianin sect was determined to protect Sanguinati. Once Sanguinati returned to the Xianin sect, it would be difficult to kill him. Pay close attention to the forbidden area. Once you find Sanguinati, report immediately, Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. Immediately, the elder in charge of intelligence left quickly. After thinking for a while, Emperor Xia looked at one of the elders below and asked, "How is the Xianin sect?" "I've already contacted our people in secret. He will help us." The elder chuckled. After issuing a series of orders, Emperor Xia's expression eased. Chapter 1186. The Heavenly Divine Pool looked boundless from the outside, like a vast ocean. Fang Qin stood on the surface of the Heavenly Divine Pool, very shocked. Is this the legendary Heavenly Divine Pool? Fang Qin thought to himself. Entering through the illusory door, Fang Qin felt a vast power. All along, the Heavenly Divine Pool was only a legendary existence. Even the Black Yin Dao ancestor didn't know the specific situation of the Heavenly Divine Pool. Fang Chen was also in the dark and didn't know anything. Directly enter? Fang Chen thought carefully for a moment, and then plunged into the Heavenly Divine Pool. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Just entering the Heavenly Divine Pool, Fang Chen felt a strong pressure in the pool. Moreover, the corrosive power of this pool water was too strong. The corrosive power is too strong. The flowing gold water is simply too weak compared to it, Fang Chen said in shock. When entering the Heavenly Divine Pool, Fang Chen also instantly understood. It turned out that the legendary willpower of Heavenly Divine Island was nurtured in the Heavenly Divine Pool. No wonder. Stormy waves surged in Fang Chen's heart. It was too shocking. This place was actually nurturing the willpower of the Heavenly Divine Pool. The baptism of the Heavenly Divine Pool had already begun. Fang Chen bathed in the Heavenly Divine Pool, continuously receiving the baptism and tempering of the pool water. In the outside world, a storm was brewing. Half a month had already passed since the hunting war. In this half a month, the matter of the hunting war and Sanguinati never stopped. In any place, in any corner, one could hear about the hunting war. However, one day after half a month, Ice Quangren and Idle Cloud Star Monarch personally went to Black Yin Mountain to visit the Black Yin Dao ancestor. Dao ancestor. The two elites clasped their fists and smiled. Sit. The Black Yin Dao ancestor had a good impression of the two. The two of them were ingenious and were very successful on their own paths. He was also the elite at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier that the Black Yin Dao elder thought was the most promising on Clear Sky Island. Out of all the elites at the peak stage of the heavenly body tier, the two of them were the ones with the highest hopes of advancing to the creation tier as soon as possible. Dao ancestor, I've come this time because I have something I'd like to ask you. Star Lord Idlecloud smiled. Speak. Xianin Primogenita nodded. Hearing this, Ice Madman took out a file and handed it to the Black Moon Dao ancestor. The Black Yin Dao ancestor took the dossier and slowly opened it, reading it carefully. After a while, the Black Yin Dao ancestor finished reading. The two of you actually came up with such a list. Not bad. The black Een Dao ancestor grinned. Dao ancestor, at our level of cultivation, it is way too difficult for us to take that final step. Since we have nothing better to do, the two of us old fogies created this ranking board. The reason why we are here is so that Dao ancestor can check it out. Star Lord Idlecloud said. Xianyin primogenitor nodded. Heaven list expert, remove me. Ice Madman and Idlecloud Star Lord created two lists. One of them was the Heaven Roll, while the other was the Earth Roll. There were only 36 spots on the Heaven Roll, while the Earth Roll had 72 spots. The Heaven Roll represented the battle prowess of heavenly body tier elites. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. And the Earth Roll represented the battle prowess of the younger generation. In the first version, created by the two of them, the first place on the Heaven Roll was the black Een Dao ancestor. I'm not a heavenly body tier elite, so it's not suitable to be on the Heaven Roll. The black Een Dao ancestor smiled. The two juniors humbly asked for advice, so he naturally had to give them some guidance. Remove it when we return, Ice Madman said. Then the black Een Dao ancestor pointed out some mistakes according to his own understanding, and let the two of them correct it. Just like that, the Heaven Roll was decided. Next was the Earth Roll. With Ice Madman and Idle Cloud Star Lord Strength, they knew the young Heavenly Dipper tier cultivators like the back of their hands. In addition to the hunting war this time, the strength of the various great geniuses was clear at a glance. The Earth Roll didn't have anything special to change. The Heaven Roll and Earth Roll were decided just like that. Dao Ancestor, the two of us have nothing to do, so we plan to change the list every 3 years. At that time, we'll have to ask Dao Ancestor to check, Idle Cloud Starlord said. No problem, the black Een Dao Ancestor said. Not long after, the Heaven Roll and Earth Roll were spread all over Clear Sky Island. Once the list was released, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was paying attention to the list. Heavenly Body tier elites were paying attention to the Heaven Roll, while Heavenly Dipper tier cultivators were paying attention to the Earth Roll. Heaven Roll 36. The first place was Emperor Xia. This was indisputable. The second place was a little surprising, though. It was Idle Cloud Star Lord. The third place was Ice Madman. The 36th place on the Heaven Roll. All those who were on the list were powerful people and could be considered top elites on Clear Sky Island. And the Earth Roll was more popular. The first place of the Earth Roll was unexpected, not Sanguinati, but Ouyinghong. Of course, some cultivators who had experienced the hunting war could understand. If it weren't for Sanguinati having a spirit pet and the star-killing arrow, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Ouyinghong. Sanguinati was ranked second after Ouyinghong. Dan Bichuan was ranked third, and Hua Yunqi was ranked fourth. In a short few days, the two lists were spread all over Clear Sky Island. The various large sect immediately bought a large number of lists and distributed them to the sect's disciples, using this to spur the disciples in their sect. On the island closest to Clear Sky Island, Scar Island. Scar Island naturally didn't know what had happened on Clear Sky Island. However, recently a mysterious cultivator had appeared on Scar Island's Blue Sky Island. This mysterious cultivator was very powerful, and he continuously killed the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. As long as there was a lone cultivator, they would definitely be killed without anyone noticing. In the end, this matter alarmed the Blue Sky Island Lord. He personally came to Blue Sky Island, wanting to find this mysterious cultivator. However, he didn't find anything. In a secluded place in Blue Sky Island, Qing Ho was panting. He had just killed 2 Blue Sky Island's cultivators, causing him to be targeted by a powerful cultivator. He had escaped with great difficulty. There were a few puppets beside him. These puppets were his methods. After all these years of cultivation, Qing Ho had completely inherited the puppet Dao of the Sky Puppet Clan. Furthermore, Qing Ho had surpassed his master in the field of puppetry. His accomplishments in the field of puppetry had already surpassed the Sky Puppet Race's patriarch. He had been wandering around Blue Sky Island to avenge his brother. "Brother, I will definitely kill the Demon Cloud State Lord and avenge you." Just as Ching Ho was talking to himself, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. "Over here!" Along with this roar, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then noisy shouts could be heard. Ching Ho's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately gave an order to the puppets. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Soon, the Blue Sky Island's cultivators found this place. Kill! Bang! Bang! Although the Sky Puppet Clan's puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand the encirclement of the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. In the end, the puppets were broken, but Ching Ho had disappeared. In the Blue Sky Island's mansion, the Demon Cloud State Lord's face was gloomy as he looked at the puppet fragments brought back by his subordinates. He was furious. The Sky Puppet Clan's cultivators. The Demon Cloud State Lord said coldly, "These puppets were made by the Sky Puppet Clan. It must be the Sky Puppet Clan's cultivators who are hunting down the Blue Sky Island's cultivators. Damn the Sky Puppet Clan." If it weren't for his fear of the Sky Puppet Clan's power, the Demon Cloud State Lord would have killed them long ago. "Just wait. It won't be long before my puppets are successfully developed. At that time, the Sky Puppet Clan will disappear from history," the Demon Cloud State Lord said in a deep voice. There were several State Lords standing beside him. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. These State Lords were like puppets who were at the Demon Cloud State Lord's disposal. In the vast universe, there were countless illusory places. In the depths of the universe, it was extremely dark. Suddenly, a woman in green appeared in the darkness. Her beautiful body could be seen clearly even in the darkness. The woman in green had a beautiful face, but there was a touch of sadness on her pretty face. There was always a complicated look in her deep eyes. How many years had it been since she last smiled? The green-clothed woman moved gracefully, slowly walking in the darkness. Every step she took seemed to be as long as 100 years. She took 9 steps and finally stopped in a dark place. At this time, there were a few tears in the corner of her eyes. She wanted to cry out loud, but there was no place for her to vent. "Are you okay? I will find you, even if you are at the end of the world." Chapter 1187. Imperial Sky City, Heaven-Span Divine Pool. Fong Chen was soaking in the Heaven-Span Divine Pool. Heaven-Span Island's willpower was tempering and baptizing his body. His body, soul, and every corner of his body was being tempered and baptized. In this month, Fong Chen felt that he had made a qualitative leap. The golden heart in his body was also rapidly beating, absorbing the Heaven-Span Divine Pool's water. It was strange. Originally, Fong Chen's strength was not enough to attract the attention of Heaven-Span Island's willpower. Soaking in the Heaven-Span Divine Pool was just the most ordinary of soaks. However, when the golden heart started to beat rapidly, even the power of will was disturbed. Willpower was formless and formless. No one could see it with the naked eye. Some weak people couldn't even feel it. Fong Chen was one of them. He could only faintly feel that Heaven-Span Island's willpower was being nurtured in the Heaven-Span Divine Pool, but he couldn't clearly feel it. But the golden heart had successfully attracted the willpower. Dong! After the golden heart had absorbed enough of the Heaven-Span Divine Pool's water, the willpower underwent a huge change. A huge whirlpool appeared around Fong Chen's body. A terrifying, attractive force emerged from the whirlpool. So strong! Fong Chen's expression changed. His body was unable to withstand such a powerful, attractive force. The terrifying, attractive force was constantly pulling at Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen turned pale with fright. He tried to urge the golden heart to resist, but it was useless. After an unknown amount of time, the attractive force disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that he was at the bottom of the heaven-span divine pool. How is this possible? The pressure around him was extremely tyrannical. His perfect sword body was being suppressed until it emitted a resplendent light. If it weren't for the golden heart protecting him, he would have been crushed. Why did I come here? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He didn't know that because of the golden heart, he had unintentionally activated the Heaven-Span Divine Pool's high-level baptism. The Heaven-Span Divine Pool's baptisms were also divided into strong and weak ones. Under normal circumstances, when martial artists obtained the approval of willpower, they could only undergo the lowest level of baptism. In other words, it was at the very top of the Heaven-Span deity's pool where the pressure from all directions would temper his body. This was the lowest level of baptism. Of course, even the lowest level of baptism was not something an ordinary person could obtain. Anyone who could enter the Heaven-Span deity's pool was a peerless genius. An advanced baptism was 2 levels higher than a basic baptism. It seemed that the power of will had sensed the abnormality of the golden heart. It pulled Fang Chen to the bottom of the sky god's pool. Fang Chen had no idea that he had undergone a high-level baptism. Advanced baptism begin. Suddenly, a shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Even his soul was trembling. In the next moment, a large amount of information surged into his mind, almost causing his brain to explode. He held his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. At this moment, the golden heart emitted a clear stream of energy to help it resist this terrifying power. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down. The information in his mind was an introduction to the advanced baptism. Advanced baptism. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Immediately he was ecstatic. After scanning the information, Fang Chen understood the process of the advanced baptism. The so-called advanced baptism was to help martial artists be reborn and make a qualitative leap. There were a total of 3 parts to the advanced baptism. The first part was to baptize the soul. Splash! The soul baptism began. The wild heaven-span deity's water rushed into Fang Chen's head. The soul of a peak blue level was instantly enveloped. As for Fang Chen, he directly fell unconscious. His body floated in the heaven-span deity's pool, receiving the soul baptism. Under normal circumstances, an advanced baptism was 3 times more than a basic baptism. Sometimes it was even higher. 1 day later, the soul baptism ended. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he discovered that his soul had actually reached the purple grade. Purple level soul. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he looked into his soul in disbelief. One had to know that the highest level of soul was the purple level, and he had actually reached the purple level. Fang Chen felt that his soul seemed to have made a qualitative leap. As expected of the advanced baptism, Fang Chen was a little bit looking forward to the next baptism. If it was a basic baptism, his soul probably wouldn't be able to break through, although the peak blue level was 1 step away from the early purple level. However, everyone knew that this step was just a step away. The gap between them was just too great. Without the advanced baptism in the heaven-span deity's pool, sometimes it would be impossible to break through even after decades. Fang Chen was lucky to break through so easily. His soul had reached the purple level. Fang Chen felt that the soul in his mind had undergone a great change. As for what the change was, he was a little unclear. Next was the second step of the baptism, physical baptism. His physical body was the perfect sword body, which had already reached the intermediate level. It wasn't weak. It was very difficult to improve the perfect sword body. After all, it was known as the strongest body in the world. The physical baptism lasted for a long time. It took a full 7 days to complete the baptism. As expected, the level of the perfect sword body had increased to the peak of the intermediate level. It was only 1 step away from the advanced level. Now Fang Chen felt that his physical defense had increased a lot. Even if he faced a low-level heavenly body tier elite, he could resist for a while. So strong! Fang Qin clenched his fists. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven-span deity water quickly dissipated. The first 2 steps of the baptism were of great help to Fang Qin. What's the last baptism? Fang Qin asked curiously. Wang. The power of intent instantly enveloped Fang Qin's whole body and then drilled into his body. It resonated with the golden heart and helped Fang Qin baptize. The third baptism was to change the martial artist's talent. This baptism was also the most domineering baptism. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the help of the golden heart, the power of intent kept changing Fang Qin's talent. Fang Qin's talent was already incomparably heaven-defying. Now, after being baptized by the power of intent, his potential was completely excavated. 3 days later, the power of intent dissipated. Fang Qin opened his eyes. He found that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. 8th level. Fang Qin's face was ecstatic, as expected of the heaven-span deity pool. No wonder so many martial artists wanted to come here for baptism. It was really amazing. However, just as Fang Qin was ecstatic, he suddenly noticed a change in his talent. What's going on? Fang Qin looked inside his mind. In an instant, he felt that everything he didn't understand about swordsmanship before was now completely understood. Even a high-level secret technique, like the heavenly mysterious sealing technique, could be seen clearly. Sword Dao talent! Fang Qin opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. The baptism of the heaven-span deity pool was too heaven-defying. It actually improved his Sword Dao talent. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his comprehension of the martial Dao had increased by many times. Fang Qin was ecstatic. I see. Fang Qin performed the Sky Demon Swordsmanship in the heaven-span deity pool. He suddenly found that there were some flaws in the Sky Demon Swordsmanship that he had previously cultivated. No wonder when I performed it before, I finally felt that something was wrong. It turned out that the mistake was here. Fang Qin saw the flaws in the Sky Demon Swordsmanship at a glance and made slight changes. Suddenly, the power of the Sky Demon Swordsmanship increased by more than 2 times. So strong! The modified Sky Demon Swordsmanship made Fang Qin very excited. Then, Fang Qin carefully studied the mysterious sky sealing technique. He found that the first and second levels that he had cultivated were also somewhat wrong. After a slight change, the power of the mysterious sky sealing technique increased sharply. Now, the true power of the mysterious sky sealing technique can be displayed. Fang Qin said to himself, the baptism of the heaven-span deity pool made Fang Qin soar. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. However, just as Fang Qin was ecstatic, suddenly the space ring vibrated. Immediately, Fang Qin's expression changed drastically. He found that the vibration was actually from the fragment that he had obtained on the 99th step of the heaven-span stone steps. What's going on? Why is the fragment vibrating? The fragment was left behind by the master of the Heavenspan Peak, who was once the master of the Heavenspan Island. Could there be a connection between them? In an instant, Fang Qin thought of many things. Chapter 1188. The originally pitch-black fragment was now emitting a weak glow. This light wrapped around the fragment very tightly. The fragment was vibrating, which made Fang Qin somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Fang Qin was somewhat puzzled. His purple soul wrapped around the fragment, wanting to explore it to the bottom. However, he discovered that his soul was isolated by the fragment. Dong! When the fragment appeared, the entire heavenly divine pool was shaking. Fang Qin could clearly feel the power of intent surging wildly, directly sweeping away this fragment. Fang Qin was even more surprised. The power of intent cared so much about the fragment. What did it mean? However, at this moment, the power of intent transmitted a sentence to Fang Qin. In the future, if there's danger on Heavenly Divine Island, I can help once. This was a transmission from the power of intent. After Fong Qin heard it, he was greatly shocked. The power of intent was nurtured by heaven and earth, and was where the soul of the island was. Normally, the power of intent would not manifest at all. And now, the power of intent was actually transmitting a message to Fong Qin. Fong Qin's heart was very shocked. Help once. Fong Qin's face was filled with an ecstatic smile. If the power of intent could help once, didn't that mean that he could use the power of intent to help when his life was in danger? If the power of intent was used, not to mention peak stage, heavenly body tier elites, even creation tier elites would be helpless. This is my trump card. Fong Qin thought to himself. Voila! Although Fong Qin still did not know what the fragment was, the power of intent had already pulled Fong Qin back to the sky above the heavenly divine pool. This baptism in the heavenly divine pool was considered to be over. During this period, Fong Qin's improvement was very obvious. Now, even if he faced a heavenly body tier elite, he should have the ability to fight, right? However, heavenly body tier elites had the power of stars. Compared to the power of strong origin, it was many times stronger. Therefore, he could only fight, but there was still a gap if he wanted to defeat a heavenly body tier elite. Walla Fong Qin cupped his fists towards the heavenly deity's pool and stepped out of the illusory door. He was back. After nearly 2 months, he had finally returned. The current him had undergone an earth-shattering change. His strength was extraordinary. If I were to fight with Xia Ao now, I would be able to kill him without the help of the little mouse or the star-killing arrow, Fong Qin thought to himself. He looked into the special space ring and found that the little mouse was sleeping. The little mouse had eaten a lot of the demonic nuclei that they had obtained in the ancient hunting battlefield. Fong Qin smiled knowingly. The heaven-devouring divine rat clan was truly miraculous. When Fong Qin first appeared, he saw the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. Sect master, Fong Qin said. Sanguinati, how was it? The Black Heaven sect master stared at Fong Qin and called out excitedly. The harvest wasn't bad, Fong Qin said. The Black Heaven sect master discovered that Fong Qin's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and was extremely excited. You have received the baptism of the heavenly deity's pool. In the future, you will definitely surpass the heavenly body tier and reach the legendary creation tier, the Black Heaven sect master said with a smile. Unknowingly, the Black Heaven sect master had already regarded Fong Qin as the next sect master. However, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The higher a genius stood, the more cautious he had to be. The Black Heaven sect master personally welcomed Fong Qin and prepared to return to the Black Heaven sect. The moment Fong Qin left the heavenly deity's pool, the people of the Xia clan already knew. Then, Emperor Xia began to deploy. Not long after, the Black Heaven sect master brought Fong Qin to the teleportation formation. As long as he entered the teleportation formation, he would be safe. However, he did not dare to let down his guard. Let's go, the Black Heaven sect master said. However, just as the two of them were about to enter the teleportation formation, a few air-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a few heavenly body tier elites appeared. Among them was Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, what is the meaning of this? The Black Heaven sect master asked in a low voice. Xian Tian, I have no other intentions. I just want to invite Sanguinati to my Xia clan for a visit, Emperor Xia said with a smile. Anyone could tell what Emperor Xia was thinking. The Black Heaven sect master stared coldly at Emperor Xia. This Emperor Xia was really shameless. Emperor Xia, are you going to act without regard for your status in front of so many people? The Black Heaven sect master asked coldly. He grabbed Sanguinati and entered the teleportation formation. However, the teleportation formation did not activate. Can you leave my Imperial Heaven City without my permission? Emperor Xia said with a smile. The Black Heaven sect master was burning with anger, and the power of the stars around him surged. Then he stepped out and stared at Emperor Xia. He said in a low voice, Emperor Xia, don't think that the Black Heaven sect is afraid of you. If you push us too far, the Black Heaven sect will wage war with your Xia clan at all costs. Wage war with my Xia clan? What a joke! Emperor Xia shook his head. Xian Tian, I don't want to fight with you. Leave Sanguinati behind and you can leave. Nonsense. Sanguinati is an elite disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Even if the Black Heaven sect is destroyed, I won't hand Sanguinati over. The Black Heaven sect master cursed. This Emperor Xia was too shameless. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was slightly startled. Then he spread out his hands and said, If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. I haven't fought in a long time, and it's time for me to stretch my muscles. Emperor Xia's meaning was clear. If the Black Heaven sect master was stubborn, then he would spare no expense to keep Sanguinati. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. The Black Heaven sect will accompany you to the end. The Black Heaven sect master roared angrily. When Emperor Xia arrived, the nearby warriors had already evacuated. Emperor Xia's power was very strong, and they could not resist at all. In front of the empty teleportation formation, Emperor Xia and the Black Heaven sect master were facing each other. Feng Chen, who was standing in the teleportation formation, stared at Emperor Xia with cold eyes. If you push me too far, I don't mind using my trump card, Feng Chen said to himself. He was waiting to see what would happen. Although Emperor Xia was strong, he could at most suppress the Black Heaven sect master. He might not be able to defeat him. For the time being, there was no need to use his trump card. Black Heaven, once I attack, you won't have any chance, Emperor Xia said. Bring it on, the Black Heaven sect master said coldly. Don't. The power of the stars surged around Emperor Xia's body. He took a step forward and came in front of the Black Heaven sect master in an instant, throwing out a punch. The Black Heaven sect master was already prepared. He also threw out a punch, blocking Emperor Xia's fist and neutralizing Emperor Xia's attack. Emperor Xia, if I want to leave, you can't stop me, the Black Heaven sect master sneered. Emperor Xia's face showed no signs of impatience, as if everything was under his control. However, just as Emperor Xia was about to attack the Black Heaven sect master again, an unexpected powerhouse appeared. Emperor Xia, stop! Bing Quangren let out a shout and flew over. Behind him was Star Lord Idlecloud. Two powerhouses on the heaven ranking appeared at the same time. They landed in front of the teleportation array and stood side by side with the Black Heaven sect master. What is the meaning of this? Emperor Xia asked in surprise. The Xia clan leader, the master of Sky Passage Island, actually lowered his status to attack a junior, Ice Madman said. Emperor Xia, give us some face and let Sanguinati go. The Black Heaven sect master was also surprised. He did not expect that these two independent cultivators would speak up for Sanguinati. Sanguinati, who was behind them, nodded heavily. The two of them should have something to do with the Xianin progenitor. Is it worth it? Emperor Xia asked after a moment of silence. Ice Madman said, It's not about whether it's worth it or not. We like Sanguinati, so we came out to ask for mercy. Sanguinati is related to the Xianin progenitor, and the two of us have received guidance from the Xianin progenitor. Naturally, we have to come out in this kind of situation. Star Lord Idlecloud directly mentioned the Xianin progenitor. As expected, after hearing about the Xianin progenitor, Emperor Xia's expression changed. Everyone knew that the Xianin progenitor favored Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud. This time, the two of them might have come on the orders of the Xianin progenitor. No matter how strong Emperor Xia was, he would not dare to go against the Xianin progenitor. Furthermore, when these two powerhouses appeared, he knew that he would not be able to keep Sanguinati here today. He shook his head slightly with a helpless expression, then said, Sanguinati killed a disciple of my Xia clan. I will not forget this grudge. If Sanguinati comes to the Imperial Sky City again, I will definitely kill him. Haha, in that case, farewell. Ice Madman and Star Lord Idlecloud came quickly and left quickly. The Black Heaven Sect Master gave Emperor Xia a complicated look, then walked into the teleportation array. Chapter 1189. Black Heaven Sect, Main Peak Hall. The Black Heaven Sect was very lively today. Everyone in the Black Heaven Sect, from the ordinary disciples to the high-ranking elders, was extremely excited. Of course, there was only one exception, and that was the red-bearded elder. When he heard that Sanguinati had returned, the red-bearded elder was so angry that he smashed the stone table in the courtyard with his palm. However, this did not stop Sanguinati's popularity from skyrocketing. As soon as the Black Heaven Sect Master returned, he immediately summoned the 8 Palace Masters, Vice Palace Masters, and high-ranking elders to the main Peak Hall. In the main Peak Hall, there was a throne at the very top. The Black Heaven Sect Master sat on the throne, and beside him was the Vice Sect Master. Below him were the 8 Palace Masters, Vice Palace Masters, and high-ranking elders. Feng Chen was among them. Everyone, I've summoned you here today for an important matter, the Black Heaven Sect Master said. Sect Master, what is it? An elder asked in confusion. Sanguinati's return shook the entire Black Heaven Sect. But it shouldn't be so grand, right? The Vice Sect Master smiled as he looked at the Sect Master. He seemed to have guessed something. Below him, Feng Qin sat at the very front, and beside him was Bai Qingqing from the Bloodthirsty Palace. Originally, the high-ranking elders were supposed to sit there, but Bai Qingqing insisted on sitting with Sanguinati. You're really something, kid. You've made such a name for yourself in just one trip. Bai Qingqing's pretty face was full of smiles. She had watched Sanguinati grow up, and she was sincerely happy that he could achieve what he had now. As she interacted with Sanguinati, she felt that there was a magical power in him that constantly attracted everyone around him. Bai Qingqing was one of those who was attracted. Now, she had become Sanguinati's supporter. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her eyelashes fluttered. She looked at Sanguinati's handsome face and fell into a trance. In the main hall, the elders were discussing among themselves. On the throne, the Black Heaven Sect Master waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then he opened his mouth and said, Everyone, Sanguinati's potential is obvious to all of you. In this hunting war, Sanguinati overpowered everyone else and became the king of the hunt. Furthermore, he was baptized by the heavenly pool. His future is bright. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was obvious to all. Sanguinati was too outstanding. He had surpassed all the geniuses of the Xiantian sect in the past. Even Yangqing paled in comparison to Sanguinati. Therefore, I've decided that Sanguinati will be the next sect leader of the Black Heaven Sect. Once I die or step down, Sanguinati will become the sect leader of the Black Heaven Sect unconditionally, the sect leader of the Black Heaven Sect said in a deep voice. Boom! The entire hall was in an uproar. They didn't expect the sect master to make such a shocking decision. Only the vice sect leader smiled. He already knew. Sect master, you can't do that. The matter of the sect leader candidate needs to be discussed by the elders before a decision can be made. A few elders felt that this matter was too hasty and retorted. However, there were also elders who felt that Sanguinati was extremely picky in all aspects. It was natural for him to be the sect leader candidate. Among those who objected, the red-bearded elder was the leader. Feng Qin quietly watched the two sides bicker. When he looked at the red-bearded elder, his heart was filled with murderous intent. However, he still held it in. After all, the red-bearded elder was a heavenly-body tier martial artist. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Looking at the bickering below, the sect leader of the Black Heaven Sect said in a deep voice, Enough! I don't want to repeat my decision. Hearing this, the main hall instantly fell silent. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect was very powerful. Once he spoke, no one else dared to respond. This matter could be considered as settled just like that. From today onwards, Sanguinati was no longer just a golden-armored commander. He was a high and mighty sect leader candidate. Such a leap in status made countless martial artists envious. Next, the sect leader announced another matter. I plan to add another palace in the Black Heaven sect. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said. The vice sect master was taken aback when he heard this. Adding another palace, was it for Sanguinati? As expected, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect said, the original 8 palaces will become 9 palaces, and the 9th palace will be called the Sword Palace. Sanguinati will be the palace master. As soon as the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect finished speaking, the main hall became noisy again. However, this time, the red-bearded elder didn't refute it, because the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect had already made up his mind they couldn't change it. Sanguinati, are you willing to be the palace master of the Sword Palace? The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect asked. Fong Chen hurriedly stood up and clasped his fists. Sect leader, I'm afraid that I'll delay the development of the Sword Palace if I focus on cultivation. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect laughed and said, You don't have to worry about this matter. Don't we still have the vice palace master? Hearing that, Fong Qin didn't say anything and acquiesced. You'll be the leader of the newly established Sword Palace. You can choose any sword cultivator disciple from the other 8 palaces, and the 8 palaces will have to cooperate fully. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect announced. Of course, the most important thing right now is for you to choose a vice palace master. Hearing that, everyone looked at Fong Qin. However, before Fong Qin could say anything, Bai Qingqing spoke. Sect leader, please let me go to the Sword Palace. Bai Qingqing's meaning was obvious. She wanted to go to the Sword Palace to be the vice palace master. Hearing that, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect shook his head and said, Nonsense. You're not a sword cultivator. Why go to the Sword Palace? Just stay in the Bloodthirsty Palace. However, everyone knew that the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect doted on Bai Qingqing. Although his words were harsh, his eyes were full of smiles. When Bai Qingqing heard this, she pouted and sat back down in her seat unhappily. Sect leader, regarding the vice palace master selection, I still need to think about it, Fong Qin said. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect nodded. The news that Sanguinati had become a candidate for the sect leader spread like wildfire. The disciples of the Fengtian Palace were too shocked, especially the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect. Who would have thought that the martial artist who had followed them to the Black Heaven sect would have grown to such a level? Moreover, he had even built the Sword Palace. The disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were very excited. In the Black Heaven sect, the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect were all sword cultivators. They would definitely be selected to enter the Sword Palace. In the future, the Sword Firmament sect would no longer be oppressed. Many martial artists who had grudges with Fong Qin in the past looked very embarrassed. When Jin Tianzhan heard the news, he could not accept the fact. His master, on the other hand, personally brought him to the Blood Sword Saint to apologize. Now that Fong Chen's cultivation level was high, his outlook was also high. Naturally, he would not care about the small grudges from the past. The next day, the construction of the Sword Palace began. Fong Qin supervised the construction personally. Bai Qingqing was always by his side. As for Yang Cheng, he had already left the Black Heaven sect and returned to the Old Hua Islands. Half a month later, the brand new Sword Palace was successfully completed. The construction method was completely according to Fong Chen's plan. Bai Qingqing looked down at the Sword Palace with a smile on her face. It's so beautiful, Bai Qingqing said. Fong Qin grinned when he heard that. Palace Lord Shui, who are you going to choose as the Vice Palace Lord? Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Qin chuckled. He already had a candidate in mind. Now that the Sword Palace was completed, the next step was to choose the Vice Palace Lord. In the Sword Firmament sect, other than Fang Qin, there was another genius sword cultivator. He was called the Sword Demon. This was because he would enter a state of madness whenever he practiced the sword. Over time, he was called the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon was also from the Sword Firmament sect. However, he had been in the Black Heaven sect for a long time. Sword Demon, are you willing to be the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace? Fang Qin asked. The Sword Demon was overjoyed when he heard that. Thank you for your kindness, Palace Lord. From today onward, you'll be the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace. When I'm not around, you'll be in charge of the Sword Palace. Fang Qin smiled. As for recruiting sword cultivator disciples and expanding the Sword Palace's power, you'll be in charge. After the Sword Demon became the Vice Palace Lord of the Sword Palace, he began to recruit sword cultivator disciples. The Sword Firmament sect was naturally included in the Sword Palace. As for Fang Qin, this hands-off manager, he was enjoying a leisurely life. As for Bai Qingqing, she had been following Fang Qin. Wherever Fang Qin was, she would be there. Later on, the Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace joked that although Bai Qingqing was the Vice Palace Lord of the Bloodthirsty Palace, she spent more time in the Sword Palace than in the Bloodthirsty Palace. At the same time, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect also knew about it.